Goodness gracious me. Hello, hi, it's me. What up? It's me, ya boy. Haven't really washed out. Oh well. Oh well. Don't care. So we're gonna talk about and review this video titled "An Honest Conversation with Pirate Software," and I don't envy this. But just a heads up, this is long. This is long. This is a 4-hour video. And as somebody who's done stuff like this, like these kinds of conversations before, they do take this long. So I certainly don't begrudge I certainly don't begrudge the fact that this is 4 hours long, 3.5 hours. These kinds of conversations take this long. They take this long to have, and it's hard. It's hard to get people who are so defensive, to open up. So we'll see how it goes. But let's just get into this. Let's just do this quick. Let's just start. Let's just start. Also, you guys will probably know that I've also criticized Pirate Software in the past. A lot of it before most of the blow up. I believe my initial criticisms that were on YouTube that I talked about were from before he roached in World of Warcraft. I believe, just for context. Personally, I criticized him in the Discord or talked about it vaguely, but not in video format. But all right, let's go. Let's go.
Push. Welcome to another Healthy Gamer GG stream. My name is Dr. Alok Kanoja. Just a reminder that although I am a medical doctor, nothing I discuss on stream today is intended to be taken as medical advice. Everything is for educational and entertainment purposes only. If y'all have a medical concern or question, please go see a licensed professional. So today we're going to be
a reasonable disclaimer.
Talking with Thor, Pirate Software, and I don't know the details, chat, but I understand that there has been some drama. I saw that there was drama. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I think we're going to be talking about that.
Okay, that's a bit of a problem. That's a little bit of a problem. If you're going to, I'm gonna be charitable, and I'm going to assume that this was already scheduled, and then shit happened, and this guy hasn't had time to catch up on everything that's happened before the interview. So putting that ahead of time is fine. I get that happens. I'm gonna make that assumption. However, there's something called negligent coverage or lazy coverage. And if you're gonna go into an interview with somebody who is controversial or who is being problematic or there is a bunch of quote unquote drama surrounding them, you need to know what that is. And a lot of the drama around Pirate Software isn't new. The biggest new one is the stop killing games stuff, but the issues with people criticizing his voice and his second puberty claims, the issue of him claiming credit for solving puzzles and saying that people had doxed somebody that were just untrue statements has been around for a while. The roaching, the litigious nature of some of the stuff that Pirate Software has done has been going on for a few months. His defense of Osmongold's racist bullshit. So, you should know some of this stuff at the very least, and it's not hard to understand the stop killing games issue. It's very cut and dry, and it would take 30 seconds to find out. So, I'm gonna be charitable and sort of just assume that's what he's referring to, but I am just noting this.
I don't know exactly what we're going to be talking about. We're going to talk about whatever Thor wants to talk about and whatever I feel like talking about. But I think that there's been some stuff that's been going on. And it kind of feels like one of these elephant in the room situations where if we just pretend nothing happened, it feels super awkward.
then if you acknowledge and admit that, then why would you not look into it so you knew what you were talking about? How can you not know and also know and then decide that, well, you know, we have to talk about this thing I don't know anything about because it's really important? I'm being too critical.
But I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Like, I don't really follow like streamer drama very much. But yeah, whatever happens. So we're gonna see. We're gonna just
what you want to have an honest conversation with Pirate Software, but you don't follow streamer drama, but you know it's an elephant in the room and you have to talk about it, but you didn't look into it ahead of time. Can I be done? Can I go home? Are we done already? Like, why are we here? Why would you undermine yourself like this? Why does this feel like hedging, all of the hedging of all of the bets about everything? Oh no! Here's the other thing. The drama, quote unquote, around Pirate Software right now and like quote unquote other streamers. Again, maybe I'm wrong, but from my understanding, he's talking about the Stop Killing Games stuff. The Stop Killing Games isn't streamer on streamer drama. It's Thor directly misrepresenting a political move, a political submission to change the laws that surround the game industry and consumer protection. So same with, like, for example, Louis Rossmann, right? Louis Rossmann wants there to be changes to litigation surrounding right to repair. If a big YouTube, and like, for example, if Louis Rossmann was like, hey, I need a bunch of signatures for this thing to enable right to repair, and then, I don't know, Linus Tech Tips misrepresented what Louis had put out, and Louis was like, hey, no, this is wrong. And then other streamers were like, hey, yeah, no, Linus Tech Tips is wrong. That's not what this is about. It's not streamer drama. This is litigation and politics. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is not a good start. This is not a good start.
It's usually been a great conversation that people have enjoyed. I understand that a lot of people are unhappy with him, more unhappy, so we're going to just figure out what's up with that. As always,
listen, if this guy doesn't want me to laugh at him, he should have a little bit more confidence and maybe actually put in like 30 seconds worth of research so he knows what he's talking about when he goes in to do an interview. God damn it. Oh no. Oh, maybe you know what? Maybe he's gonna do a good job. Maybe he's gonna do a good job, even though he doesn't know what he's talking about, but he knows what he's talking about, but it's all just drama, but it isn't drama. He doesn't do drama. He's better than that. Oh no. Oh no.
We are, we try to be like compassionate and understanding. That doesn't necessarily mean we're non-judgmental. Right, so that's not one of our key values, but our values are to be authentic and compassionate and recognize that, like, people sometimes struggle, sometimes make mistakes, sometimes have
mistakes, like going into a conversation and not knowing what the main issue is. That sounds like a mistake to me. Oh no. Oh no. Who would bother to look into the thing that they're discussing before they go and discuss it to 2.9 million people? This has 957 views. How did anybody get further? I just want to get to the interview.
stuff going on. So we try to be as like understanding of that as we can. And I'd ask y'all to be like as understanding as you can. And before we hop in with
Oh yeah, he's talking to his live chat. Like, live chat, don't bully Thor while you're here. Yeah, okay, fair. I respect that.
Or let's and we just do that for everybody, right? That's not like it's not like he's getting special treatment. That's just what we do here. So we've added we have a quick update to our Mental Health Awareness Month calendar. So I'm going to just show you all this real quick. So we did Mr. Who's the Boss yesterday. Really loved that stream. Thor Pirate Software is today. We're adding one memberships lecture for those of you that don't know, in October of 2023.
Okay, I'm gonna jump ahead.
We start that on the very Thursday. Right to that, and an awesome community challenge going on right now in May. So we usually do this like every May, where we'll have like a pretty big community challenge, and so. This one is pretty cool. So it's in case of crash out, break glass. So it's actually like a resilience challenge. So the whole point of this month's community challenge, which y'all can, it's absolutely free. Y'all can join on Discord, is we're going to be like, in case of emergency, break the glass. So in case of the world falling apart, like what are the skills that you need to develop? How do you cope? So there's going to be a community challenge where people will like, we'll give you all tasks and stuff like that. In the past, we've done things like touch grass challenges, which was awesome, which is like people going out and like doing things in the world. So things like meditating in a park, like meeting up with friends.
Go outside. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, doing stuff to help build your community and help your community be healthy that's cool. Sounds good. I don't know how I don't know this channel, so I'm not gonna judge. Sounds a little bit shallow, but he's claiming to be a professional, so I'm not part of the community, so maybe there's more to it that like the community engages in, but I don't care about this. I don't need mental health, I'm a disaster. Oh my god. Are we good? Oh, he's got tech issues. There he is. Okay.
Very
okay.
nice. No, I think fix this.
I think I got mine. Did we do it? Okay.
Kind of.
Okay, sweet.
I'm trying to fix it on my end.
Okay, well, it's working for me, so that's all that matters in life.
Is that how it goes?
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Isn't that what you've learned from being on the internet recently?
Yeah, definitely. That's how it works.
Is that if it works for someone, that's all that matters?
That's all that matters. Yep.
Yeah, so how you been, Thor?
It's been rough.
Yeah, I hear that. So I don't really follow much of, internet drama. So you want to talk about what's been going on, or you want to like...
I find dismissing things, I find the term, when issues come up, I find using terms like, oh, I don't really follow internet drama, like phrases like that, dismissive. But, like, it's dismissive by nature, right? It's like, oh, well, it's not important because it's happening on the internet and it's drama, and it's like, and I don't really follow that. And it's like, this is not a good approach, particularly when you're talking to the person under fire, right? So right now, like, the person in the hot seat is Thor, right? Thor's the one under fire right now. He's the one being attacked, or he's the one being criticized, or he's the one who's in the hot seat, right? He's the one who's you're talking to, and you're dismissing his experience. Like, let's say you're pro Thor, right? You're dismissing what he's going through. He's telling you, oh, it's not great, and he's like, well, I don't really follow internet drama. Which is, not great. And then also, again, this isn't about, like, streamer versus streamer pissing contest. This is litigious. There's an issue with being litigious. There's an issue of deception. There's an issue of weaponizing ferrets, I guess, like the ferret protection thing that he supposedly runs. Like, oh boy, goodness gracious me. Again, Stop Killing Games is specifically a political, an attempt to change the political landscape for consumer rights. So I find it odd and dismissive and rude and misrepresentative to call it internet drama. Particularly if you admit you don't know what's going on.
Like, not talk, which is like totally fine.
I don't even know where to start with it.
What's going on?
I think recently I've actually been dealing.
So I would now like to point out that we are now looking at a scenario where this guy is Dr. K is now coming into this but with a bias of taking in only Thor's side and description of what's going on. Now that's not to say that that's impossible and you can't do that. There are ways to go about doing that where it can be appropriate. But I just want to be clear that that's what's happening.
Dealing with the ferret rescue. So I guess we could start with that because it's
okay.
more recent stuff.
What did I just say about the ferrets? God damn it.
We had, and this kind of ties back into it too. So we had 2 deaths in the rescue this last week, which is rough, and like, I'm finding, because we're at about 60 ferrets now, we hover around 60, and we lose about 1 to 2 a month because it's a rescue, and that's kind of how it works. You get animals in that are really messed up, really bad position, and that's kind of how it goes. And I'm finding that I can't emotionally connect with every animal. You just can't do it. It's not humanly possible to do that because you're going to lose them, and you can't like absorb that at all times. It's not like a healthy thing to do. And I've been going through that through like the last couple of them, but the last one really messed me up because it was Ghost, and Ghost is she was one of the first rescue ferrets, and this animal was like physically abused badly originally. And when I went to go pick her up, she was like one of the first ones that I went to go pick up. Normally they'd give you in like a carrier, and the person's like all excited, and they're like, "Hey, I'm really sorry, I feel bad, I feel like a bad person." You talk to them about it, and then they give you the animal, and there's like crying and whatever, right? And then you take the animal, and then they want to reach out and know how they're doing and everything like this, because it's usually a person surrendering because they just can't take care of them. This one, I go to the house, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm here to pick her up," and this person just did this and like handed this ferret to me like this, and it's covered in shit, like just feces all over the body. And I'm like, "Do you have like a carrier?" And they're like, "Nah." And emaciated, covered in feces. Ear mites, visible ear mites. It was awful, and it was just she's scratching herself. She had like it was bad, dude.
Oh my god.
Take her to the vet, and we fix her up, and then we find that she is deeply afraid of other animals. She can't be near other ferrets at all whatsoever. Anytime you put her near one, she freezes, and then she bite them.
I don't understand what we're doing. I'm sorry you had some ferrets die in your ferret rescue. I guess. I'm not a fan of when somebody, the first thing they do in an interview that is about an issue to immediately obfuscate it with this appeal to if you say, "Hey, how you doing?" You say, "Hey, not great." "Oh, what's going on with you?" "Oh, we had some ferrets die at the rescue, and I was really close to one of these ferrets because they were one of the first ones, and they were in really bad shape when we got them." Fine. Still not the biggest fan of that as an opening, the first thing we're hearing about. But if you come to me or you post online and you say, "Hey, we're gonna have an honest conversation with this person, and we're gonna talk about this internet drama," and then this person immediately just trauma dumps about their pets, I'm gonna stop them. I'm gonna be like, whoa, hold on, yeah, we get it. Like, okay, we're not like, are you okay to be doing this interview right now? Then, like, you gotta pump the brakes on that. Because now you're just, it's almost nefarious. Like, Thor was in the back listening to what this guy was saying and what he wanted to talk about. He knows what this conversation is supposed to be about, and the first thing he does is claim that these ferrets dying is looped into the drama that's going on. How? Because you're not in a good mental state and it's one of the things that is just, like, adding on? I mean, I guess you could say that. It's not a great starting point. You know what I mean? It's not a great starting point if you're having an honest conversation. I mean, it's fine to be like, hey, I'm not in a good emotional state. All this shit's going on, and on top of that, my pet died. Like, yeah, that sucks. Your feelings are valid, but they're not necessarily relevant. And, like, did I not just say weaponizing the ferrets? Did I not just say that? There's a tweet out there where Thor, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up so you guys can see it. Because it's like, it's gross. And again, it's not to say that, like, his feelings don't matter. Like, fair. Like, it sucks that but you run a rescue. Like, these things happen. And yeah, he's right, you're not gonna get emotionally attached, and you can't get emotionally attached to every animal you bring into a rescue, because that's gonna burn you out. But how is that tied to you getting criticism on the internet for Stop Killing Games? Let me see if I can find the stupid tweet about ferrets. Yeah, oh, it wasn't a tweet. Sorry, I got that wrong. It was a post. Here it is. For the people in the back who don't get it, you know where this road of attacks and well poisoning ends? It ends with shutting down company and firing everyone if they manage to poison enough people. It ends in no longer being able to support ferret rescue. Unless I can snag a job that supports it. People think that this is some ego trip. Fuck no, I have people to take care of. The ferrets, man. You can't hide behind ferrets. If you care about the ferrets, hand it over to somebody else and make it a charity. There you go. You want to keep the ferret rescue going? That's what you do to keep your ferret rescue going. If that's the thing that you care about and your PR is so bad that it's going to harm the ferrets, then you should be putting the ferrets first. Stop fucking blaming everybody else for whatever's going on with the ferrets. The fact that it's the first fucking thing. Oh my god. He fucking talks about it like, oh yeah, ferrets die, it's part of it, it's, you know, as if it's not a big deal, and then goes into like this big fucking trauma dump.
And immediately pee and poop, which is not a normal response for a social animal. It's like very clearly something has gone wrong. She came from like some kind of an abusive household situation. We've never seen a ferret do that ever. And I worked for, I want to say, God, it's got to be, it's like 2 years now. It had to be like 2 years of working with this animal every day, trying to like get her to integrate with the others, and she never would do it. But she was just so sweet, and I just played with her every day because they need kind of social interaction. And
how did she respond to humans?
Great, totally fine with humans. She was afraid of being picked up at first.
I wonder how true that claim is about playing with this ferret every day. Because am I wrong that Thor streams like an incredibly large amount of hours? if you were to do the, like, if somebody, so I'm not going to do it. If somebody were to, like, do the math on how many hours he has to spend sleeping, how many hours he's spending streaming, and then how, like, what time in between is left for this ferret, that, like, I mean, or, like, you could scrape his streams to see if he's actually playing, like, if he's playing with the ferret on stream. Right? Like, which is possible. Like, I don't know. I'm noticing that Thor just kind of lies. You know what I mean? Like, just passively just makes shit up. And it's like, oh, I play with this ferret for hours every day. And it's like, what hours? What hours do you have left in your day? And I'm not trying to be petty, but, like, at the point of, I feel like this is, like, a point of no return thing, where it's like, if you're streaming for 11 to 12 hours a day, and you need to sleep for, let's be a generous, 6? How many, when are you programming your game? Like, when are you taking care of all these ferrets at your ferret rescue? When are you, like, what? It just seems like the amount of claims are just, like, at minimum exaggerated.
Which is kind of common because people don't know how to handle them and then they get afraid of hands. It's like a normal thing. But she's fine with humans. She was terrified of animals. It was very strange. And it's weird, especially with being afraid of other ferrets. It's very odd, right? So.
Okay, so now what does this have to do to tie into your quote-unquote internet drama? Because that's why you brought it up.
So it probably a neglect situation where she was just left in a cage with another ferret and learned to be afraid of them, because it's all learned behavior. They're super social. So, but a couple of weeks ago, she suddenly started coughing, and it turned out she had Hodgkin-like lymphoma.
Okay.
Which is hyper-aggressive cancer. It killed her in about 2 weeks. There was no way out. Couldn't save her. Couldn't do anything. We normally get months for that. We can do chemo, all kinds of stuff, but it just killed her. And going into, like, how that ties in with stuff is we've got people that are really pissed off at me over, like, World of Warcraft from about 100 days ago. It was on January 14th.
Okay.
And they're mad because I ran out of a dungeon in Hardcore WoW.
Well, I guess now at least he's admitting that he roached, because before he was like, no, I didn't do that.
Specifically because our group was wiping.
Thor, can you turn up your volume some?
Is
weird to say 100 days and not a few months ago. Yeah, that is an odd way to measure time.
I think that's as loud as it can go. Let me see if we can do it on this one.
I should probably specify, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, a hardcore World of Warcraft server means that if you're, like, your character dies, they're dead. And so, like, these are characters that people spend years and years and years playing with and leveling and gearing up and doing these incredibly difficult raids at an incredibly high level of play. And him running away, the reason the party was wiping was because he was running away and not playing the game well. And then he threw a hissy fit because people were pissed at him because they lost these characters that they had spent so long working on, and then they got kicked out of the server, because that's the rules of the server. If you die, not only do you lose your character, you don't get to play anymore. So please tell me why Thor's emotional attachment to his elderly rescue ferret is more valuable than all these people, their entire friend group, the server they play in, and the literal hours and hours and hours that they've spent on this character and in their group and their group friend relationships. Because that's what he's currently comparing. And the answer is that's a shitty thing to do. You shouldn't compare stuff like that. Everybody has emotional attachments to things.
I don't know if I can.
Yeah, let me see, because it seems like you're pretty
I'm
quiet.
almost redlining on mine.
Hello?
I
Can you hear me
kind
now?
of want to bass
he's
boost
he's
my
quiet,
audio.
right? Yeah, so he's saying he's jacked up as high as he can go. So should I
That's
turn
weird.
my volume down?
Did this guy just pick up the phone to figure out how to rebalance his audio during a live stream? Oh my god. Fucking 2.9 million subscribers? Are you fucking with me right now? Why are we taking this person seriously? Oh my god. Technical difficulties happen. I don't mean to... Alright.
And just tell stream to turn up the volume? He's jacked up to 200% on Discord.
Well, that's weird. Is it your headphones?
Okay, I can try to do that. Let me.
They're saying that I sound good on your stream.
Yeah, he sounds
you
fine
sound
on the
fine
screen.
to me. Let me see.
So he sounds fine to you and sounds fine to the stream. What are you fucking with? What is happening?
So they're saying I find volume is good. Okay, they're saying he's fine. So I think we fixed it. You're both low as usual. Okay, cool. Thank you, chat. I don't know. I think he sounds buttery smooth, dude. Like butter.
That's super funny.
Okay.
Yeah, so this whole thing started with like World of Warcraft Classic
Okay.
back in January. And
Okay.
It was part of this thing called OnlyFangs. And you kind of meme around, you make characters, but it's hardcore. So if your character dies, you lose it forever. But it's a character in a video game, right?
You meme around it. Oh, yeah. So, like I said, his value and his time and effort that he's invested in this ferret is more important than the time and value that that all these people put into their relationships and their work in this World of Warcraft shit. And again, this is not the only issue Thor has. People have had issues with Thor from before this.
We're doing this dungeon, and the call was made to run, but it's kind of before that. Is we did the dungeon before that in a group, and we failed, and it was like, oh shit, everybody's running, everyone's freaking out, and we all made it out alive on that one. So we decided to go back in. Probably shouldn't have done that. When you have a group that falls apart like that, you probably shouldn't do it again. But we went back in.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with you or anything else. It's the group. It's everybody else. Yeah, okay. So he's still not fucking admitting it. He's still trying to obfuscate the stupid World of Warcraft issue.
And on this one, a poll was made that was way too big. We weren't ready for it. And then all of us fucked up. Like every single one of us did, including me. And I talked about it online for it. But there was a pinnacle.
You talked about it online, as in you blamed everybody else, said everyone else fucking sucked, and that you were the one who, before the raid, you were like, I know what I'm doing, don't worry, guys. I'm playing this major support that's gonna be able to keep everybody alive, and I got all the big brain plays, and then you roached. And then you fucking roached. You abandoned ship, and left everybody to die.
Moment where one of the guys said, run. So we all ran. Because you're letting a guy be a shot caller.
Did we all ran?
As I ran, he goes, why are you running to me? And I'm like, I could be a dick right now and be like, you told us to run, right? I could just...
That wouldn't be being a dick. That's not the part that would be being a dick. If your shot caller said run and then said to you specifically, wait, why are you running? And you said, didn't you just tell us to run? That would be a reasonable thing to say. That wouldn't be being a dick. The question is, were you supposed to support everybody while they ran away and then you move instead of just bailing without casting and doing your support job while everybody's trying to get out? Is that more likely what happened?
Like, reflect that, be like, what are you talking about? Like, you did that. And I was like, what do you want me to do for you? right? And I said, what do you want me to do for you? Look at
Everybody messed up, including me, but here's how me messing up wasn't my fault, and what a good guy I am.
Because it was mostly out of mana, but I had resources that I could have done for it. And I tried to make like kind of a light of the situation, and I was mostly irritated. It was an irritation response, not like a real accurate response. And it turned into this massive meme. And there's people in chat getting banned for it right now, even. So for over 100 days now, there's people that spam.
Why are people getting banned from your chat? For what? What are they saying? That you roached? You're banning people? He's gonna have an honest conversation, but he's gonna ban anybody who brings up the internet drama we're all here to talk about. Why are you doing the interview then? I don't understand. I had mana, but there were things that I could... I had no mana, but I had some mana, but I had resources, but I didn't use them, but I could have used them, but they told me to run, but they didn't tell me to run. What the fuck?
Mana gem, and you're out of resources, and run away from your friends, and all this kind of shit. And the thing that's crazy about that is, tying back into the ferret stuff, is when Ghost died, my YouTube got littered with comments saying Ghost died because she was out of mana.
Oh my god.
That's the shit that I'm getting every day now. Because these aren't people that give a shit about World of Warcraft.
That is mean. Oof. That is a mean thing to say. You should not tease people about the death of their pets. That is not a nice thing to do, everybody. That's bad form. Don't make... You leave pets out of this. It would help if Thor left pets out of it, but listen, don't sink to his level. It's not a nice thing to say. Shame on you.
They're not people that give a shit about those characters. They're not people that care about any of this stuff. They just want to hate me, and they're doing everything they possibly can to do that in the most vicious and fucked up way I've ever seen.
If that's the most vicious and fucked up thing you've ever seen, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but welcome to the internet. That is not exactly the most vicious the internet can be. Don't get me wrong, that's a mean thing to say. And they are in fact trying to bully you. That's bullying behavior. That is not the worst thing that could happen. It's harsh, but a little bit funny. Yes. Yes. It's a little... Yeah.
And it is thousands of people. It is not a small amount.
Yeah, I'm gonna press X to doubt on the claim of the amount of people doing it. And I think you also might be misrepresenting the criticism. Black Spider said, for context, what the normal way seemingly could be was to make sure everyone else got out of there too. He instead just ran away, not looking back and claiming the whole time, I have no mana. And apparently he did have mana. I don't know.
People, it is thousands. And I get this shit every day. And then there's people that come in and they go, oh, it's so funny. I just said mana in his chat and I got banned. It's like, yeah. We've banned 50,000 people on Twitch alone for this.
You're banning people because they said the word mana? I feel like there's a time obfuscation going on here. He's saying... There's 50,000 people in a day on Twitch alone? What are you talking about? That can't be possible. There's no way. Like, what? Or even if it's 50,000 people in a month, and you're banning them because they said the word mana? Bro, you're a video game creator. You make games and talk about making games. Lots of games use mana, and you're banning people for saying the word mana in your chat? How do you have anybody in your chat if you ban 50,000 people? This is what remember when I said earlier when he talked about like the hours of time he spent with his ferret, and I was like, I'm kind of starting to doubt this because I think he just kind of lies about numbers. He just throws shit out there and he just kind of lies. This same thing. This is the same fucking thing. Oh my good god.
50,000 accounts so far.
Sorry, I think what I was saying. I think there's some kind of time obfuscation going on here because we've got like this quote unquote 100 days ago, and then he's saying recently his ferret died, which means he was banning people for using the word mana before his claim about what people were saying about the ferret dying. So, can we get an actual clear picture? Could our interviewer please ask for some clarification? Like, you're not just gonna nod along with this 50,000 number, are you?
For that. And about 14,000 have gotten unbanned because they put an unban request because they're like, oh, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal. And it's like, dude, this is crazy. It's been going on for over 100 days now. I think it's like, yeah, so it's about over 100 now. And it's not just that, it spiraled out into other things where people made all kinds.
The obfuscation here and like the crossing of the hairs about like the ferret dying has nothing to do with this World of Warcraft thing except you're getting shitty comments about it.
Kinds of wild ass accusations on me. They tried to say I was a pedophile at one point because I had a friend back when I was like 19 and they were like 17. We're still friends today. We're both almost 40. And they tried to make up allegations about the two of us, and she had to come out, or he had to come out and say, like, no, this is bullshit. That never happened. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? So, like, we keep getting, like, these... basically, I got gish galloped for a while, where it's like...
What does that mean?
Shitload of weird... gish gallop is like, I say a whole bunch of lies about you, and you can't respond fast enough, so it looks like they're true.
Okay. That's not... I don't know anything about any allegations about pedophilia. I haven't seen that anywhere, so that one I don't know anything about, so I won't comment on it. But that a gish gallop is a debate tactic because the other person doesn't have enough time in the debate to address all of the claims that you made. Some of those claims might be true and might not be true, or might be accurate or might not be accurate, or arguments that are being made. That's what a gish gallop is. You can't gish gallop when you keep... It's not other people gish galloping you when you keep getting yourself into shit over and over and over again. That's just you tripping over yourself and falling down the stairs and being mad that there are stairs and blaming other people, saying, hey, he keeps falling down the stairs. Oh... Gish Gallop is specifically named after Gish. Used to do this. You know you could just take each issue and address them as individual issues, right? You have, like, Thor doesn't have a small platform. He could just be like, alright, I'm gonna address a bunch of this shit. Here's this one thing, here's the address. Here's the next one, here's the address. You're not on a time limit, dude. You're not on a time limit. You can address nobody. It's your channel. I have shit tons of people making up shit about me all the fucking time. And I, pick my battles about which ones I'm gonna address and which ones I'm not. And sometimes I address them and sometimes I don't.
Basically the way that it felt. So it was like a whole bunch of like weird...
Oh, that's just how it felt, not how it is. Oh, okay.
Weird. Gish Gallop is like, I say a whole bunch of lies about you, and you can't respond fast enough, so it looks like they're true. Is basically the way that it felt. So it was like a whole bunch of like weird accusations all at the same time, as quickly as possible.
Well, they're all weird, so I'm just going to dismiss all of the accusations, and not identify the difference between an accusation and a truth. Here's the thing, the people making fun of you for mana aren't wrong to make fun of you for mana. They're correct. You did that thing. You admitted you did that thing. You're blaming everybody else. You're refusing to take any kind of accountability for it, but you did it. And everybody knows you did it. Now, should they be bringing up your dead ferret? No. They shouldn't do that. That's not a nice thing to do. You should leave people's pets alone. But the issue of people saying or talking about mana long before that you've banned... Before even the death of the ferret that you're trying to loop all this into, as if that's reasonable and isn't, like, emotional manipulation at its peak. And then trying to, like, fucking shove it in, like, that goes in the square hole! Like... Bro.
And it's weird because when you fight against them, I found something that's really odd to me is I've never seen this before on the internet. Normally, when you ignore stuff, it kind of goes away. You can't ignore things now. If you ignore something,
you've never seen this before? Is Thor new to the internet? Is he new? Is it first day on the internet, kid? What do you mean you've never seen this before? Are you serious? All this, okay, alright. His argument at this point as to what's going on with him is that he is just flat out first time on the internet. I don't know how anything on the internet works. That's his argument. It's sorry guys, I'm just stupid. I don't know anything. Holy shit, dude. No fucking way. Please, chat. Please tell me people don't buy this. Please tell me that nobody is buying this horse shit. Cause like, I got a bridge to sell you, my friend.
That people immediately think it's true. And when it's serious allegations like that, you have to respond. So immediately responded to it, shut it down.
This is a long You've never heard the phrase that lies travel faster than truth? You know what a gish gallop is, but you're out here being like, oh, I've never heard of this or seen this before? It's got a name! I mean, you described it incorrectly, but the concept has a name named after a guy who did this in debates for years. You're citing him and then saying, I've never seen this before. I feel like I'm taking green one.
When I did that, there was a very large number of people to go, no one thought that was real anyway. And then there was a whole nother group of people to go, oh, you're fighting it, which means it's true.
I see.
It's like, where is this coming from? It's like the most...
It's coming from you. The criticism is from your behavior, and because you don't address it directly, and you don't address it clearly, then it doesn't go away. And some things will never go away all the way. You just have to deal with them as best as you can. That's how it works. This isn't new. This isn't some fucking big philosophy invention that's just showed up just for him. No. You have to address these things, and not everyone's going to agree with your address. You can't please everybody, but you're sitting here saying that you expect that you should be able to. Damned if you do, damned if you don't situations are real. If you want to mitigate the damage, you need to hire a PR firm. Good God, dude, this isn't hard. The problem isn't that you don't, that whether or not you do or do not address the allegation or the claims that are against you, which are weird and unreasonable, when you already admitted that the one you brought up for World of Warcraft is publicly available. Anybody can go and look up and watch exactly what you did in that fucking World of Warcraft scenario. You can't gaslight everybody. And then you're like, I'm glad I gaslit everybody, I obfuscated everything, you all just need to believe me, and if you don't, you're a shitty person. And I'm banning you from my chat for daring to bring it up. As if, like, so what part was addressing it, Thor? Was the part where you were banning everybody the part where you were addressing the issue? Is it the part where you were trying to gaslight everybody to claim and rewrite what happened? That everybody could go and watch? You're confusing criticism with trolling? You know, for somebody who supposedly likes to talk about social engineering a lot, you seem to not fucking... when it's happening to you, or not happening to you in a way that's positive for you, you seem pretty... like to claim ignorance pretty quick.
It's the most whiplash, strange behavior that I've seen on that stuff pretty much ever. And it kind of freaked me out, man. But yeah, it's invested internet trolling. Yeah, I think it's the most invested that I've seen with this kind of stuff. It reminds me a lot of...
What? The most do you not know who Chris Chan is? Are you serious? You don't know Sonichu? You want to talk about invested in internet trolling? Kiwi Farms exists? There was an entire fucking publicized, globally spoken about lawsuit involving Johnny Depp and Amber Heard where internet trolling was actually a major factor being discussed in the courtroom. The phrase #AmberTurd is in the court records. Again, we're back to Thor has decided that his defense is he doesn't know anything about the internet. And I don't know if that's a really good way to fucking do this. I mean, fuck. Jesus Christ. Even like in the gaming spheres, there are bigger stories where trolling and attacking people have gone on. A Dream, like Minecraft servers where there's like these massive troll farms. There, like this. I mean, do we know that Thor didn't like do it on purpose? And then it backfired? Like he talked a bunch of good game, fucking bailed on purpose, and like just fucking shit on this whole server's thing out of like spite or to like generate drama on purpose for attention? Do we know that that's not the case? I doubt it. I think he's just dumb. But like, what are we talking about?
Of like Coney 2012, which is just like they've absorbed into their personality that they need to kill me by whatever means, right?
What? Huh? I need a drink. Put a beer in the freezer. Oh my god. What the fuck? What? What? People have it. What? You are not fucking serious. I would like to point out that Thor has been speaking uninterrupted for about 15-ish minutes, and the doctor, psychologist man hasn't said shit yet. Holy fuck. And then he said, Coney 2012? Are you comparing? What? What? Coney 2012 was about a man who was kidnapping and creating child soldiers. And then what? I am gobsmacked. How is this interviewer not listening? What the fuck? Are you serious? You said you've never seen anything like this, and now you're saying it reminds you of something. What the fuck?
I think it's the most invested that I've seen with this kind of stuff. It reminds me a lot of like Coney 2012, which is just like they've absorbed into their personality that they need to kill me by whatever.
People have absorbed into their personality that they need to kill me? What people? Who are you talking about? Go to your local authorities. What is fucking happening right now? What an absolutely insane... Like, I don't know. I don't know if this is like, is this paranoia? Is this paranoia mixed with like I'm super duper important in everyone else's life? Like, I know that there are people who watch me and absolutely hate me, and that's fine. And there are people who are really, really parasocially attached to things that I do and that I say. But I'm not like... How did you come to this conclusion? And, like, I received death threats. Like, that's something that happens. Like, I've gotten death threats before. It's not new. But, and there are channels that are, like, out there that are way more focused on me than they should be. What?
Remains, right? And when I say kill, I mean it. Like, I've gotten swatted over this. I've had weird...
Oh, has he? Has he been swatted? Do we have a citation for that? I would like to... I'd be curious to know if that's actually true. If, like, he's actually been swatted. I would be curious to know if that's actually true, so I'm just gonna dump a citation needed, please. Again, I haven't seen anything about him being swatted, so I'm not saying what he's saying isn't true. I'm just saying that I don't know about that, and so if somebody's got a citation for me, let me know. I guess I could just Google it. I guess I just search it. Hold on. I've seen too many people lie about being swatted. I mean... Let's try pirate software. I'm... not seeing... I'm not seeing that. I mean, he's saying... How many did he say he got?
When I say kill, I mean it. Like, I've gotten swatted over this. I've had weird phone calls to my phone where they're trying to, like set me up to try to get me arrested and all kinds of shit. I've had death threats, thousands of death threats over this, which is just insane.
I don't believe you. I'm at the point where I don't believe you. There's no verification for this. There's no... I'm looking for it now. There's nothing in here. He's claiming this, but there's no... Like, he's live for 12 hours a day. When the fuck did you get swatted? Like, like... Like, there's, like, shit like this. That's like, I'm no longer working at off-brand games. People were attacking all of the games we were publishing. None of the games currently worked on by off-brand are having a massive review bombing. The only game that is having a review bombing is Heartbound. But, like... And at the same time, Heartbound isn't fully, like, doesn't have any proper release to it. So, like, it's reasonable for people to have waited years for a game and then have that nothing come out for it and then review bomb it. Because that's not even a review bomb, that's just accurate. And, like, part of this is, like, all you had to do was, like, correct the fucking information and stop being an asshole to everybody, and, like, maybe people would be nicer to you. Because that seems to be his actual problem. He wants to be treated like he's special, and when people don't treat him like he's special, he gets mad. Yeah, I've seen enough people lie about being swatted on the internet that I don't just believe that claim at this point.
And, it's weird, man. Like, I've never seen this kind of vitriol over something that's just so not a big deal. And for
You think it's not a big deal. You don't even... This is the Vic Mignogna problem again. He's not actually addressing the criticism. He's addressing a straw man of what he claims the criticism actually is, and he's misrepresenting it. The same way he's misrepresenting what happened with the World of Warcraft server, the same way he misrepresented what's going on with Stop Killing Games, the same way he misrepresented the criticism that he's received around misrepresenting Stop Killing Games. Same thing. It's a pattern of behavior.
Such a long period of time, too.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious. So first of all, that sounds insane.
It is.
Yeah, it does. Bizarre, strange. His telling of this seems unreasonable.
Yeah.
Like, I've certainly seen that there are people who I don't think people on the internet realize how much power they have to really like mess up someone. So there's this perception that, okay, if you're like successful or famous, that, I don't know if this makes sense. It's like almost like the things that you have going well in life are in the same HP pool as the psychological attacks. But that's not how it works. Right? So like I can have a really, really, really strong biceps, but that doesn't protect me from like Hodgkin's lymphoma. Like it just, like the dimensions.
This is a terrible analogy.
A human being, and maybe people understand this, right? So like you can have some dimension of your life going well, and if some other dimension of your life like goes really, really bad, there's a certain amount of resilience that carries through with like the human body. But generally speaking, having a great relationship doesn't make up for a toxic boss. It can help you withstand it. And I think the other big thing that people don't really appreciate is that, like, when someone has an emotional thing that happened to them, like it sounds like you lost a ferret that you were very closely attached to and had sort of connected with. And when they kind of like attack you in that way, like that's very like hurtful.
Yeah, they know. They know that that's hurtful. They're doing that on purpose. I don't think that's in question. Like, yeah, correct. That's the.
Well, I mean, it's intended to be, and like, I think what it came to is like, I can identify that and be like, okay, this is an unreasonable attack, right? There's kind of like reasonable attacks for like, hey, I'm upset at you for like legitimate reasons. This is why I'm upset at you, and we go, okay, cool. We either resolve that,
but you don't, because you ban anybody who says the word mana in your video game stream tag chat.
Don't resolve it, and we kind of go from there, right? And then there's unreasonable attacks, which I think that is an unreasonable attack of like going in and be like, your ferret's out of mana, that's why it died. Like that's designed to just it's designed.
I'm starting to suspect that not the number of people that he claimed posted this actually did. We're gonna find out that like one person spam posted it 3 times and then mods deleted it, and that was it. That's because like I'm starting to think this man might exaggerate a little bit.
Designed to get in your head. It's designed to fuck you up. There's no someone trying to fix a scenario there. They just want to hurt you, right? And so I kind of package those in different ways. But yeah, no, they still hit you. There's no dodging that.
So what I'm kind of curious about, Thor, is like, so first of all, I don't think that
I mean, sure, but when you misapply it to something else, that's not reasonable. Or try to wipe away all criticism that you've received from World of Warcraft by saying this person said something mean about my ferret referencing it is not. That's a deflection. That's weaponizing an emotion to deflect from legitimate criticism coming from other people that are completely unrelated to whoever it was that said this thing about the ferret.
Going through is, I guess, justified.
It also doesn't mean that people have made it their personality to want to unalive you. That's a really big fucking stretch.
I mean, it's not my place to judge, but also like,
it would be equally as mean to say that, like, for example, like, oh, the ferret went to work at Blizzard in the Sky. Like, that could be mean, that could be nice, depends on the context and who's saying it, right? Like, who's saying it matters. The context around how this thing came about matters. That could be a nice thing that somebody's saying. I don't know.
It sounds like what you did was, I'm still not quite sure. You made a snide comment and then ran away in a hardcore dungeon?
You made a snide comment and then ran away in a hardcore dungeon. This dream is from 2 months ago, and this dude doesn't even know the World of Warcraft shit that went on? Okay. Okay, I was being charitable earlier to Healthy Gamer GG, but now my charity has run out. This is unreasonable. Why are you talking to Thor if you don't know anything that's gone on in the last year? At least. Like, why are you here?
I made a snide comment as we were escaping the dungeon, and 2 people died in that runaway.
Okay.
And that was it. And then all the people in 5. This is the funny part. The person who made the rude comment to me at the first place, it was like, "Why are you running?" He ended up getting.
Why is that rude? No, hold on. That's not how this was presented at all. Did you guys catch that? The interviewer asked, Dr. K asked Thor, "I'm not entirely sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying that you made a rude comment and then ran away in a hardcore dungeon?" And Thor turned it into, "This other guy said a rude comment to me," which was not even close to remotely the original claim. The original claim is he's the shot caller, told people to run, I ran, and then he asked me why I was running. So, what? What the fucking bait and switch going on here? Good God.
And some other drama with it that I don't even know what happened, and I stepped away from it because I was like, I don't want to deal with any of this. I'm out, right?
I don't want to deal with any criticism, so I'm not going to deal with the criticism, and there seems to be some other issue going on, but I don't care. I'm going to ignore it and hope it goes away. And now I'm going to cry that it didn't go away.
After all that shit. But what ended up happening right after that was it just exploded, man. Like, it just detonated into the sun of just, like, people being... I feel unreasonably angry, because to me, it's like, that's a character in a video game. We just go make new characters. And So you just don't care about anybody else's feelings in the matter, or the sense of betrayal and backstabbing that's involved in those types of relationships, because you don't value those things. And you're telling other people that they're wrong for valuing those things because you value your emotions more than anybody else's. That's all this is. Me, fuck you, me. Somebody, listen, if somebody really wanted to troll Thor, they should be sending him the orange lantern ring. That's the type of fucking, that's some top tier trolling. What's mine is mine is mine is mine is mine is mine, not yours. Good fucking God, this is pathetic. 0 empathy. And you just... The whole point, the whole motto for that entire...
He has 0 empathy from other people, or for other people, but is demanding that everyone give it to him.
Thing was, we go again. Your character dies.
Yeah, so I think that this is where things get like if you're...
Then why did you run away, Thor? If it's just a character, and you can just make a new one, and it doesn't take however many hours of getting gear and leveling up and speccing your character to get whatever it is that you want out of your character, why did you run away and not give up your character to save somebody else? You don't value your character and they value theirs. Why don't you care about this friend that you're playing with? It's almost like you're just pulling that out of your ass. Good fucking... No wonder people are mad at this guy. He's fucking infuriating. Like, he speaks and he just says the worst possible thing.
Open to talking about this. Like, I think it could be helpful, because I think there's two things that can be true at the same time. One is that the amount of hate that you've received is not acceptable. That, I think, is true. Like,
why? What, you said you didn't know about what's happened. So why do you think that's true? Because Thor told you so? Thor claims that he's gotten death threats over this, and so you just believe him by fiat? This is the difference, right? When you're a professional, and I'm going to draw this distinction here because this guy claims he's a professional. Is it psychology? When you're a psychologist, it is your job to assume that the person you're talking that is talking to you and has come to you is telling you the truth. It is your job to assume and make those assumptions. So that makes sense. This isn't a private session. This is an interview on the internet that was streamed on Twitch and YouTube. Negligence. If you're going to do this, you need to know what the fuck's been going on. And if you don't care about characters dying and just starting again, why are you even playing in a hardcore server? Why are you getting people to rely on you just to roach on them and then tell them that they don't matter? Because that's what you're saying. You're telling these people that have spent hours and hours and hours to collectively do this thing that their time and their feelings and they as people do not matter.
Like, in this moment, I believe that to be true. Like, that's not okay. And the way that you are describing the story and the response that you got, there's a big gap there.
No, there isn't, if you actually listen to what he said. If you actually listen to what he said, clearly, Thor is clearly demonstrating why he's the problem. And why people are irritated at him, and why people are giving him fucking a lot of pushback, and why he's quote-unquote getting hate. Does that mean he should be getting death threats? No, you shouldn't be sending people death threats. Do I think people should imbibe in their personality that they want somebody to be unalived by any means necessary? No. But I just don't think these things are true.
That I think does not... So even if it's unfair, it seems like there's something missing to evoke. So what I'm thinking is, like, if there's a hardcore raid and people die, sometimes there's a weird situation on the internet where it's like Tinder catches fire and then things get blown out of proportion.
Sure.
So there's absolutely like an unfairness to that, but I'm also imagining and thinking about my experiences on the internet. And the way that you're describing it seems... So there's no question that things are, like, objectively... In my mind, anyway. Maybe I'm wrong here. But there's no way in my mind that you deserve what is happening to you, because I don't believe that someone getting death threats is warranted for anything that happens in World of Warcraft.
Okay. I mean, I can agree with that if you believe what Thor is saying is true. It comes off of the caveat, which is... why it is problematic that this guy is going into this interview without knowing what is going on. Good God. Yes, Thor should not be receiving death threats. That's not the criticism. That's not the topic. That is not the point. And it's the obfuscation that's the problem.
I just don't think that's like... I cannot...
Yeah.
envision a scenario in which those 2 points get connected. And at the same time...
I do understand the route that it carried, though, and I can't explain that. Anyway.
Yeah, so that's... So because I think that, like, the nerve that you... So what I'm getting is that you struck a nerve. You really pissed a lot of people off. and running away in a hardcore wipe, like a hardcore raid that is wiping, I do not think is the nerve that you struck. Does that make sense?
No, it was the fact that I was.
Yes, that makes sense. What he just said makes complete sense. Like, the wiping isn't the problem. The running away isn't the main issue. That is not the main criticism. Nail on the head. Thank you. Well done. Well pointed out. Appreciate. Good. Fantastic. Love that.
I was smug on the way out because I made the comment that I made was made with a smug face, right? Because like at that point it was like the group had already wiped once.
So then you're saying no and then agreeing? You're saying no, it's not, but that doesn't make any sense, but here's why that's correct?
We were in the process of wiping again, and I'm like, dude, like, everybody who's involved in this is screwing up. Why are you calling out just me specifically? I'm going to make a smug comment in response. And then it turned into, this is just this guy's fault. This is just my fault. Shouldn't have made a smug comment for it. Know that, obviously. But the response for this to be 100 days of this and all these crazy out.
No, that's not the issue. He's still got the issue wrong. He's still got the criticism wrong. Again, this is the same thing with Vic Mignogna, same thing with, like, fucking Nick Rokita. These people do not grasp what the actual criticism is, or they refuse to grasp whatever the criticism is, because then they would have to address it directly, and addressing it directly would mean that they'd have to admit to the fact that they did something wrong.
Allegations being made against me, doesn't make sense.
So you
are literally alleging that people have made it part of their personalities to unalive you. And likening it to Coney 2012, dude. The person making fucking egregious allegations against people is you. Good fucking God.
How did you made the smug comment on stream?
Oh yeah, no, all this was live.
Okay, so this was live. And then was there some kind of aftermath? So usually when this stuff happens, it's like, if things go to Twitter, that's when people, I think, really dig themselves into a hole.
No, it didn't go to, I posted a post on Twitter saying, hey, this is all this stuff. I said in there, like, hey, this, everybody screwed up, including myself. This is everything that was going on.
You gaslit people and lied about the situation and then tried to blame everybody else and then banned anybody in your chat that was critical of you.
And that was that. And I have the post, if we can go pull it up. Let me go grab it. Whoop.
So what I'm curious about is the people who got mad at you at the beginning. I'm not talking about the death threat, folks. The people who got mad at you at the beginning, what were they mad about?
They were mad that I was being smug. That was like the general initial catalyst for it. The problem was, what I ended up seeing is a whole bunch of content creators, because this is a content guild, they took a whole bunch of clips of me to make it look as exaggerated as possible, and then turned.
Oh my God. Wrong. Wrong. You're wrong. Do I need to pull it up? Do we need to pull it up and watch what actually happened? I think we should do that. I think we should watch what actually happened. Oh my God, somebody made an somebody animated it. Oh, that's very funny. Here, let's use this clip. Let's just play this. It's 4 minutes. I'm gonna play it uninterrupted. If this ends up getting cut later, for whatever reason, I'm gonna let this roll so you guys can actually see what fucking happened. Because, like, I'm not gonna fucking comment on top of it. I just want you guys to be able to see it. So that way we can, so he can stop gaslighting and we can see what actually fucking happened here.
Boss is coming too, watch out.
Yeah. Well, I got shield wall. God damn it.
Run.
Just run. Can you tell you, dummy?
I can
Alright.
target them, yeah. Should I do it?
Just kill the massive. Yeah, target them, man. Kill the massives.
No.
Aussie, are you fine? Any grenades,
I got last
anything?
stand. You can just
Heal him,
kill
heal
them.
him, heal him, heal him!
Yeah, you just heal me. Just come back a little bit.
Boss on me, sitting bear form.
Snuppy, just run.
I can help a lot. Yeah.
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking? Look
This
at
is
my mana.
savageable. Come
Innervate
on,
you?
man.
Just kill the mastiffs.
Innervate,
Kill the
innervate,
mastiffs.
innervate.
Innervate
Use
the healer.
Nova,
Kill
bro,
the
come on.
mastiffs. We got
He
this.
heals.
In the sense of
Or something?
Do you see
now?
my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
just kill the mastiffs. One shot. Okay, we
More
pulled
than-
another
more on the way,
pass.
more on the
Run
way.
now.
Ice Nova.
The mastiffs can be ice novas.
Dead, I'm dead, I'm dead.
Now we're gonna wait.
Nusara.
No.
Okay, get out, get out.
Run.
Evocation's on cooldown, man.
I can taunt last
How much mana is
moment of
Ice
peace as well?
Nova? There's no that much mana.
You have a boss in you. You called run.
Getting slowed.
Fuck. Wait.
Anything for me?
I can-
Snuppy. Oh,
I
no.
don't think... I cannot stun him. Aussie,
No,
are you
just
good?
run. Just run out. Run out.
Are you good?
The
Aussie?
boss-
Mods
Hey,
were
not
fed $1.76.
Fuck.
They called
The boss
run.
came up after,
I
like, the
ran,
Mastiffs
and I was
too,
out of mana.
after we,
I don't know what the hell they were expecting, dude. That does not make any sense. No, they overpulled 2 pulls and the boss. Like,
Fuck.
no.
Oh, no.
I mean, the regular ogres can still be polyed. We just had the boss and like 5 mastiffs and 2 ogres. We could have polyed 1 ogre, killed 1, and then walked it out.
Yes, literally, just even an Ice Nova would have
You-
been enough.
you guys pulled that
you
when I had-
instantly ran out, bro. You instantly ran. You didn't even look
As much
back.
as you're angry right now, of course I ran.
I'm not
You
angry at
you,
all. I'm
You,
not
you
angry at all.
overpulled 2 packs. You overpulled 2 packs and a boss.
I'm sorry, I know I wasn't gonna comment and interrupt this. This condescending fucking ass, as much as you're angry right now. Oh, dude. Oh, motherfucker. You're asking for it.
I had 1,400 mana left. I had to spend all of that mana to try and put it on Blizzard to save you guys in the first place, and nothing left. You weren't paying attention to party resources, you overpulled, and you weren't paying attention to where the boss was. That's not on me.
I saw the boss coming. I don't know if we could like move back faster, but yeah.
But there wasn't even
Damn.
like any like information. We are just yapping about useless stuff. Do you see my point?
I mean,
not
yeah.
on
But I
me.
mean, I called it the boss coming though, but at that point, maybe it was too late to move back.
Like you're telling me like a rank 1 mage would not like at least to try Frost Nova there. Like you're not even like in danger.
Oh, I'm
You can at
100%
least
in
try a
danger.
Frost Nova. Like,
100%.
No, you're not.
No, 100% in danger. When your shot color says run, it's time to run, you run. That is how that works. You were the shot color, you called for run, I ran.
I'm not a shot
And
caller.
I was out of mana.
Actually, I'm a noob, bro. I
You
think I
called
have
the
way
shot.
less experience than you have.
Oh, dear God.
And I can still see that I can at least use a Frost Nova there. Or at
Okay,
least try
then
something.
go roll
you
a
were
mage
the
and do
first
it.
person that ran away and didn't even look back. Literally.
This
You-
is the
you didn't even
second
say
time.
anything.
This
You
is
could
the
have at
second.
least said like the
Wait,
boss.
you're
were
just
there.
gonna talk
You were just
over me?
yapping
Is that
about
what we're
useless
doing now?
stuff. Well,
You-
I'm
we just
just-
No, you're interrupting him, Thor.
Gonna talk
my
over me?
point.
Is that all
I'm
we're
just
doing?
giving you my points.
Okay. You done giving your point? You good?
Yes. I'm done.
Okay. Cool. You go roll a mage then. See you around. Jesus.
I don't think that's.
Insane shit. No. That is outrageous, dude. You can't blame me for that shit. You make a bad poll, you make a bad call, that's on you, not on anybody
Yaflid
else.
donated $69.69 to charity.
They give the $69.69 to charity. You're awesome as hell. Yeah, no. They pull that with the mage at no mana left. And they pull 2 packs and a boss. What the hell am I supposed to do for them? I could have Frost Nova'd, and the boss would still run him down and kill him. It's not on me. Not at all. Insane shit to see that. Yeah, it's just him trying to blame somebody because he doesn't want to blame himself. That's a mistake on them. And I'm not going to get blamed for that. Not my fault at all. Yeah, not at all.
maybe, Thor, the criticism is that you're a fucking liar.
That into content all over the internet, and they kept pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. Since there's so many content creators pushing it at the same time to try and get as many views as possible, it pushed this narrative, and that spiraled it completely out of control.
People saw the thing that happened and everyone came to the same conclusion? Yeah, it was. Was that our Helios?
Not at all.
Where? In the chat, right? Where? Where? Oops, I made it big. Where? Oh, you got a screenshot of it? Oh my god, I hope that is. I hope it is. It was the chat that went through. What, was it near the beginning? There it is. Nope. Where? I gotta find the dog. Gotta find another dog. I'm gonna find it. Sorry. It's not there. Where is it? Yeah, look at him! Look at him fucking zoom, dude! Look at this. Look at this. He fucking... Oh my god. Look at this. Oh. Right. Here we go. He starts running, he's running, doesn't even turn around once. Doesn't cast a single thing for... How long was that? A minute? You know mana regen is a thing. Good god. It's at the end. There it is. Hey, I do hope that's the Helios that hangs out here sometimes. Helios, if it's you, hi.
And when I say making content out of it, one of those creators actually had his child on video with the face blurred out say, "Pirate software is a disgusting roach." Like, this is wild shit. And that's not a small creator. There's like thousands of viewers.
Bro, they literally watched you do it. This is like saying I didn't run through the street naked and then mad that for content you and your friends streamed and recorded you running through the street naked, and then you're mad that everybody's like, "Hey, he ran through the street naked." Like bro, it's oh my god.
Viewers, right? So you see this kind of shit and you're just like, what's wrong with you, man? Like, why are you doing this? I get it. That's why I put out the video of like anything for views. And it's like, dude, I get that you're trying to do this for views, but you're doing it to cannibalize people around you in the same space as you. That's
literally not true. You're the one who let people die, dude.
Not sustainable long term. Maybe they don't care that it's sustainable or not, but that's fucked up. I don't think there's any other way I can describe that, is to try to cannibalize some other creator so you can get a quick view. Is nuts to me, man.
What are you talking about? That's not... Oh my fucking god.
Especially because throughout...
He's such a fucking liar. Oh my god.
Ben, I was trying to do things like, hey, let's go make content with this other creator. I was sending our community over to other people. Like one of the people that actually turned around and just immediately tried to turn it into memes and views and everything like that and try and go in on me.
Because it's memes. Now you're mad that people are making memes and jokes about like the thing that's funny and ridiculous. Like this is the problem, not the fact that the fact that this thing happened is generally the type of thing that everybody can laugh at after the fact. The problem is nobody can laugh at it after the fact because you keep lying about it and being an asshole, and now you're the one making unreasonable accusations about everybody else who saw all of the same thing happening. Dr. K's face, yeah. I think it's a mistake for Dr. K to have not watched the 4 minutes. Like, it's a mistake to have not watched this 4-minute, 5-minute video before doing this interview.
He had the whole community go over there and gave him a level 25 hype train. Like, just, hey, you guys should support this dude. He's a smaller stream. He's got like 100 viewers. Go and support him, and everybody jumped
now they owe you?
over there and get. It was like $20,000 in a hype train, dude. And then immediately switches around and does that shit. And it's like, what? Like, what's wrong with you?
You literally stabbed them all in the back, and you're mad that people aren't taking your side.
Yeah, so I know this is going to sound weird, Thor, but like I'm getting some missing qualities here. Have you heard that phrase? So,
yeah.
Do you know what missing means? The missing reasons. So I mean, we can take a look at your Twitter post if like. So I think we've actually got a couple of options here. So like I enjoy talking to you. I like you. I respect you. I think that sometimes streamers make mistakes. And at the same time, I think that something about what you're describing...
The kid gloves that Dr. K is using to talk to Thor.
feels like there's a chunk that's missing. So I
think
totally...
it's because it's all disconnected, timeline-wise.
Okay.
Then why are you disconnecting the timeline?
I guess it's hard to describe each individual piece. So the event inside of that dungeon happened.
Yeah, I agree, Feline. I noticed that too. He says, oh, it's like the missing thing. And Thor goes, oh, yeah. And then he goes, do you know what that is? And he says, no. Why did you agree? Why do you just pretend that you know things that you don't?
Then afterwards, I got brought into a call with the person who called me out. I left the call because he was shouting over me. And I was like, I don't want to deal with this. I'm not going to...
That's a lie. That's not what happened. We literally just watched it.
Fight with you. I don't want to deal with it. And I left. So that kind of made that more. And then content creators started to make a big deal about it. I started to receive death threats in the game from other players. And I said on stream, I'm going to start reporting people for doing this shit. I'm going to go after them. That got clipped.
You're going to go after them? What does that mean? What does it mean? You already said you were going to report them, so how are you going to go after them outside of reporting them? I don't think there's a problem with reporting that. If people are sending you death threats, you should report it. Yeah, that's fine. That's standard. Correct. But what do you mean you're going to go after them? So you made threats. So people threatened you, so you threatened them in return.
Sent out onto the internet. And then when people sent that out on the internet, they tried to say that I was going after other streamers. When in reality, I was going after the people who were sending me death threats, and the only streamers that I reported were ones that had done things like...
So you did go after streamers. So you went after streamers, but because you said this other thing about something else, you're saying that people are lying, then admitting you did the thing? People are lying when they said I went after streamers. I never said I was going after streamers, but I did go after streamers. Huh? What? Nothing this man says makes any fucking cohesive sense.
Said on stream, I'm going to go to Pirate Software's community and harass him because I think it's good content. Saying that live on stream, which is like 2 or 3 people. And I don't think that's a wrong thing.
Which is like 2 or 3 people. What?
To report. So they clipped that one, and this all kind of got spread onto Livestream Fail and all these little pieces out of context. I guess the basic way to think about it is, imagine you're driving your car.
What's the lack of context? You said you were going to go after people. You went after people. People said you went after people. What's lacking context? That people don't agree with you? People cannot agree with you and have the full context. Just because they don't agree with you are just kowtow to everything you say doesn't mean that they're fucking not listening. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the everyone's dumb but me. Right? It's the if you don't agree with me, you're either a troll or you don't understand what I'm saying. It's that mentality. And it's a bad mentality. It's a really bad habit to just assume that people who disagree with you or don't like you because they're trolling you, or they disagree with you because they're trolling you, or they disagree with you because they don't understand what you're saying. Sometimes people can understand completely what you're saying and still disagree. But here's, and Feline's right. He's not providing proper context either. He could just do that. He could have done that ages ago if it was actually a contextual issue. But what he's actually doing is he's complaining that the context went out everywhere. That 4-minute, 5-minute clip is like everybody, he's complaining that everybody saw that and then made commentary on it, and everybody came to the same fucking conclusion, but they don't have context. How? How do they not have the context? You're complaining that the context went out there. What's out of context?
And there's a guy sitting in the side seat. And he handcuffs you and takes control of the wheel. And you just get to watch the car drive. And no one will listen to you saying, hey, I'm not driving the car. This isn't accurate. They don't listen to that.
Don't pretend that you don't have a voice, dipshit. Thor is one of the largest creators on Twitch. If I pull up pirate software right now on Twitch and I look, he's got 1.1 million followers on Twitch. He's not he has a voice here. He's trying to pretend that he has no control and can't say anything, and people are blaming him for something he has no control over. We literally watched you. That's you! And this is after he's lost some. It was more than this before.
That anymore. They just see your car driving in that direction, so they've taken full control of the narrative at that point, and I can't do a damn thing about it. And that's what happened on Livestream Phil. And we get that all the time now too. So like anything that I do on stream, this will probably be clipped out of context and put up on Livestream Phil as well. I'm not really surprised if something like that
What context? Unbelievable.
is. And they'll bring it up and go and do that kind of stuff. Yeah. Does that make sense? Or there's still more?
I would love to hear what else there is. And I think what bothers me the most about this is making sense for me on two major levels. One of which I think is, I'm just debating now for a second, because I think one of the things that I'm starting to hypothesize
is that Thor's a lying fucking liar who lies?
I just really have to think about this.
All right.
Could really add fuel to the fire. So I have to think about whether I even want to mention that or not. So let's start with just getting more context.
You figured it out, did you? Took you 30 minutes?
Sure. So after all that Livestream Fail stuff went off, eventually it started to kind of fall away. But then anytime anything happened with Livestream Fail, anything, or at anytime anything happened with OnlyFans, the guild, I'd get blamed for it. They would think that they thought it was part of some kind of a narrative that I would show back up, and it was like a bit. The whole thing was a bit, and all the hate was a bit.
Why were you still going to hang out there? What? You had the audacity to still try to be part of the guild after the fact? Jesus Christ, yeah, they probably thought you were full of shit.
And I was like, no, I don't want to be a part of this. I'm out. I don't I got kicked from the guild. I don't want to deal with any of this. I don't want to be a part of this.
Did you leave or did you get kicked? Because those are two different things. And yeah, here's the statistics. His stuff is down right now, which, makes sense. But.
And then somebody actually DDoSed Blizzard in the middle of one of the OnlyFans raids to kill the raiders. So they DDoSed a multi-billion-dollar company, which is wild. Like,
bold claim, but okay.
That's crazy to me. So they DDoSed that, and then I had a ton of people dive into chat saying like, "Oh, you did it. Why did you DDoS OnlyFans? Why did you go after OnlyFans?" And then I found out Asmongold made a joke about that, and he was like, "Oh, it was probably pirate software." And it's like, no, that has nothing to do with me. And I said it on stream. I was like, you can't make those jokes. People believe them. They just believe it. And it's
People aren't allowed to make jokes now, I guess. Okay.
it's not everybody. Most people realize that a joke, but some people just believe that shit and then they run with it. And that's kind of where that's gone. Yeah. It's one of the most disturbing things that I've seen. And in my chat right now, we're actually banning constant. So this is definitely already up somewhere.
What are you banning people for?
People that come in and say, like, calling me a roach because the act of running out of...
Because you're a roach. That's accurate. I don't know, fucking Jesus Christ, dude.
Dungeon is called roaching in the game. Still 100 days. It's been 100 days. People that are spamming...
Yeah, and if you fuck a goat one time, you're a goat fucker. It doesn't matter if it's 100 days, and it doesn't matter if it's 1,000 days. Sorry, you did the thing. That's who you are now. You want to know how you get rid of the fucking title or the label of being a roach? Spend years playing the game and not roaching, and apologize for roaching. That would be like, shit, yeah, no, there was if you would handle this by being like, shit, my bad, there was miscommunication, I should have done this differently, fuck, that's my bad, I'm really sorry, guys. This would have all been unbrushed under the rug and nobody would have cared. But no, you're a condescending dirtbag about it, and you're lying about it 100 days after the fact, and then trying to tie it into some emotional appeal to one of your ferrets. Like, what the fuck? And also accusing people of making it their entire personality to want you unalived. This is absurd.
Gem, which is the resource item that I could have used in the game at that time.
Oh, you had an item for mana, so your entire excuse for I don't have any mana, you in fact not only had mana and also had a gem to restore your mana, so all of those ice frost things that you could have done to assist your team in retreating, you didn't do that you could have done? What does this have to do with explaining what a roach is and why you're banning people for calling you a roach when you're a roach?
Just over and over again. See, they're just getting banned constantly. It's just like a constant stream of bans right now, and I knew that was going to happen.
How do you understand that?
How do I understand what?
Why that's happening so much?
What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand.
Why do you think people are coming into your side chat and calling you a roach all the time? Why do you think that that's happening? Why do you believe that people are doing this? Oh my god. But Chesh, his dad worked for Blizzard, and so did he. Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah. How do you understand why people keep showing up? You're saying it's happening constantly, right? You're saying that...
it happens if I talk about it. It happens if I don't talk about it. This is every day. It's just more right now because we're talking about it.
Right. So I understand that it happens every day. It sounds like it's like awful. I don't think you deserve this. At the same time...
Why not? I'm curious to know why does Dr. K believe that fucking Thor doesn't believe that Thor deserves to be called a roach? I'm just curious as to why he believes that. Or is that something he's just saying to keep Thor talking, do you think? Magicus makes a good point and says, counterpoint, the mana potions are just too pretty to drink.
Think that if we want to, we can try to understand it. Is that interesting to you?
Sure. I mean, I think I do understand it. I think it's
what do you understand?
I think it's become a popular thing. I think that's really what it is. It's become kind of like a signpost on the internet, like, hey, stop by and do this thing because it's funny. And I get that.
So now you're saying that it's not even harassment, it's just people memeing because it's funny. Which has nothing to do with, like, it being targeted or harassment at all. It has to do with it just being a joke.
Like, I understand that. You know, it's because for a lot of these people,
So-
they've never engaged with their community before. They don't know who I am. They're not really interested.
What? How do you know that? How do you fucking come to that conclusion? Based on what? Unfucking real. Unbelievable. Yeah, he's in the headspace of everyone's dumb but me.
And who I am. They just want to pop in and say a thing and then get banned, and that's it, right? And some of them are chat hoppers from other communities, from creators that don't like me from that event and have created negative content about me.
You know, people could not like you for other reasons and still use the roach thing.
So they're doing that, and they come over from that community, and they think that that's part of it, you know, or they want to be a part of that in some way. Some people describe it as parasocial within the community, but to be real with you, I think it's just people that want to be part of something. And if that something is just hitting me, like, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm the same boat as Dr. K right now. Okay, this is a lot to unpack.
Can you show me that? Do you feel okay? So like, is this what we're talking about today? Like,
I mean, I guess.
I mean,
I want to know how things are going. This is it.
Okay, so I think this has the potential to be great. And the reason for that is, like, I think that there's a lot that everyone who is watching right now can relate to and understand.
No. I'm a little bit offended. I'm a little bit offended by that. As somebody currently watching this. Do you guys relate to Thor being a fucking liar who lies and can't take any fucking accountability for anything that he does ever, as he arrogantly, condescendingly shits on everybody else? For daring to disagree with him? I hope not. No. No thanks. Absolutely. Here, hold on. I have a thing for this. I have a thing for this. I should fix that so it doesn't do that anymore. Oh god. Let me There we go. No. God. I had exactly this attitude when I was about 4 years old. How dare we point out how he did a scumbag thing that scumbags do. Good lord. I also get the vibe that we're gonna get to the 40... Everything after 45 minutes onward is going to be Dr. K trying to speak to Thor, and it's gonna be like pulling teeth.
The thing that I'm concerned about is that I'm going to challenge you in some ways. And the main thing that I'm concerned about is how the way that I challenge you could be clipped out of context, misconstrued, used as evidence that...
I mean, you are doing this on a live stream, yes. Okay.
Or is the worst human being on the planet. Does that make sense? Like, I'm actually, like, genuinely concerned about that. That, like,
I almost guarantee that it will.
Right? So then I think we have to make a decision about... So I think that there is a way, I'm hopeful, but I don't know. I think there is a way that if we have this conversation, it can actually decompress a lot of the emotional energy that's on the internet. But I think a lot of...
talk about it.
Predictions in the chat. You guys think this is gonna decompress the energy?
Because like it's, I'd be down to talk about it. Because to be real with you, it's not really changing anything at this point. Like the route of trying to ignore it, the route of trying to talk about it, the route of trying to reason about it.
It's because it's not about it, Thor. It's about you and your behavior and your attitude towards everybody else.
Done pretty much everything that I can think of at this point over like 100 days. And like I've sent over to Kronos, if you're there, I sent him the tweet so he can get it over to you.
Okay. Let me take a quick look at this.
You're in a Discord call. Just send it. You're in a call. What? Just send it in the whatever technical issue.
Because I think this is like, I'm really sorry you're going through this, and I think that there's a lot that we have to be careful about. And also, I think the reason that we're here is to try to have some challenging conversations. So can I actually, while I'm waiting for that tweet from Kronos,
I understand what Dr. K is doing. I don't know how much I'm gonna wait to see more of this before I decide on whether or not I agree about this. At least the first, what I've watched up to this point is only enabling Thor up to now. I don't know if that's going to continue on, or if Dr. K is just placating Thor and to establish a comfort level to be like, hey, listen, I'm on your side and I'm here to help, but let's get through this. The problem with doing this in the way that Dr. K is doing this is that it is a massive mistake for him to be going into this conversation without actually having known what actually happened. Had he done, Feline's got it, the due diligence. Had Dr. K done his due diligence at the beginning and watched even just the 5-minute clip, even if he just watched that would give him the context to actually be able to help Thor more effectively, if his goal is helping Thor. But now we're in a situation with why does Dr. K need to bend over backwards to cater to this massive Twitch streamer who has done a lot of fucking shitty things to people? Like, what? Like, because now Dr. K needs to explain himself. Why did you do this? What was the goal here? Why would you go into a conversation like this with the intent of helping this other creator and then not know what's going on with that other creator? How do you expect to help somebody? By patting him on the head and being like, don't worry, if I talk to him long enough, he'll figure out that he's lying. Like, what? I'm gonna reserve judgment a little bit until we get a little bit further into this, but this is certainly not the way I would handle this.
I'm gonna go grab
But he is a professional and I'm not, so what do I know?
iPad, because I think drawing here could be helpful.
Oh my god, guys, we gotta break out the Photoshop. We gotta break out the MS Paint. Oh no.
Okay. Yeah, do it up. Actually, I need to find out if Kronos is here. Mods, in the emergency channel, is Kronos here? Buh? Is Kronos not here? Here,
I'm just gonna go get my beer.
Let's do this. I can send it to him in this channel, because I don't know if he's actually here. There we go.
I'm sorry, but I cannot get over the fact that this man literally said that there's a number, like a sizable Coney 2012 level number of people that have made it their part of their personality to want to unalive him. I'm not gonna get over that, and the fact that Dr. K hasn't addressed that at all to me is a little bit problematic. And I think that not only does that need to be addressed and needs to be addressed directly, but also it's the fact that it's been so long since he said it makes me think that that's almost way too long of a time to have let that hung out there.
So, this is going to be interesting.
Chad is talking about the chair stream.
Feline in the chat said that if I was the one doing this, Thor would roach. Thor wouldn't be able to handle talking to me. Guaranteed he wouldn't be able to handle talking to me.
You just got to experience.
I know. It's great. So let me see if I can pull this tweet up. And then I'm gonna just switch.
I mean, I also understand Dr. K not necessarily wanting to get into the weeds of like what exactly happened, because that's not the point, right? It's not the point to like, it's not, Dr. K is not out here trying to be like, no, I'm gonna prove everything that Thor is saying is wrong, or that let's actually watch what you claimed happened and then like let's actually talk about what is true and what isn't. Like, I think that would be effective. I think dealing with somebody who's like lying like this, is confronting them with the words they actually said, is an incredibly useful tool, both for viewers like who are wanting to learn and do better, and potentially for the person being like this is what you did, this is what you claim, this is what you did. But like direct confrontation isn't necessarily like it's half a dozen the other, right?
I'm gonna switch overlays for a hot second. Okay. And Thor, let me know, the second that this feels like not a good use of our time, please let me know.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So
Totally makes sense.
This OnlyFans stuff actually sucks. Lots of weird attack posts.
There's a couple of links in there as well.
Yeah.
That go to the original like posts about this stuff. I think you need those for context.
Okay, so let's take a look at that. And okay. So to start with, here's my...
I don't really know why we're going over the tweets, because it's like it's just him reiterating and stating the same lies over again.
Response to the Dire Maul roll. From my perspective, I didn't feel I could save anyone else with the resources I had left, even with the mana gem and robe cooldowns. Since the call was to run, was made, I followed the call and got out as quickly as possible. In every other instance where stuff has hit the fan, a shot caller has called a specific target, and nobody died.
Left even with mana gem and robe cooldowns.
You call run. Okay, Yamato pinned the entire thing on me.
Yep.
Okay.
That's how I felt at the time, and I still feel that way.
Okay.
Yeah,
Our
of course
party
you
went
do.
wrong. Each person in the group made mistakes, including myself, to pin on a single person. Okay, hope it was worth it for you.
I hope it was worth it for you. You notice that nobody's... I haven't seen anybody that I don't think Yamato in the video that we watched, like in this one, blamed everything on Thor. Thor was just claiming that he was he was trying to explain on a technical level what had happened and what he had seen. And then Thor saying, you're just trying to blame me for everything. And that's literally not what he did at all.
Okay. So this was live on stream, right?
Yeah, all of it was live. Absolutely.
And so it was also live who made the call to run?
Yes. Yeah, he made the call to run.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like here's the hate raid that you're talking about.
I do get a little bit of a kick that for some reason, unique to Thor, run means turn around and don't look back and don't cast anything at all and just fucking yeet yourself out of there, even though you are literally playing a Frost Mage whose job is soft CC and hard CC to slow enemies down, and that maybe it would be reasonable to, when the call is made to run, for you to cast a spell that would slow the enemies down to make it easier for your allies to run away. I don't know, man. Go figure.
Okay. So, thank you.
Yeah,
so
Dr.
much
K
for-
has figured out that Thor is bullshitting. At least I don't think he knows how Thor is bullshitting, but he knows Thor is bullshitting.
And that's why I wrote in there, I was like, those trying to defend me, don't worry about it. We expected that to last like maybe 10 days. The internet generally doesn't care about things a super long period of time. 100 days?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah?
so
In chat, like spamming and getting banned and like
I'm kind of curious about this 100 days. Why is he latched onto this framing of framing it at 100 days? Like, I don't quite grasp why he's attached to that. Is it because he thinks the number sounds big or long? The internet never forgets. Yeah, there's something about the internet that I've learned in my time on the internet, and something I've known for a long time, is that you can never tell the internet what it's going to like, but you know what the internet doesn't like. I just don't know what this 100 days is about. Like, why is he latched onto this?
That's wild.
This is you were right. This is wild.
You've never seen that's a lie.
Understand this.
There's no way you've never seen drama last longer than 100 days. There are people that are still mad that JonTron has bad or like wrong opinions about political stuff that he mentioned one time. Like, it also doesn't help that you don't let it go either, and you are doing interviews where you are lying about it, thus keeping it in the fucking sphere of influence.
Okay, so... God, this is going to be tough. Okay, so let me start with this. So let's say that you do something, right? Let's say you take an action in life. In the response, would you agree that the response that you are getting is disproportionate to the actions that you've taken?
Would you agree? I don't know if interesting phrasing. Would you agree as opposed to, so you believe that that's the case?
I would absolutely agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. So let's.
It doesn't mean I was in the right. It doesn't mean I was in the right. But I do think the response is disproportionate.
I'm with you. Okay. So I'm going to start by. Huh?
I don't think it's disproportionate on an individual level. To be clear. I think each person...
You literally said there was a number of people on the scale of Coney 2012 that made it the part of their personality to want you unalived. And you're saying that on an individual level, that it's not that out of proportion? You claimed you were swatted and got a bunch of death threats. What the now you're backpedaling? Why are you back?
This guy is unfucking believable.
An individually that responds with that thinks that they're the only one responding with it, or that they don't feel like it's that big of a deal.
You said it was harassment and people were sending people over to go and bother you, and now you're completely saying that that thing that you said initially is not true? You
This is just one person, and they don't understand scale.
Okay. So I concur with that too.
They don't understand scale? It's their responsibility? It's... Oh my god.
So let's start with a couple of like really basic things. So the first is, I do not believe... This is a judgment that I'm making. You're welcome to disagree. But I think the majority of people who are on the internet, I would hope, can agree that something that happens on a stream involving a hardcore raid does not warrant a death threat. That's my first axiom, okay?
Sure, we can agree to that axiom. I agree with you guys agree with that axiom. I agree with that axiom. One in the chat if you agree with the axiom, two of you disagree with the axiom. People shouldn't be receiving death threats.
Second thing is that
I would hope so.
Even if we think you're an asshole, that the amount of psychological punishment you are experiencing is, at this point, sufficient. So I would encourage everyone who is watching this, listening to this, if shit gets clipped out of context, and because I think this could, go wahoonie shaped real quick. Please, if y'all are disseminating information about this conversation, please include this part, which is that we're all human beings who do the best, generally speaking, that we can. Do people make mistakes? Absolutely. Are you allowed to get mad at them? Absolutely. Should you do death threats? No. but also I want everyone who is a hater on the internet to really stop for a second and think about what the hate does to you.
You started with the axiom that the psychological punishment that Thor has faced up until this point, which is 2 months ago, which May 2nd, 2025, is sufficient. I'm gonna need some context for that. What the fuck are you talking about? That's because if it's sufficient, that means it's justified. And if it's sufficient, that means it should stop. There shouldn't be any more. Right? Also, framing criticism and people memeing and making a joke inherently as hate is not accurate. Right? But it's kind of, is it just me, or does saying that death threats are unacceptable and then saying that the psychological attacks or the psychological suffering is sufficient, inherently justifying the death threats? Watching Chesh balance on the edge of sanity is quite entertaining. I'm sorry. No, don't be sorry. It's I'm doing a balancing act right now. I'm just like the things that are I don't. You think there's a switch going on here? Yeah, I think there is. I think you're right. This is an odd. Yeah, conflations. Yeah, this is equating people making jokes at Thor's expense. How appropriate those jokes may or may not be, right? Like, there is something to be said about, like, really dark humor, like, you know, saying like, your ferret died because it had no mana, which is dark. That's a dark joke. And I don't think you should go to his chat and say that. Like, don't, that's mean. If you had said that, like, in a Discord privately, like, that would be funny. Like, I'm sure there are people making jokes about, like, I lost a pet a few months ago, and I probably wouldn't think it was funny if people came and made jokes about the death of my pet in my side chat, but I'm sure there are people somewhere else making jokes about it that I'm like, I don't care, go ahead. Like, make jokes about it, it's fine. But, like, those are definitively different things, right? And, like, there's also a difference between, like, making a joke about somebody or at somebody's expense or about a scenario overall of an ongoing, like, thing isn't necessarily hate. So I'm not buying what Dr. K is selling me. I'm not buying this what seems to be a bait and switch from quote unquote psychological, what did he say? What was the phrase? I've forgotten it now. Psychological psychological punishment. What you're gonna have to, like, establish what that means and what level of psychological punishment is sufficient for what action. Like, you're setting up a scaling system that I'm not gonna I don't buy. Both from from a philosophical standpoint, that doesn't really make any sense. Right? So it's like, for example, like, if I steal food, how many times should I be whipped? Does it depend on how much food I steal, or does it depend on the value of that food or the quality of that food for how much I should be whipped? And so, how much should I be punished for what I've done? And the other thing is that the psychological punishment being sufficient implies that he's admitted what he's done is wrong and isn't doing it anymore. Because if he keeps doing it, it means that the punishment needs to continue to keep up with the amount that he's doing it. This is a bad axiom. Right? This is a bad axiom. Does my justification for stealing come into play with the amount of punishment I'm receiving? Right? Dr. K is really trying hard to not trigger him and cause him to become defensive and to keep chat from triggering anything. Yes, he is. Absolutely, he is absolutely doing that, 100%. I think that he needs to if he wants to continue the conversation, but I would probably posit that Thor is already defensive. Thor came in being defensive, right? So, like, Dr. K is trying to pull... One of the reasons why this stream is so long is because Dr. K has to pull teeth. He's got to pull Thor out of this inherently defensive... a couple of years ago, I did a stream where I did this style of conversation with somebody. It was 7 hours long of me it took me, like, 3 hours to even just get this person to engage into the conversation to stop being so defensive. So, like, I suspect, like, I've seen this kind of thing before. Again, my criticisms of Dr. K would probably all but eliminate, like, be gone if I didn't watch the first 2 minutes of Dr. K hedging his bets and telling me how much he doesn't know anything about the situation. Unless he said something along the lines of, hey, listen, I specifically avoided knowing the drama on purpose because this is what I want to do, then I would have accepted that. I might not have thought it was a good idea, or I might disagree or agree with doing that method, but that's not what he did. Yeah. You keep banning people over nonsense. Yeah.
Is, at this point, at the amount of psychological punishment you are experiencing is, at this point, sufficient.
I don't agree with this axiom. And I'll just briefly say why. Just to be clear, because I think I kind of got off on a tangent. I don't agree with this axiom because if you were to set this axiom up and to say that that's true, if Thor keeps doing the thing, it means he deserves, and it is justified that he should still be continuing to receive psychological punishment. Right? And so Thor, at this point in time, is still lying, still gaslighting, and still engaging in the behavior, meaning that the punishment can only be sufficient up until before this stream. So even if you agree that up until the stream, this punishment is valid and is sufficient, he still needs to be punished for the stuff that he's done up until this point on this stream, and then if he continues to do so, that punishment needs to continue based on this axiom. I don't agree with this axiom. I think this is a bad axiom. That's why.
So, I would encourage everyone who is watching this, listening to this,
because this axiom actually encourages people to continue to attack Thor and continue to, quote-unquote, psychologically punish him. Which you're also going to have to define, like, what is psychological punishment? How is it psychological punishment? In what way is this doing X, Y, and Z? We're not going to get into that right now, but that's a conversation for another time.
This, if shit gets clipped out of context, and because I think this could, go wahoonie-shaped real quick, please, if y'all are disseminating information about this conversation, please include this part, which is that we're all human beings who do the best, generally speaking, that we can. Do people make mistakes? Absolutely. Are you allowed to get mad at them? Absolutely. Should you do death threats? No. But also, I want everyone who is a hater on the internet to really stop for a second and think about what the hate does to you.
I'd be curious to know if people think that this is a hate stream. As far as my knowledge of Dr. K goes, it does seem to be a practice of his to avoid any and all internet drama that may involve content creators he does/might interview in order to remain neutral. I don't think that's neutral. I think that that's fake neutrality. trying to talk to somebody about their situation and their psychological state without understanding the context of what's going on, I think does a disservice to the viewership, and I think it does a disservice to the person you're interviewing.
Right? Like, you're hurting another human being, but like, for what purpose? Like, I think it's just kind of, it doesn't make the world a better place. I know that.
I think that that's a stupid thing to say. Why do people do hate things or hate on people? Because it doesn't do anything it doesn't make the world a better place. We hate on Hitler. Does hating on Hitler not make the world a better place? We hate on Trump. Should we just not hate on Trump? We hate on pedophiles. Should we not hate on pedophiles? Social retribution shouldn't exist? Because that's what that is. There's you could say that, hey, the hate towards Thor is unjustified, but he's not saying that. And he's not saying that because then he would have to take responsibility and justify why the hate towards Thor is justified or not. Yeah, I did go with Godwin's. Yeah, I did. I went there. You said that people are justified in being angry, but they're not justified in expressing that anger. And the thing is half of the stuff that Thor says that he's doing in response is banning people who talk about it. Why is talking about it not reasonable? Why is expressing your anger by saying, hey, you roached on this, WTF, and then him banning you, unjustified? What do you want people to do? And the problem with this kind of situation that Dr. K is putting forward is that you should let people do whatever they want, lie however they want, and you shouldn't do anything about it. And if you're mad, you can be mad, but you shouldn't do anything about it. What's my take on his voice, the voice modulation? I mean, I don't really have one. I just don't think it's that important. I think it's silly. I think I think it'd be really easy for Thor to prove one way or another about his voice, and I think it's mostly not important. People want to present themselves however they want. I don't care if he does some gender affirming care and makes his voice lower. I think calling it second puberty and trying to bullshit around with that is asking for trouble. I think that Thor saying something along those lines is Thor asking for people to make fun of him. that's what that is. You're asking for it at that point.
In the moment, you feel like, oh, I want to put someone in their place. I'm he needs to be taught a lesson. He needs to be talked to. He's like, oh my God, he did this, and I understand those feelings. I'm not even saying that those feelings are wrong, but also I don't know how else to say this. It's just a bit much. I don't think it's actually.
You don't know how to say it, because if you were to say out loud the whole thing, it would sound really fucking stupid, because it's really fucking stupid. You're telling people they're allowed to be angry, but they're not allowed to vent that frustration. And they're not allowed to directly tell the person who's frustrating them that they're frustrated. Because reasons. Except that you already set up the axiom that the psychological punishment is sufficient. Therefore justifying people venting their frustrations that you're now telling them not to. It's self-contradictory.
Helpful in the long run. You guys are doing all this crap to Thor. It's not clear to me that he understands why you're doing it. Okay? And I think that's the first place where we're going to start.
He doesn't. Thor doesn't understand. Because he ignored everybody, so people stopped trying to communicate with him any reasoning as to why they're doing it, and they were just doing it. Thor knows that he fucking roached, but he won't admit it and blames everybody else, so everybody else stopped fucking explaining to him, because he won't let them explain to him, and they just call him a fucking roach. And this is why Dr. K not looking at the context of what happened is a problem, because he's enabling Thor and defending him unjustifiably to enable him to continue to be a fucking shithead to people.
Does that make sense, Thor?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I can understand being mad about it at the beginning. Like, I get it. Your favorite streamer's character died, you know.
Fuck you! Fuck you! That's not the fucking problem. Again, he's trying to fucking just be like, you don't matter, your feelings don't matter, my feelings don't matter, your hatred is not justified, it's not important, blah, 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 blah. And the fact is, Dr. K, I'm making the prediction that Dr. K is just gonna let him do this.
Like, that's gonna make you upset. I was smug about it at the time. I get it. You know,
you weren't smug, you were condescending.
The dungeon didn't go well. Everyone, like, 2 people died. Like, I understand being angry then. I don't understand thousands, and I mean thousands of people 100 days later still on it. Like, that's really weird to me. That's not something...
Yeah, I don't know how you've got anybody in your chat if you banned 50,000 people.
I get, right.
So this is going to be a little bit tricky.
See, I told you, he's just going to let him say that and then fucking move on.
Wondering if there's some way that I'm going to play around with...
Oh yeah, no, they're piling in now.
That's okay. So I'd encourage everyone who's watching this right now to just give Thor a break.
No! Why should we? Why should anybody give Thor a break? He's blatantly lying to everybody's face and telling them to go fuck themselves. Why should we give him a break? You just said the psychological... whatever, punishment is sufficient. So if he keeps doing it, it means we have to keep psychologically punishing him. By your axiom. Brother, why should we? Why should we let Thor spit in our faces for free? You gotta pay for that shit. Unreal. Okay, they're gonna go into a whole other thing now, so we've also been live for like almost 2.5 hours. So yeah, we're 46 minutes into this. I'm gonna see what they go into and then probably call a stream here.
Just a hot second. That's okay. So I'd encourage everyone who's watching this right now to just give Thor a break.
No.
For just a hot second.
In fact, I'm gonna give him more of a hard time.
Don't just reflexively knee jerk like, okay, like we're gonna talk. We're gonna.
What? Don't just reflexively knee jerk like, yeah, like he didn't just spit in everybody's faces. Bro, are you serious? Why should anybody take Dr. K seriously after something like that? I've never watched Dr. K before, and now I think he's an asshole. He's specifically going out of his way to over-cater to Thor while shitting on everybody else. For what? Why? Pretending to be neutral? Because you're not. You're over-catering to Thor.
Can you see this?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
It is now on stream as well.
Okay, let me see. Okay, so hopefully this isn't too laggy because I think I'm just doing a ton of screen sharing. And
my UI is not the best for this.
Okay, hold on. Then here's what I'm going to do. What I'd like you to do, Thor, because I think this is a bit too much for something going on with my capture. Okay, so what I'd like you to do, Thor, is... I
can't believe we're sitting here watching a streamer with 2.97 million subscribers who can't fucking smooth stream out of Discord into YouTube. The production quality is fucking insulting to me. Like, I find that insulting. Like, I haven't been mad about anything so far. This makes me angry. Good God. Spend a little money. Get a producer. Fucking pay somebody to do this for you. Get some fucking software. You've got 2.9 million subscribers. You can't afford to have something fucking functional? Unbelievable. All right, they're gonna go into an exercise, so I'm gonna stop there. I'll come back tomorrow to do some more of this. We're gonna cover this for probably the rest of the week, and then we'll be back with some other stuff. But holy fucking shit! I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand why Mr. K is doing this besides views. If he was actually trying to help Thor, he would go get the context. I don't know why he's deciding to shit on his own audience and shit on fucking everybody and just let Thor fucking say whatever the fuck he wants with zero pushback so far. None. He's had zero pushback on Thor. He's kind of tried, and I get that he's trying to use kid gloves and he's just starting to get into it, but like, it's been nearly an hour of you just letting this dude be an asshole to everybody, and you're fine with that. So so far I am unimpressed. I'll put it that way. I'm gonna cut it there. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm gonna get out of here. I'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad place. And fuck off. Don't subscribe. Don't like. Go away. We're back to talk a little bit more about this interview with Pirate Software. Now, I thought I was wrong yesterday. Yesterday, I didn't realize that this was 2 months ago. I realized, like, partway through the stream that it was 2 months ago, and thought this was going to be, like, related to the Stop Killing Game stuff. Yeah, I was wrong. This interview happened before that. Somebody in the comment section corrected me as well as I thought about it after the stream was over and was like, wait a minute. When did this happen? So I really find that a little bit more problematic for Healthy Gamer, in my opinion. I find, again, I should be clear. I understand what Healthy Gamer, like what Dr. K is doing. He is not arguing about what did or did not actually take place. He's not here to debate or argue with Pirate Software. He's trying to do a psychological evaluation where he doesn't necessarily know the scenario and is trying to be on, like, the person he's interviewing's side to be like, hey, I think that you might be wrong about your approach about this. Right? And I think that that's I don't inherently disagree with the concept. I do think it's problematic when you're dealing with such a large issue. Right, or such like a large individual. Like, you wouldn't want to do a psychological eval conversation with Bill Clinton without knowing that he was a president and that he assaulted a woman. Right? Like, you kind of need some of that context to do something like this appropriately and not... to me, it's a matter of responsibility, where it's like, I get what you're trying to do, but if you're just going to let Pirate Software lie to your audience without putting the information out there, or making the information available, or at least confronting on some things, and, like, I get it, he needs to, like, establish this baseline with Pirate, but the fact that it's taken an hour of him just lying out of his ass, and I'm not gonna get over the Coney 2012 thing. Like, I'm not getting over that. Like, you can't just say something like that and then just let it hang there and expect people to be like, oh yeah, alright. Let's just pretend he didn't say that. Huh? No. Anyway, a lot has happened since this interview in like 2 months, and like there's allegations about like sort of like fraudulent Twitch behavior, I guess. I don't know if he's had a falling out with his main mod, because the main mod, I guess, has been putting some information out, which doesn't make anybody look very good. There's the Stop Killing Games issue, that there was there's a lot of... It's just one of those things where it's like, if you would just let the World of Warcraft thing go, then there's a really good chance nobody would have bothered to, like, actually look into all of the other shit. Do you know what I mean? It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. I can't, the Coney, I'm not, I already put a beer in the freezer, so we'll see how long I last. But we're 47 minutes into this. We're nearly at the hour mark, and they're starting to do an exercise. So, I mean, I think Dr. K's approach is interesting. I don't think it's a good idea to do this with such a problematic scenario going on without knowing what the problematic scenario is, because he's just kind of shirking responsibility for his platform a little bit, in my opinion. But I don't dislike Dr. K so far. I don't totally disagree with him. I got a little bit of criticism. But all right, let's go, because this is long.
My stream and mute it, but watch the iPad on my stream. Can you do that?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, cool. Because when I screen share with you, I just start lagging too much. Or actually, maybe this will. Okay, so let's start with this. Over here is death threats.
I can't believe he's like, I wonder if, like, is Dr. K doing it on purpose, where he's imitating the way Thor, like, draws boxes and shit in MS Paint to people? Like, is that on purpose? Because if that's on purpose, that's very funny.
Got it.
Okay. Over here is your actions. And the other thing that I want to do here is, like, we're gonna use you as an example, but I think that, like, literally every human being on the planet could benefit and is guilty of what I think you were, quote unquote, guilty of. So I think there's a fundamental thing going on here, which
remember last time we disagreed with the second axiom. The first axiom we were fine with. The second axiom we did not agree with. The second axiom that Dr. K provided, I thought was a really bad axiom and a really bad precedent to set, but you'll have to go and watch part 1 for that, because I don't want to go over it again. But this is the Amber Heard argument. The thing is everybody might be guilty of this thing. I mean, whatever that thing is, because he hasn't described what it is, but not everybody has 2 million followers. Not everybody has access to write op-eds in the Wall Street Journal, right? Like, not everybody, just because everybody participates in an action doesn't mean those actions are suddenly equalized. There's not an equilibrium here. So I am not on the same level. If I do something, it's not on the same level as if Dr. K does something, or if Pirate Software does something, or if Johnny Depp does something, or if the President of the United States does something. Like, these are all different levels. And now there should be, like, some baselines about, depending on the action, right? There should be some set of standards that society will agree on, because that you're a society, and we live in a society. So there's gonna be, like, some things that we sort of have to agree on. So, like, for example, like, there's nuance between what is the color red, but if I point at something and I say, hey, that's red, and I'm not, like, being a shitter, and it is actually, like, reasonably red, most people are going to agree, right? So, that baby slapped me first, right? Exactly. You got it. But he hasn't said the action that he's talking about, but there's a scaling issue here that I'm not a fan of.
Like, I think once people understand, my hope is that every human being who is watching this, I have a couple of goals. One is to hopefully develop a little bit of compassion towards you. But the main goal that I have here is to try to offer...
Why? Why do you have this goal? I don't... I'm not saying it's bad. Like, I'm not saying he's wrong. Compassion is fine. People should have compassion for other people. But why do you think that people don't have compassion, or what level of compassion is reasonable? Is, like, kind of a little bit of the question. And this is part of, again, what I just said. Part of the problem of not if Dr. K doesn't understand what the criticisms are and where people are coming from, and the only information he's getting it from is from what Thor is telling him right now, then then Dr. K is setting up this scenario where Thor deserves compassion regardless by fiat based on the fact that he exists. And I can agree to that to a point, right? We're all, people are people, so why should it be you and I should get along so awfully? But the problem is this is a very kumbaya scenario where Dr. K has literally asked everybody who has legitimate criticisms or problems with Thor's behavior and can demonstrate that Thor's behavior is problematic, and telling them to, too bad, shut up, I'm ignoring you, you don't matter, right? Because he's enabling, and that's exactly what Pirate Software is, you don't matter, right? So it's when you say you want to, yeah, the definition matters. When Dr. K says he wants people to be more compassionate toward Thor, what does he mean? Does he mean people should be compassionate enough to not send death threats? Because I'd be like, yeah, sure, okay. I can agree with that. But if you're saying people should be compassionate to the point where they don't criticize him anymore or use the word mana in his gaming stream side chat, is a little bit unreasonable. So, like, compassion isn't always, like, asking for it isn't always reasonable. So, I appreciate that he's stating that this is what he wants, but I don't understand why.
For some potential, because I don't know if I'm right here, okay? Some potential insight into the gap between what happened to you and the response that you receive. So the first thing is that this is disproportionate, right? So
yeah, I can see that.
What they're responding to is something in here, in between your actions, like you're evoking a response. So here's your actions. And then there is some kind of equation that maybe has a, let's call it a multiplier. And then over here we end up with harassment. So does this make more sense? Like, if we want to understand why this is happening to you, how this is happening to you, there is some, huh?
Feline asked a question in the chat, is it disproportionate? I think that in the premise that they're setting up here, they're saying that death threats are not justified ever. So therefore, the response of getting death threats is disproportionate to whatever action Thor has taken. And yeah, I don't think you should get... I think it's pretty straightforward to say, hey, you roached in a hardcore game. That doesn't mean you should be... and it was publicized, like widely publicized. You shouldn't be getting death threats for it. And so I think what Dr. K is trying to explain here is that that's what Thor is saying. And he's saying, okay, but that's clearly disproportionate, so something has to have happened between point A and point B that escalated this into death threats, right?
Hello? Can you hear me, Thor?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, you're roboting out really hard. I think that response was like 15 seconds ago.
Okay, so let me see.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh no.
Technical issues happen, but this is a little bit absurd.
Yeah, his internet is dying.
Oh boy. That's terrible. Give me a second. Let me see if I can fix this way.
To be clear, I have a channel of under 4,000 people. I also produce on a channel that has people coming in and utilizes Discord from Germany, the UK, America, or the United States, Canada, like across a spectrum. And that channel has like 600 subscribers, and I manage this. Like, this doesn't happen. This is not, like, this is... Good God. Like, technical glitches and issues happen, but, like, these are people with money. These are people who should have some kind of production value. These are people who should, like, you know, fucking... Please! Why? Am I asking for too much?
Can you hear me now, Thor? Testing?
Bueller.
Yeah,
Okay,
Bueller.
so I wonder if... let me see, just make sure that...
I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me in real time.
Okay. I'm gonna just change... Can you hear me now?
Alright, Dr. K, do you want to hire me? I will produce for you, so this doesn't fucking happen. I won't overcharge you, I promise. Like, I'm super cheap. This is infuriating. I can't handle this. This is awful. Please, for the love of God. Oh my lord.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can we count in sync? 1, 2, 3,
Okay,
4.
so there's about a 5-second delay.
Oh boy. Hold on. Hey, what's going on?
That's me. I'm
Okay,
the tech guy
I will
calling
do that.
in. I'm that guy. That's me.
Okay,
I've done that to
I
Manya
have
before.
stopped. Okay, is this better? Thor?
Is this better?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
You got... Okay, so now we have mostly in time. So that
Okay,
seems
okay,
good.
okay.
It's like less than a second delay.
Okay, cool. So I think this is pretty normal.
Is that the dog with the cup that everything is on fire? Is that like a plushie of that meme? Because that's wonderful. I love that. That's great. 10 out of 10. If that's what, is that what that is? I think that's what that is. That's perfect. Wonderful.
And we're going to get back to it, okay? So, if we look at, let me go back to this. Let's see if this works. And
I will work for pennies just so this doesn't happen.
I'm gonna do...
Please.
I'm gonna grab your stream and then bring it up on here, so then we can see what you're drawing on my stream.
yeah, give me just 1 second. There we go. Okay, so I think I'm back to, yeah, just pull me up on the stream.
Yeah, I want the fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
So if we
dog
look
too
at
now.
it, right? So there's your actions, and then there's like various amplifying effects that result in the level of harassment that you receive, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I can understand that completely.
So, and then let's like toss in like there's another variable here which is like memeing. There's another variable here which is like momentum.
I don't think memeing is harassment. Like, harassment is contextual, right? Like, harassment has to be decided on a case-by-case basis. Like, if we've learned anything from court or listening and talking to professionals who talk about coercive control, harassment is not defined by an action. It is defined by context. Somebody can do something completely innocuous in a bubble, but the context surrounding that thing is what makes it harassment. So, like, that's not a good... Somebody making a meme is not harassment, and somebody being mean to you also is not inherently harassment. Right? There has to be context around this to delineate. So... I don't... Okay. It's fine. Let's keep going.
There's another variable here which is like content creators hopping on. Content reactions, right? So each of these things is an amplifying effect.
Hey, that's me.
Agreed?
Yeah, absolutely.
So let me ask you.
Yes, a meme can be harassment, or it might not be harassment, right? Like... it also, part of it has to do with, like, somebody can make a joke to you, and that joke could be, like, to some people, incredibly horrendous and an awful thing to say to somebody. But if there's a rapport between these two people who have a relationship that makes whatever was said reasonable or funny or part of, like, that dynamic that both people have consented to, then it's none of your fucking business. You know what I mean? So, like, Thor disassociating. A little bit, yeah.
Your gut. Do you think that this plus these things is sufficient to explain, not say that it's justified, but explain what you are going through?
I don't think so, because I think the internet would have given up about it.
I completely agree. So I think there's a big variable.
It's too long-lived for that.
There's a big variable. You've tapped into something that people really don't like. Okay? So, and here's...
I love how hard Dr. K is trying to, like... But remember when I said, like, we're gonna get to this point and it's gonna be, like, pulling teeth with Thor? He's got baby gloves on, and he's, like, got all the corners are, like... Dr. K's, like, patting all of the corners. He's, like, making sure there's no sharp objects on the ground. He's got all the cabinets locked, so that way Thor won't, like, accidentally shove a fork inside of an outlet. As he's trying so hard to be like, this isn't harassment, right? Yeah, there's definitely more. Okay, so you've tapped into something. You've tapped into something. You're a dick, dude. He's trying so hard. I appreciate it. I'm not laughing at Dr. K, to be clear. I'm laughing at, like, Dr. K is trying so hard, and I appreciate how hard he is trying to not just tell Thor he's an asshole. Because he's trying to be more productive than that, right? Like, just saying Thor's an asshole is, like, kind of a non-starter, right? So,
here's what I'm kind of hearing. So I'm going to just, like, write some things out here, okay? So these are just kind of things that you've said. And I wonder if this will, like, if something will click. Okay, so...
Please tell me you're going to bring up the Coney. Please bring up the Coney 2012. People have made it their personalities, absorbed it into their personalities to want you dead. Good God, please.
First thing is that there's death threats. That's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cadence
there's
has got it
banning a
right.
lot of people. There is Ghost dying.
Ghost dying is an excuse. Ghost dying is an entire, like, wall of emotional appeal to dodge criticism and say that criticism is not reasonable or shouldn't be happening. And also happened, like, after the fact.
There is people...
That wasn't even the first time that happened. By the
trolling
way.
you about this.
Yeah.
There's people calling you a pedophile.
I'm sorry, did he just say Ghost dying and then Thor said that's not even the first time this has happened? Is the ferret named Ghost because the ferret has died multiple times? Surely that's not what you mean. Surely he must mean that other ferrets have, like, passed away and people have trolled him about other ferrets passing away. Clearly. Ghost was a ferret. Thor runs a quote-unquote ferret rescue, and Ghost was one of the ferrets. Yeah, Ghost got cancer and passed away, and I guess somebody made a meme about it, and Thor wasn't too happy. His Coney 2012 comment was like a month after this. No, it's in this video. I watched it yesterday. That's why I'm fucking on it, because I'm like, wow, I can't let that go. Here, I'll show you just for reference, because I don't want to mislead anybody. Yeah. Right here at 20 minutes. We're at 53 here. I'll play it again real quick. Just because, you know. Just so we know. We're at 53, so I'll just put it back.
It's coming from. It's like the most whiplash, strange behavior that I've seen on that stuff pretty much ever, and it kind of freaked me out, man. But yeah, it's invested internet trolling. Yeah, I think it's the most invested that I've seen with this kind of stuff. It reminds me a lot of like Coney 2012, which is just like they've absorbed into their personality that they need to kill me by whatever means, right? And when I say kill, I mean it. Like, I've gotten swatted over this.
I'm not gonna let him keep going after that, but there you go. We're past this. We're at 57, right? We're right about here. We try to be accurate. Oh, sorry, I was at 53. There we go.
People calling you a pedophile. There's someone's kid calling you whatever.
Yeah, the roach thing.
Okay. Right, and then the other thing is there's your, like, making sense of it. So there's, like, kind of this Gish Gallop. There's...
Not a Gish Gallop, but okay.
You said something about these people...
It'd be closer to flooding the zone. If what he was saying was true or accurate, it's closer to something like flooding the zone, which is, like, I guess, tertiarily, like, adjacent to Gish Galloping, but it whatever. Technicality. Words and shit, who cares?
Like, ... Like, you know, these people are like, why are they doing this? Like, you were talking about, like, what these people...
The best way that I put it is, it seems like some people think that they want to be a part of that because it's something that's, like, greater than themselves. Like, they're part of a story, they're part of a narrative.
The arrogance to that statement.
A lot of people that were engaging with OnlyFans stuff were seeing it as, like, being part of that, and there were some of them who kept coming back and saying, like, when are you going to jump back in and go and kill the people that called you out in that dungeon? And, like, they thought it was like a story.
There's also something to be said about World of Warcraft has PvP. So if people are sending him death threats in World of Warcraft, contextually they might not be death threats like in real life. They might just be saying that, hey, this is a PvP server. We're going to kill your characters. I don't know, because I haven't seen the context. I'm just providing some additional context that Thor is leaving out.
And they didn't realize, like, this is not like a reality show. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. You stream for 12 hours a day? That's a reality show. I don't know what else to tell you, dude. I have not been able to verify that he was swatted or not. I went looking and I couldn't verify that was actually a thing that happened, and I couldn't even find anything about it besides the fact that he claimed that he was. And there was, like, no additional information whatsoever. It's just things that he said. So I have no verification about whether or not he was swatted. In Minecraft, yeah. Death threat apologetics. Yeah.
Right? So I think there was a lot of that, which I also didn't expect that. That was really... Yeah, they thought it was like WWE. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Okay, so, like...
Welcome to the internet. Have a look around.
You think that they think it's WWE, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they think it's like a show, right?
It is.
They don't think it's real.
It is a show.
And then
it can be both. It can be a reality show. Brother, you got into you're talking to groups of people who are fighting with each other over a video game scenario. That's the way you're putting it, and that, like, it has escalated into, like, different fucking people fucking throwing hands across the internet, and, like, what do you... It's definitely a show. Like, he's on a show right now. You can't... It's almost like you want to have your cake and eat it too. You want things to be private when they're private. As long as it's as long as it's whichever one happens to be beneficial to you, or you believe whichever one is beneficial to you at the time, without thinking ahead or even thinking retroactively, or like without thinking at all. You're streaming. It's a show. It doesn't have to be scripted.
So then you use this car analogy of like, I'm, someone else has taken control of the car.
Yeah.
And then I'm not driving. I'm being punished.
Which is absurd, by the way. He has a massive platform. To try to pretend he has no control of the situation is absurd. Double-edged sword of being a celebrity. To a degree, yeah, Gav, that's part of it, for sure.
Someone else is responsible. Does this make sense?
I would say someone else is fully responsible, but I think for that level, yeah.
Yeah. So when I write,
you can't control it. And when I say like someone else has grabbed the wheel, it's
You've never been able to control the internet. It's not somebody else has wrestled control away from you for the internet. It's the internet. You don't get to control that. You get to control your actions, and you can be considerate about the way other people are going to view your actions and behavior and how those things are going to be interpreted. And then you can choose to take feedback about how people are telling you they're perceiving what you're doing. These are all decisions. Like, Thor is making choices, and those choices are pissing people off, and he refuses to listen to anything that anybody says, and then misrepresents what those people are saying, which then doubles down and pisses people off more. It's absurd. It's absurdist to think that he has no control in the situation.
Like, that's not what happened. Here's what happened. But like, I guess the basic way to put it is like, if you're having a conversation with someone, they make an accusation at you.
It's really hard to gaslight people into thinking that something that happened didn't happen and try to reframe something that happened when it was live streamed, dude. We can all watch it. We watched it yesterday. Griffcat, hey, good to see you. Yeah, we mentioned that yesterday, that this is a pattern of behavior for Thor. I've talked about it before, but I haven't talked about it exclusively.
They say, you're a terrible person because of this thing. And you go, well, I didn't do that thing. And they go, that's just what a person who did this thing would say.
That's not what's happening.
Like, where do you resolve that at that point? Right?
That's a great question. So do you know people, or have you heard of people who get accused of things and say, I didn't do that thing, but there are other people who continue to insist that they did that thing?
With video evidence that they did that thing? I get accused of doing things all the time that I didn't do. That's normal. That happens as part of social interaction. Now, like, there are times when it's unreasonable, sure, and like there are times where things get blown out of proportion, sure, but you deal with it like a fucking adult, and it doesn't really affect you that much.
Yeah, it's called Every Day That Ends in Y on the internet.
Okay. What about things that are not on the internet?
What about touching grass?
Like, that seems like a pretty normal thing among humans. I see that.
Yeah, so has there ever been someone in your life that you felt was like had done something, and you were really confident that they had done something, and they were like, that's not really how it happened?
I was confident. Like, I felt that before in my life, yeah. And then I either want like proof or not proof. If I don't have enough proof, then like, what am I going to be mad about at that point? I guess is the basic way that I usually feel about that. Like, if I have an accusation against somebody, I'm going to be like, hey, this is how I feel about this. And then they go, hey, well, here's evidence to the contrary. And then we talk it out. Is generally how that is. I think when I was younger, I was a lot worse at that, obviously. And something I think that you learn over time is like how to conflict resolve in a way that is sane, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, so is sane.
in a way that is sane. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess. Sure. Yeah, as you get older, generally you spend as I think of high school that way a lot. My experience, at least with high school, was like me being like, "Oh, this is a social experiment." That's how I managed and went through high school.
When I say is sane, I mean more like conflict resolved based on things that are provable or not provable, not
Right.
just gut feeling.
It is provable that you roached and acted like a dick about it. It's maybe it's like a matter like, are we gonna set a metric for dickery? We can do that. We could make a scale of like what counts as dickery and be like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how dickery is is what Thor did, and we could probably even like work with Thor to get a functional working like scale of dickery. And then like I guarantee you, if you showed Thor what he did without him knowing that it was him doing it, he would be like, wow, what an asshole.
I'm with you. And how does that work out?
Well, when I'm talking to people who are older, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And dismissing everybody who's critical of him because of their age.
For me, there's very few people that are younger that can have conversations like that. There are still ones that will. But I find like usually people past their mid-20s is when they start to be able to do conflict resolution better.
Okay.
And want more of a trust but verify kind of approach, which is like, I trust that you're telling the truth from your perspective, but I need to verify your claim before I get mad. Right.
Okay. So I want you to just like, we're going to tunnel down
before you get mad. Weird way to phrase that, but sure.
Into that for a second. Okay. So let me just understand this. So like people who your method of conflict resolution sounds super reasonable, right? It's like, if you've got proof, then you push forward. If you don't have proof, you kind of let things go. And
well, the other thing is that people can have the same proof and come to wildly different conclusions. And both people can be reasonable. So that's not really conflict resolution. That's conflict resolution on a binary scale, which is an incredibly shallow and immature way of dealing with conflict resolution. Because here's the thing. Whether or not Thor is a dick is a personal opinion and assessment based on an assessment of a behavior. The behavior is the fact of the matter, of what happened, the step-by-step things that went on. Your opinion is then formulated based on your interpretation of that video and what happened. So I can talk about his behavior tonally, the words that he said, you can dissect it and then justify, like, how much of a dick you think he is, but somebody else could watch that, like what Thor is doing, and say, I know I wasn't a dick at all, because Thor has in his mind what his intention was, and he's being his own biggest advocate, right? So he knows all of the good intentions that he has, to the point that he's walled off any other interpretations of what happened, even if you were to that's why you have to do the scenario where you remove the people, right? When you so like it's the same thing when I'm talking about like the company, or if I'm talking about Vic Mignogna, or if I'm talking about Osmond Gold, or if I'm talking whoever I'm talking about, the names of the people involved are inconsequential, because we're talking about the behavior and we're talking about the issues that arise and the social engineering and the social studies part of it. So it's the same with Thor. Thor's behavior is problematic regardless of whether or not it's him doing it, right?
And then when I ask you, how does that work? And you're like, well, if people are mature, it works great. But if it doesn't work for them, they're immature.
I wouldn't say they're immature.
I know you wouldn't say that. I'm using that word. You use the word young. But I think the implication of that is that there's like a value judgment on people who that works for.
Dr. K is right. Yep.
And a value judgment on people who that doesn't work for.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, I absolutely do a value judgment. Like when somebody comes in and goes, you're this, this, and this. And I go, no, I'm not. And they're like, and then they just spew a bunch of vitriol. I just ban them, right? Like that value.
You don't get that. No, you ban them before they even get to the explanation. You already said you were banning people because they used the word mana. You said you banned 50,000 accounts.
Your judgment at that point is like, okay, this is a person that is not able to have a normal conversation. They don't want to have a normal conversation. They just want to spew some like garbage. They don't care what's true. They just want to fight about it. And then I don't want them here, right? And that's where I do that kind of evaluation of like, are you cool enough to like, are cool-headed enough to have a conversation, or do you just want to shout what you saw on Reddit? You know, it's really what that is.
So what is so this is the trolling that you receive is fine, but for the people who got upset with you, what is your understanding of the most rational reasons why people got upset with you?
That's a good question. Because Thor keeps obfuscating about what people's actual criticism of. So asking him to steelman the criticism he's received in the most reasonable way is a good approach.
Let's forget about the trolls for a second. Huh?
You know, 100%. It's because it was smug, right?
What does that mean?
It means that
again, we're back to, because it's smug, because I was smug. No! Define smug, dude. Because, like, that's not smug. Good fucking god. He forgot that he could make videos, right? That, because I was smug. God. Unreal.
Situation, in that moment, it appeared that I didn't feel remorse. And people thought that I didn't apologize. They thought
it appeared that you didn't feel remorse. What? You literally said in this video multiple times, who cares? They're just characters. You can just make a new one. That is not remorse, my guy. That is contempt. That is contempt towards other people's time and energy and effort.
I didn't care. They thought that I wanted those characters to die or some weird shit with that. But no one stopped to actually ask me. They just saw the clips out of context that made it look like...
Oh, it was out of context. Nobody asked me how I felt about it. Here's the thing. People do not need to go to personally talk to and ask what somebody has done, details about what somebody has done, when it was live streamed in its entirety and posted and they've seen it. They can make that assessment without having a personal conversation. This is abuser talk. This is the type of fucking behavior that abusers engage in when somebody says what you're doing is wrong and they say, but you don't know my side. You have to let me blah, blah, blah. Nobody owes you that. And again, you are one of the biggest streamers on the platform. And nobody asked me what I thought. What? You had your opportunity. You have a massive platform to say whatever the fuck you want. Are you pretending you didn't stream about this and weren't streaming about this when it happened? That people didn't watch what happened from your channel? Like, are you serious, dude? Actually? Unreal. Unbelievable. Like, that is so irresponsible. Holy shit.
The guy was a big villain, right? And, like, I get that. But if you want to talk about that stuff, if you want to believe that, you should probably just come ask me.
So, hold on.
No! You're setting up a completely unreasonable precedent after already explaining that you banned anybody who mentioned it. On site. He said in this stream, he said beforehand that he had banned 50,000 accounts. And during this stream, he's saying he was banning more. So if he's banning anybody who mentions it, how the fuck is anybody supposed to ask you? And now you're setting up a precedent where you are going to feel like you're being harassed because you've got 50,000 people asking you the same questions over and over again. LOL, he blocked me the day I made that thread on him and did a video. Right after that video, Chance messaged me and he was booted. Wow. Wow.
Talk about it.
How do you know that they formed their opinions based on the clips?
Because they repeat verbatim the same message over and over again that we can only find on places like Livestream Fail, the Reddit. It is copy-pasted information, the same exact messages, the same exact thing. They had like the same.
Yeah, it's definitely not possible that more than one person could observe an action and come to the same conclusion, right? That's not possible. That can't be the case.
Phrases over and over again for this kind of stuff, and the
You
only
mean
way
like the
that you
word
get that
roach?
is if
You mean like the word roach, which is a common term used in the sphere.
people are getting it all from the same source.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't actually believe that he banned 50,000 people. I think that's a big fat fucking lie.
You've done more than during the retreat? Yeah, and I said so in social posts, but nobody cared about those. I think that was one of the weirdest things about it is like, I said, yeah, I could have done more in this. I said everybody made mistakes in there, including myself, but no one cared. They just wanted to continue the drama.
So
right?
Thor,
But they just wanted to continue the drama. It couldn't be that wasn't the problem and that wasn't the issue.
when I point this stuff out, do you notice anything with all the stuff that I've written out? Like, does anything kind of pop to you or not?
Jessica says, if you act rude and belligerent and then people are going to be frustrated and confused and you choose to interpret that behavior as troll harassment. Jessica's got a good point. Yes. Yes, absolutely. People are going to interpret... If you continue to misrepresent people... So Thor is frustrated and angry that he feels like he is being misrepresented, right? By people's interpretation of what happened, right? But has zero self-awareness to understand that other people are getting frustrated because he is blatantly misrepresenting their criticism in the first place. So it's okay and reasonable for him to get frustrated and irritated, and that's justified. But him doing it to other people doesn't matter. He's allowed to do it whenever he wants. So it's rules for thee, but not for me.
Not so much.
Trying to deflect from like personal ownership over something, but I don't think I'm doing that, so I'm not sure.
You are.
Why do you say that?
Because you put I'm not over in the right side?
Okay.
Yeah. But that'd be the only reason for that.
Yeah, so I think I think your assessment is somewhat correct. I think there's like a couple of things that are like blind spots is what I would call them. Sure. So the first is that I've noticed that
blind spots is a kind way to phrase that. Like that's a nice term. He's an asshole.
This is what's so tricky about this. I think that objectively you're correct. I don't think that anyone deserves the degree of harassment that you've received.
I think that's a bold statement for somebody who didn't watch the situation and claims to not know what was going on.
I hope people stop. I really wish they stop, and I mean that genuinely. And at the same time, I know...
Guys, stop doing this thing Thor claims you've all been doing without any evidence that anybody's been doing anything.
Just the way that I hear you speak, I notice certain blind spots or narratives that are constructed. So the first thing that
I'm nervous about talking about it.
What? Hey, I'm noticing there's some, like, things you're missing here. It's because I'm nervous talking about it. Immediately defensive, immediately just fucking make something up. Immediately, like, oh no, oh.
To be clear, like, it's a defense mechanism entirely because of the fact that this has been going on for so long.
What you're doing is a defense mechanism. We have literally watched Charla and the company harassing Charla for years. Like, multiple years have gone by. And she's taken it better than this fucking guy has.
It involves all of my staff. It involves my family. It involves
my
general
ferrets.
well-being. It involves my physical security at events. It involves all that stuff, and it makes me nervous to
Listen,
talk.
the thing that's a threat to your physical security at events is whether or not your voice is actually like that.
About it, so it's hard to articulate in a time like that without, I don't know. It's just hard to articulate, if that makes sense.
Okay. So that begs two questions. One important one, which is, are you sure that we should be talking about it?
Well, I mean, it's already too late.
No, it's not.
I'd rather talk about it.
No,
The
it's
way
not
that I
too
feel
late.
about-
You brought it up. Like, Thor's the one who brought this up initially in this thing. That's what he started with talking about. Dr. K did a whole explanation at the beginning that they wouldn't even necessarily talk about it. And then when he started talking about it, he was like, okay, well, we need to make a decision about whether or not we're going to talk about this and blah, 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 blah. So now he's like throwing Dr. K under the bus as if like Thor doesn't have every opportunity to choose to do what he's doing. Thor acts like he has no control over the situation and doesn't know anything about anything going on ever and never been on the internet before. How is anybody supposed to take this man seriously? They shouldn't. You shouldn't take pirate software seriously. This is a joke. This is absurd.
We can stop. We can stop right this second.
I would rather talk about that, and
Okay.
the reason why is because I find, and this is a very serious part, right? I find that
Oh,
if
now it's serious.
you don't talk about this, it's not going to help other people, right? Like, I get it. I'm going through it right now.
Oh, how altruistic of him. He's doing us a favor by lying about everything that was going on ever and gaslighting the shit out of everybody. He's doing us a favor. He's such a martyr, guys. Oh, thank you, Thor. Oh, thank you so much. What a hero. Oh, the fucking ego on this guy.
But this is something I think needs to be talked about because the amount of hate and abuse that's going on from this isn't just going to happen to me.
Okay.
I know that's going to happen to somebody.
I agree. I think
Main
that you were
character
pretty
syndrome.
unlucky here, but I think you are the unlucky
Unlucky. Yeah, it's luck. This is all luck. That's what this is.
person who has tapped into something very fundamental in human psychology that has like triggered the shit out of people.
Can you this is like the third time Dr. K has brought that up. Could he explain what it is, please?
Likely, yeah.
Okay. So I want you to notice what just happened. Okay. So it's now that you're insisting that we talk about it, fair enough. I said, hey, I'm noticing something.
Good on Dr. K for putting the onus back on Thor. Thor is insisting. He like that is a good thing for him to do. He's putting the onus of we're having this conversation because you are insisting that we have this conversation. This is on you. This is a decision you're making that you're taking onus of. Good. Fantastic.
Something about your narrative. And what was your answer?
That I was like deflecting.
What do you mean?
It's unless we're talking about something else.
No. What we just talked about. I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative. And then you said what?
Yeah. That I was like deflecting or trying to push off blame onto somebody else.
Okay. Yes. And then what did you say after that?
I don't remember.
Okay. So then what you said is the reason I'm doing it is because I'm anxious.
Yeah.
He used the word
100%.
nervous.
Right?
but yeah.
I'm worried.
There we go. Okay.
Right? So the interesting thing is that like you're doing something really interesting, which is that like you provide a very logical reason, which is very compassion inducing for why you are doing
You mean he manipulates people's emotions to justify treating other people like shit? Dr. K is being kind to Thor because he's trying to he's not talking, he's not analyzing to like make things clear for other people. He is trying to help Thor understand what Thor is saying. And to do that, he has to be as, like, fluffy and as gentle as fucking possible. That's not what I'm doing. I'm being blunt and clear cut that Thor is being emotionally manipulative, trying to utilize reason to justify treating everybody else like shit. Yeah, he's trying to slip past his defenses. Yeah. Dr. K is trying to talk to Thor and get Thor to understand. I'm not here trying to do that. And I'm not saying Dr. K is wrong for doing this, by the way. That's not a criticism of Dr. K. His methodology so far has been pretty solid for what he's trying to do. I don't agree with some things that I've been critical about, but like most of that is just like part of that is is an approach thing, and another part of it is like greater sphere of influence thing. But honestly, me and Dr. K would probably agree on most of what's gone on here.
The thing that you're doing. Right? So, like, who in their right mind, compassion inducing for why you are doing the thing that you're doing? Right? So, like, who in their right mind?
Without acknowledging that he did the thing.
When you say, yeah, the narrative that I'm creating is because I'm afraid for my physical well-being. Like,
yes.
How is that challengeable?
It's not.
100%.
Yeah.
So I think
it's challengeable for somebody like me, but that's okay.
What you are doing is something that is, I don't know what word to use, has a negative valence to it. You're doing something that's bad, and the way that you respond to it makes it unchallengeable. Like you're doing this thing.
Well, demanding everyone comes and talks to you on your terms about things that you've done. It's setting up an unreasonable precedent. Yeah.
Over and over and over again.
Okay.
Right. So the way that you're
would be
negative
about that though.
What?
That's what I'm trying to understand. I said.
What about that would be negative? Gee, I don't know, because it's unreasonable. It means that you've closed off any attempt at conversation whatsoever to address the problematic behavior, because you're trying to defend yourself in a way that means that nobody can ever talk to you about anything ever. That's it. That. He's not even gonna let Dr. K, like, you notice that Pirate keeps, like, interjecting to try to get ahead of what Dr. K is saying to continue the cycle that Dr. K just described. C4 asked, I'm new here. Are you a psychologist yourself, or are you just looking at this from the outside? I'm an artist. I'm an artist. I don't have any technical educational background. I am self-taught. I'm not a psychologist. I do find psychology very interesting. But no, I have zero educational background. I dropped out of school twice.
What about that is negative?
That's a very excellent question. So now we get to something really interesting about human psychology. So if I'm pissed at you and you take away my reason to be pissed at you, what do I do?
You get pissed, more pissed.
Absolutely. So how...
I like to call myself unconventionally educated. That's what I like to call myself. But welcome. Come and enjoy. We have lots of interesting conversations here. Sometimes we even do math.
So you're saying that basically it's created a bunch of anger, and then by having a situation and talking about it and showing like, hey, this is what's going on, it's created a scenario where people are more angry because they don't have a vent.
No, it's the fact that you're manipulative. Yet you're not discussing the issues. You're refusing to let people discuss the issues because of your emotionally charged defense that doesn't enable the conversation in the first place and doesn't even acknowledge the other person. He still got it wrong!
Way of getting it out.
That is where we're... Hold on, let me just fix this real quick. Oh. Because I wonder if you're going quiet again, so I just jacked you up. So
April says that Thor can't let down his defenses entirely because of the camera. I'm not sure how valuable this can be when Dr. K is diagnosing the persona that Thor is putting forth. Yeah, there's a degree of like whether or not this is supposed to be like actual therapy. This is obviously not actual therapy. This is a show. This is a presentation for YouTube and for other people. And Dr. K has made that clear. I don't think that's necessarily a problem. But if I think that maybe this might be Dr. K's intention. I don't know for sure, but I think best case scenario, what Dr. K would like to get out of this conversation, besides general education for people like us watching, is and like how he's approaching these conversations to educate and enable and give people experience that they otherwise wouldn't have. Is that maybe Thor will realize that there's something more going on here that he can then take and go to therapy with. You know what I mean? Like it's more like a consultation. You know what I mean? So it's I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, but there's a question about like, will this trigger Thor to actually go and get understand what's going on here? And the answer is no. This happened 2 months ago, and things have only escalated and gotten worse because he keeps engaging. Thor is still now doing the same behavior currently, like right now. So the answer is likely not.
I think that is the first step to it, right? So there's something that people, deflecting is maybe a good word. There's something that you're deflecting that then triggers people to like, because they're not getting what they want from you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
It's an alarm.
I don't disagree with what Dr. K is saying here, but it's it's very broad, right? The nuance part of it isn't that like people need to get something from Thor. The thing that they're not getting is important, and the thing that they're not getting is a reasonable conversation or a reasonable explanation for his behavior. It's all just excuses and like weaponized incompetence. Like suddenly, for some reason, Thor doesn't understand how the internet works, which is bizarre. Oh, and suddenly it's this and suddenly it's that. It's all just like excuses, right? It's all just I'm like not. He refuses to even acknowledge the actual criticism. And so because he refuses to acknowledge the actual criticism, it's like talking to a wall. It's like talking to an overly emotional wall that has a lot of power. Like the power dynamic between the people who are criticizing Thor and Thor himself is for the most part, a massive scaling difference, right? If I criticize Thor, who am I, right? If Thor criticizes me, well, that's going to be a whole different... We're not on the same level, you know what I mean? So there's also this other issue of people are rejecting Thor's explanations or his excuses or his obfuscation or deflection, whatever term you want to use for it. And so he views people not accepting his explanation as trolling or as dishonesty or as an attack or as being unfair, which is not a good headspace to be in, because that turns into, well, if you don't agree with me, you're either a troll or you don't understand what I'm saying. Which means that he's put himself in a position where he can never be wrong. And so if you put yourself in a position where you believe that you can never be wrong, or that people can't even necessarily, even if you are not wrong, but somebody else comes to a different conclusion, and they're also not wrong, because that can happen too. You could have two reasonable conclusions off of the same thing, and neither person could be wrong. It's shallow, it's fragile, it's ego, it's very self-centered ego. I'm better than everybody else. I call it everyone's dumb but me.
Arm going off.
So now the question kind of becomes, like, I don't know if this sort of makes sense, but I think when I hear your story, what I hear is, and this is what's so tricky about it is like I think everything you've said is logical because you kind of base things on sort of proof, right? But I'm noticing that like the way that you accept responsibility is like 1%.
Is by not accepting any responsibility and is just performative. One sec, I'm gonna get my beer. Thor saying something along the lines of like, oh, I fucked up too, but then not acknowledging what that fuck up was or what it had to do with, and all of his explanations as to what the fuck up was are how it's everybody else's fault, is not accepting any responsibility at all. It's just all uh-oh. My beer's gonna blow up. Okay, we're good. It's been in there a little bit over an hour, so it's gotten all slushy. And so if it gets slushy at the top and you can't, there's nowhere for the glass to, like there's nowhere for anything to go, it just explodes. No, I saved it. We're good. All right.
Of what your narrative is. So you say that you were smug.
Yeah.
Right?
I was super smug about it.
And
yeah.
I think that...
And people don't agree with that phrasing in the first place either. Like I don't see anybody going around criticizing Thor for being smug. They go around criticizing him for being a condescending prick.
That feels like a tiny, tiny, tiny part of your narrative.
I think it's only a tiny part of the narrative because it's the flashpoint. It's the moment that started.
It's a tiny part of the narrative because a mistake I made is tiny and doesn't matter.
Right.
Sure.
So it's hard to make that larger in the story. But yeah.
I think it sounds to me like
God, okay. I'm starting to like draw this conclusion is Pirate Software just like totally socially incompetent? That he can't understand these scenarios at all? Or can he clearly understand these scenarios if they're not directed at him? And because it's him, it obviously has to be something different? Because that's what it seems like. That's what it seems like to me.
Like, now I'm going to say something that's like, this isn't, I don't know what better word to say. I think it's not the flashpoint. I think it's the fuel.
Okay.
So
you think that was a catalyst for something else?
I think you've...
No! He said literally the opposite. The fuel, the thing that's keeping it going. Do you not know what fuel is? Are you not listening? Fucking dude. Catalyst would be a flashpoint. A catalyst is the thing that instigated, not the fuel is the thing that's keeping it going. He's saying your obfuscation and lack of taking any responsibility is fueling people's frustration and anger that is directed towards you. This isn't complicated. Fuck, man.
This sounds judgmental, but I think the way that you responded in that moment, so you said early on, you made some kind of like joke. Right? Where you, like someone said run, and then you said, I don't want to piss them off.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a joke instead of saying, bro, I ran because you told me to run. You remember when you said that?
Yeah.
So I think that there's like little things that you're doing.
And those things aren't actually true if you go back and watch the video.
So if I made the call to run and then you ran, and then I was like, bro, why are you running? And then you say you made the call to run. How is that? Why would you not say that?
You could also just like, hey, why are you running? And you could say, oh, you said run. No, and then the other person goes, well, hold on. You could stop running and turn around and throw some spells. I would like to point out this. Hold on, I'm coming up for a second. Hello, hi, it's me. Hi, I'm huge. Welcome. Okay. I just for a little bit of clarification or a little bit of context, I don't play World of Warcraft. I don't like World of Warcraft. I tried it multiple times. I'm not a big MMO player. They're not my cup of tea. I do play other games. I have played games for a long period of my life. I've probably spent way more time on games than I should. When somebody calls in a raid or somebody calls in any game to run, that doesn't mean literally turn your back and do nothing. When you're playing a support character, which Thor was playing, like for example, like a frost mage, and your entire kit, the thing that your character does is hard and soft crowd control, CC, where it slows down enemies or freezes enemies in place. If someone fucking calls to run as the support character that has this CC, what you're supposed to do is especially as a mage standing in the back, is to start throwing spells that will slow the enemy down and help your allies run away. It doesn't mean you don't move backwards. You can still move backwards, like continue to move, throw your spell, continue to move, throw your spell. It doesn't mean literally drop everything, don't help anybody, and turn and run. In that video, he ran for about a minute. That is a long period of time in a game like this. You're talking like abilities that and mana regen that has cooldowns, right? And these cooldowns are a matter of seconds. Some of them are on, like, cooldowns, like, for example, like a Cone of Cold spell, which, you know, Thor may or may not have been spec'd for. He might not have had that spell, but it's a low-cost spell that slows and freezes enemies in place in a wide area. He might have had, like, an upgraded version. I don't know what patch of World of Warcraft they were playing. I mean, I could go into it, but I don't. Why? You can cast that spell at a relatively low cost that would help your fucking allies do that. And as a support, it's your job to assist people when you're in combat. That includes running away. So run away doesn't literally mean don't do anything and only run. It means the team is running back. You need to start casting your shit to enable them to do that. So even the scenario in which he presents it, it's absurd to say, you called run, so I proceeded to do nothing but run. You know that you can take some damage. Like, as a support character, you can pull some aggro to help your allies run away, right? Your health pool is a resource that you can utilize to assist your allies. So you could have, like, okay, well, the tanks pulled all these people, but I'm gonna do this to pull aggro, so at least one or two of these guys is gonna run this other direction and help them get away so they're not taking as much damage. There's 100 things you could have done. 100 things you could have done, and you proceeded to do none of them. And here you are, 100 days later, still bitching and moaning. Still bitching and moaning. Oh, there's nothing I could have done. Not like that. They said run, so I literally did nothing but run away for over a minute. Bro, they're mad at you for that, and they're justified, and they're right for being mad at you for that. The fact that you didn't get kicked out of the guild that moment is already a testament to how much these people were, like, nice to you, and that they were kind to you. Yeah, retreat doesn't mean drop your guns and abandon the whole squad immediately. Right, exactly. Like, the fact that you seem to think that run in a game, in this scenario, means that, is one of the most absurdist. It's just an argument from semantics. You're just saying, and then, like, it's a semantic that literally nobody agrees with. I'm sorry, I needed to call that out because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's called disengaging, dude. To run away, you need to help disengage, especially if you're a support. Holy shit! You think pulling out of Afghanistan meant everybody just fucking dropped all their weapons? It's not, well, maybe that's a bad example. Politics. All right.
Right? Like, the reason I'm doing this is because I was listening to you.
Yeah, no, legitimately, that's the one thing, and I've talked about this before, is like, if I would have just turned around and be like, you told us to. If I would have just said that, I feel like this whole thing would not have been like this.
I agree. So I think that
being clear about what was going on would have being clear and concise and honest would help clear up a lot of your issues, Thor.
Interesting thing here is that I suspect that there are a dozen other things like that. So just the way that your narrative sounds to me, and let me know if like this is rubbing you the wrong way, or like you think I'm an asshole, or if this is like please let me know. But I think that something about this story has something that I would call the missing reasons.
Okay.
I'm not
think
saying...
for me, it's whatever it is, it's a blind spot.
Thor, let him explain what the missing reasons are, because you already said you don't know what that means, and now you're trying to justify or explain away the missing reasons, but you don't know what those are. Let him finish.
Yeah.
Because like for me, I'm just like, this was me being smug. And it exploded out of control. And for me on this side, it just feels like a lot of content.
And people have been telling you you're wrong, and that's not how they feel about it, and you've been banning them.
And creators leaped onto it because it got popular to talk about. It became kind of like an issue.
Oh, people are only criticizing and talking about me for numbers and views. I'm talking about this because somebody recommended this video to me for me to look at and talk about. It has nothing to do with who's involved. This video could have been about anybody. Good fucking God. And see, and here's the thing. He's doing this, and what he's saying is insulting towards these other people. Right? Like, he's insulting everybody who talked about this. And he's attacking and representing these people in a negative way. Right? Did he set this expectation like, oh, well, you should come and talk to me and find out why? Did he reach out to these creators and say, hey, why are you doing this? No, because he set this fucking standard that he's not willing to follow himself, because rules for me, but not for thee. Or sorry, rules for thee, but not for me. So it's the same kind of problem, right? So it's absurdist. So he's throwing shade at other people, and he doesn't even realize and or doesn't even care that in defense of himself, he's literally just throwing bombs at everybody else in, like, defense mode, just, like, lobbing grenades. And this is something that people do, and it's, like, a normal human behavior. It's to be expected when you get confronted with a behavior that you don't want to deal with, or you don't want to accept, or you don't want to be responsible for. But the scale changes when you're in a position of power that Thor is in. Right? Yeah, it's way worse now with his response to stuff. Yeah, Gav, 100%. Has absolutely escalated. 100%. You are 100% correct.
Yeah, so...
And it just kind of went nuts.
And so I want you to just pay attention to that for a second. Because you're doing it again. Why did this blow up?
Look at his face. He doesn't know. He does. Watch Thor's face.
It just kind of went nuts.
And so I want you to just pay attention to that for a second, because you're doing it again. Why did this blow up?
Because I was smug?
No.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Why did it amplify?
He's literally been explaining to you for 15 minutes how it is not because you were smug, and we are 15 minutes later and you're still like, because I was smug. Are you listening, Thor? Are you listening to anything anybody is saying? No, you're not. That's the problem. Oh, God. I'm gonna swear to God, I'm gonna start a drinking game, and I'm gonna drink every time he says the word smug.
Why? Who's to blame for the amplification?
The amplification, I could generally say, is Reddit and other content creators. Like, I feel very steadfast in that opinion on that. I don't think this would have reached the audience that it did, or became...
Guys, this wouldn't reach the audience that it did if people didn't talk about the thing that I did. Oh, it's just going to keep going downhill for him until he actually apologizes. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that doesn't go away. And it doesn't go away because you keep doing it. Like, that's the thing. That one of the things that Thor does not understand is that he's still doing it. If he stopped doing the behavior that was pissing everybody off, people would likely let it go and not care. But he's still doing it. If you spit on people, if you spit on somebody one time, they're probably gonna get over it, and nobody's really gonna care because you spit on one person one time, and the people might be like, wow, that was shitty, you shouldn't spit on people. But if you are running around and spitting on literally everybody you can, every time, people are gonna be like, wow, there's spit everywhere. This is a problem. Stop spitting on people. Huh?
Become as large as it was on the internet without that.
So
you're talking over 100,000 viewers worth of people.
Yeah, so that I think is 100% true. And
again, he's completely Thor is dismissing his own viewership. Like, his own size is a contributing factor for why people saw what happened. Because he streamed it on his own channel.
Is indicative of what the problem is, right? Because what happens, what I'm noticing that you're doing is like, every step of the way, you made one tiny mistake. But the way that you are reacting, I don't think a fire can
this is very much an ego issue, Will. Yes, there's a very big ego issue going on.
But the way that you are reacting, I don't think a fire can get this big without a content creator's interaction. And the way that you're responding to each of these situations is only fanning the flames.
Yeah, I would. Especially when you're a content creator this large. When you have a platform, you have to take responsibility for what's on that platform, right? Whether or not Thor agrees or disagrees about the context, he has to acknowledge that people are angry at him. Period. Right?
And I think, like, you're saying this, right? Like, you've tried everything. Like, you've tried
doing nothing.
You've tried doing nothing. You've tried doing everything. And
I don't think he's actually tried doing nothing. I X to doubt that one, but sure, because if you ban literally everybody for mentioning said thing, that is doing something. So he's definitely been doing things this entire time, right? I'm willing to give Dr. K the pass on not calling that one out, because his goal is to say Thor believes he's not doing anything. So you're saying you're not doing anything. You said you tried this. You said you tried this. So what's going on? And Dr. K is, again, pulling teeth, trying to be like, Thor, please, figure it out, dude. There's 2 dots here. We're gonna put them together.
Like, you've tried
doing nothing.
You've tried doing nothing. You've tried doing everything. And nothing seems to be working, which I know seems like nothing is working, but if you are consistently getting the same result and you are altering certain variables in that equation, what that implies is that there's one variable that's not being altered.
Yeah, and that's why I look to the outside source, because I'm like, I've altered...
No! It's you! Oh no! Oh no! 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 Oh, good fucking God. I'm not elaborating. I'm not gonna elaborate on that. You know, I know, Dr. K knows. Thor's the only one out of the loop here.
The way they interact
But
online,
the outside source is relatively consistent. because people go through drama all the time. And maybe this is a leopards ate my face moment. Maybe this is a moment where I can say this now, and a month from now, when I'm in your position, I'm going to be like, holy shit, was I wrong? Right? Like maybe this is not the way, but your whole point is that the amount of hatred that you're receiving is disproportionate, not only to what you did, but is even outside of the norm of what other content creators experience. Like, yes. I've been through shit. I've had people get on my case and stuff like that, and then stuff usually calms down, right?
Yeah.
For most of us, we all get these kinds of problems where people like are really mean to us. I don't think they understand. No snowflake thinks it's responsible for the avalanche. But what I see is a guy who is, everyone thinks they're snowflakes.
That's an interesting analogy. No snowflakes thinks it's responsible for the avalanche. I mean, yeah, because they're not. No individual is responsible. It's a group thing. Oh, hey Dave, how's it going?
And you're getting swamped by an avalanche. They don't understand that. I think people on the internet...
No, people understand that. People know that that's happening. They just don't care. Or they think that the avalanche will help, or they think the avalanche is justified. Pirate Software losing content or losing subscribers would be the avalanche in this scenario. That's justified because his behavior says that people shouldn't be supporting him. Right? So if his behavior is problematic and it's causing harm to other people, and that harm is disproportionately large proportionately large to the size of his channel, then his channel being smaller reduces, or if his sphere of influence is smaller, it reduces the amount of harm his behavior can do to people. Like, how much damage has he done to this guild? OnlyFangs. Right?
Don't now know how to understand it until you are on the receiving end of hate.
No, I think a lot of people actually do understand that. I think that there are also like dishonest actors as well who engage in this behavior on purpose to instigate. There are going to be dishonest actors in pretty much any scenario, and just the number of them will scale differently depending on how big of a blow up the thing is, right? So. There are, but trying to or pretending that the internet doesn't understand something because there are dishonest actors doing it on purpose is like, if there are dishonest actors doing it on purpose, then those dishonest actors know what the fuck is going on because they're doing it on purpose, and to do it on purpose, you have to understand. So I think that there are a lot of people who don't know things, but like if there's anything the internet understands, it's that like. Fuck you in particular. Like, the internet's very good at that.
From thousands upon tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, and people who are just piling on. Once the bully starts kicking you when you're down, the internet is like 1,000 other people who are like going to get in a lick because it feels good.
That is... I do not believe that is what is happening to Thor. I think Thor is the bully. And he is in A Bug's Life, Thor is Hopper. Thor is 100% Hopper in A Bug's Life.
And I think you're doing something that is like absolutely hitting a trigger point. And I suspect that what you're getting into, just with the way that you describe things, it's very much like I did this tiny thing, and then all of this stuff is happening to me that I don't have any influence over. And objectively, these people are wrong. Objectively, I'm correct. And when someone does that...
Right, Thor is trying to impose his perception of something that happened as objective on something that is a subjective opinion about a behavior. So we can agree objectively about what happened in the raid, and we can discuss strategy. But when the person started to try to discuss strategy and say, hey, I'm frustrated, here's what could have happened, here's what could have happened, they were frustrated when they said it, but that wasn't an issue. They didn't take out their frustration on anybody. They were discussing the tactic and why what Thor was doing or didn't do or could have done was problematic, and was confronting him about why this or why that. Yeah, he was frustrated. Yeah, his tone was angry, but Thor weaponized that person's anger to say that what he was saying was unjustified, when what he's actually discussing was the strategy of the raid itself. So we can objectively take the scenario and say, somebody called a run, Thor proceeded to run, and at best we could say Thor misunderstood what run meant. But that would still be Thor having to take responsibility. And if people think that Thor's a dick for doing that, that is an opinion, right? But Thor is saying, actually, my opinion is that maybe I did something wrong, but actually, this was the scenario. And so my opinion is objectively correct, but yours is objectively wrong. And that's not how it works. That's just not how it fucking works. And trying to impose otherwise on people is going to fucking get you into these kinds of scenarios.
And says, I am objectively wrong. I mean, I'm objectively right and you are objectively wrong. This is not what happened. This is what really happened. And by the way, all this shit is happening to me now. It's like a very, like, does you kind of get what I'm saying? I'm trying very hard not to say certain words.
I'm trying very hard not to say you're an arrogant asshole. You know what? Listen, I appreciate that Dr. K is trying. He is doing his best. We pour one out. Listen, I've been in his scenario before. I've been there. I respect that. I still think that it's a mistake for him to have not at least watched what happened beforehand. But listen, I respect that you're trying your best to not just tell this dude he fucking sucks.
I don't see it that way, though. Like,
I know you don't.
As, like, an objective.
Yeah, we know. We know you don't see it that way. That's what he's saying. Oh my fucking god. Flashbacks of Gary. Pour one out to the doc. I would actually really, really enjoy probably having a conversation. If I ever got the opportunity to talk to Dr. K, I think like we would have a good time. We would have a good time. All right, sorry, go on.
Certain words.
I don't see it that way, though. Like,
I know
see
you
it
don't.
As, like, an objective,
that
objective, this, objective, that. I see it as it's more of a deep emotional response from people that don't care about me or they don't care about resolving the situation.
Either you don't understand or you're a troll. Either you don't understand what I'm saying or you're a troll and you're causing problems on purpose. What did I say? That's all this is. It's such a bad place to be. It's childish. It's immature. It's absurdism at like oh my god. Thor can't even acknowledge that someone else could have a different opinion about a non-objective thing. Or about an opinion about an objective fact. My guy, please take a philosophy class. Holy shit. Or both. Yeah, both. No, that's already too advanced. Already too advanced. To know that there's more than these binary options that he's falsely claiming are the only options.
They want it to continue in some way.
Yeah, so
and,
I think
I get it, but like
okay, but we're not talking about them. We're talking about you. Right? So, yeah, sure. Let's agree. Let's just agree with Thor for a minute and be like, okay, yeah, everybody is just an asshole to you. Everyone else sucks. Blah, blah, blah. But what are you doing? We're talking about you right now. Stop talking about fucking the internet, people.
I don't want to be a part of your story. It's like...
Right. So I think that's what's fueling the flames. You don't see it that way.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how that.
Right. So when
he doesn't get it. He doesn't fucking get it, guys. He doesn't get it. Drake said, "I just got here. I missed the disappointment." For disappointment, I would have had to have had an expectation. I was not expecting any better than this in the first place.
Why would you care for so long?
We'll get to that in a second.
But why would I care for so long? Why you spit in my face? You know that time doesn't just make shit disappear, right? Like, ignoring the problem doesn't always make it go away, right? Like, you're literally saying your feelings are invalid because enough time has passed regardless of what I did to you. Because I'm not acknowledging that I did anything to you in the first place. In fact, I'm accusing you of doing things to me. Because you dared to express an opinion or not agree with something I said.
I think that this is another thing, which is that you're thinking a lot. Okay, so we're gonna.
It does sound Darvo-ish, yeah.
Talk about something called mentalization. Okay. So when you imagine what is going on in someone else's head, I don't think you are doing nothing you're saying is incorrect, but I think everything you're saying is pretty incomplete.
That's a kind way to put it. So, like, for example, feelings are valid regardless of what's going on, but that doesn't mean your feelings are correct or justified, right? Your feelings are valid. You feel however you feel. Now, what made you feel that way may or may not be justified and may or may not be correct, but the feelings are themselves whatever they are, right? That's which is fine, right? This is the baseline that we work off of. Because your feelings can't be incorrect. Because that's not how feelings function, right? So there's a big issue going on here where Thor is spending a lot of time pretending he knows what's going on inside of everybody else's head. And he has no fucking clue. He has no fucking clue.
Right? So you're saying, like, okay, there's a parasocial aspect. You're completely right. Like, you're right about everything you're saying. I just think the main mistake, if you can call it that, the cognitive process that is really getting you in trouble is incompleteness. So
no, I don't agree with that. I think that's part of it. But I think that it's denial. It's not incompleteness, it's purposeful manipulation. Right? I think that Dr. K is not saying that because he's still trying to pull teeth. Like, he's still trying to get Thor to come to this conclusion. So he's not gonna just straight up say blah 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 blah, right? So somebody in the chat, Wolf White, said if he didn't insult Ross, okay, well, I mean, we're not talking about Stop Killing Games, but sure. If he didn't insult Ross as he did, if he apologized to any of the people he aggressed upon, if he humbled himself in any regard and returned his ego closer to his station, we would forget and possibly forgive. Yeah, part of the issue is that, like, he's now done this too many times. Like, you can get away with it once or twice, especially if you don't do streams like this, right? Where you inflate, you continue to inflate and inflame the situation. But when you keep doing it, and particularly when it's something along the lines like Stop Killing Games is political, right? It's a legal and political precedent, which is outside of the scope of, oh, I just did something wrong in World of Warcraft and now people are unjustifiably mad at me. I was just smug one time in a video game. Like, that really changes when the court, like the ball court, seriously changes when you move from, oh, I just said something mean to somebody in a video game. That doesn't matter because it's a video game. Therefore, whatever time and energy and emotional investment you have doesn't fucking matter, right? So disregarding that slight, when you move that slight into a different, the ball court changes, the game changes when you're talking about something that affects everybody on the fucking planet who has access to fucking consumer rights and video game products and development. You've seriously changed the fucking scenario. Right? Massively changed the fucking scenario. And you're not just affecting people's opinions about a game, you're now talking about people's rights and freedoms in a political sphere. Right? But I think, well, yeah, Wolf is right. If he just fucked off, or said, oh, I misunderstood, and brushed it off, but no, he's ego-driven, he's attached to being correct. He's made it part of his personality. He's, what was the word he used about Coney? He said that they adopted it? No. Imbibed? No. Whatever. He's made it part of his personality that he needs to be right about whatever fucking dumb fucking shit thing he says. And he's like, when somebody streams for fucking 11, 12 hours a day, you're gonna say wrong shit. You're gonna say fucking wrong shit. You know what I mean? My reasoning for mentioning Ross is this is the stupidest thing I've ever... Yeah. No, you're right. You're good. Adopted it. Yeah, I was only adopted. I was born in being right. I was right before you were born.
Oh,
I don't understand.
I know.
You this up.
Yeah, we know.
I know.
We know you don't understand.
99% confident that this is going to be very hard. And I think this is why you're in this situation, because this is like, it's like, you're like...
Dr. K is 100% right. I know you don't understand. That's the problem.
I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know. I've tried everything. What they're saying is just not true. The reason that I know that these people are not valid is because they copy pasta each other. Right? Do you see how much...
No, I think that's not everyone. Right? There are some people that are just upset because they saw me as like some pure holier than thou content creator, which that's not realistic. I'm a human being.
Bro, your shorts are specifically catered to make you look like a far different creator than your actual long-form content does. So you invented that, and you did that. And so people are disappointed when they find out that you don't practice what you preach. You're literally telling people that they're fucking mad that you're a hypocrite and they're not justified for fucking you. Wow. Holy shit. I said that faster than my brain, like, grasped what the fuck that was. Thor set up a standard, and his shorts set up a personality and set up like an expectation about how to treat people and how to treat yourself, and they're generally a positive message. I think they're a little bit shallow. I've always thought that they're a little bit shallow, but you know, it's a clip out of a long stream, right? You know what I mean? So you take it with a grain of salt, and you be a little bit charitable. Now, people who've watched your long-term content or longer content and watched how you've handled criticism, and it flies in the face of the things that you've said either in long-term or in long or short content. Which means you've set yourself up to be somebody who follows these holistic standards, and you don't follow them. And now you're mad. You're telling people that they're wrong for watching how you've responded to behavior, or how you've behaved in response to criticism, or to people even being mean to you. Because criticism doesn't have to be constructive. That's not a requirement. And I said, oh my god. I talked about this when I talked about Osmongold's fucking shit. And I pointed out that Thor has set up a scenario where he says, you should be able to free to open a question and have conversations and then stuff. And then after setting up that platform, when he defended Osmongold, when people criticized him for it, he said, you should know me well enough to not criticize me for this. He's a hypocrite. And so now he's like, well, you just misunderstood me. And completely obfuscating and completely ignoring the fact that his YouTube shorts, which are one of the largest things that he gets viewership on, is not a factor. When it is, even if it wasn't in short versus long, right? If you've got in this scenario, you're saying, hey, we need to listen to people's evidence and proofs, and people say, you roached, here's a video of you roaching, and you say, but I didn't because that's not real. And then people say, you're gaslighting and you're lying because here's the fucking proof. And then you tell everybody to go fuck themselves. And then when people say, wow, you're a hypocrite. And then you then say, oh, but you're wrong for thinking I'm a hypocrite because I'm a human. This is abuser behavior. This is abuse language, my guy. What do you mean?
I think
hold on.
There's some people that are
whoa. No, I don't agree with that.
Thank you.
No, I definitely do, because there are some that have messaged me with stuff like that. There are definitely.
But I've gotten some private messages. I thought you said nobody asked you your opinion, and now people have messaged you this shit. He keeps changing what he's fucking saying all over the goddamn place. Holy. God, I'm glad I'm not the one having this fucking conversation. I do not envy. Dr. K is doing his best. Who messaged you? What are you talking about? I'm gonna put this back a little bit. Thank you. Carsadio? Let me know if I'm saying that right. Tell your girlfriend I say hi.
Creator, which that's not realistic. I'm a human being. I think
hold on.
There's some people that are.
Whoa. No, I don't agree with that.
No, I definitely do, because there are some that have messaged me with stuff like that. There are definitely people that felt that.
Yeah, I know they felt that. But I don't think that you're an ordinary content creator. I don't think you're an ordinary human.
Correct. There we go. Now we get to the scaling issue. Yes. Yeah. Let's go.
I think you're a superhuman being.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, look at his little down blushy laugh. He thinks that's a fucking compliment. Oh, God.
You think about yourself.
I don't know. I don't, generally.
I think therein lies another problem.
That is a problem. Lack of self-awareness. I don't think about myself. Maybe, given the size of a content creator you are, you should think about the position that you're in and how your actions affect other people. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I'm gonna start. Thor, stop eating my crayons. Good God.
Right? So if you don't think about... I know it's weird, like I'm sending you a lot of weird stuff.
It's not weird, but it's not weird at all. Dr. K is saying that to keep Thor on the line, because he's starting to, like, more seriously confront him now, like, a little bit more directly, and he doesn't want Thor to, like, disassociate and stop engaging. Yeah, he's rejecting it.
Right, so I think that if you don't think about yourself on a regular basis, the version of yourself that you will have on your mind that then projects out to the outside world is not going to be an ordinary human being.
Correct. 100%. You need to understand and be considerate of the way your behavior affects the people around you and how they interpret your behavior and the things you say if you want to be capable of communicating with other human beings. Correct. 100%. I 100% agree with this.
I think you project exceptionalism.
I'm not sure I understand, but
I can understand that. So I think that this is going to be a situation
where Thor believes and presents himself like he's a special little boy because he's been treated like he's a special little boy by his father and by the company his father worked for.
It's going to be very hard, and I'm going to do my best. So the first thing is I'm not right. But I think that there's something about the way that you construct narratives. There's something about the way that you are objective, but other people are subjective. How do you know that you're not the subjective one and they're not the objective ones?
I absolutely am subjective. I don't think that that's the case at all. There's no way that everything that I say is objective. That would be ridiculous. I think that would be absurd.
And if we go back and listen to the conversation that we've had from now, would we be able to predict that's the way that you feel about yourself based on how you've been talking?
I don't know.
Oh, no. Thor does know. I've noticed this a couple of times now. I didn't point it out because I wanted to see if this pattern recurred. When he's confronted with a direct yes or no scenario, he responds with I don't, like when the obvious answer is no or the obvious answer is yes, that's not going to make him look good. He fucking says I don't know because he does know that the answer is fucking no. Thor has not said that a single opinion of his for the last hour and 18 minutes of this video has been subjective. Every time he's like, objectively this, objectively this, objectively this. Not a single time has he ever even mentioned, considered, or implied that what he was saying was subjective. He just said everybody else was wrong, and he was objectively right. He knows that the answer is no. But he says, I don't know, because he doesn't want to admit that the answer is no, and he knows it. And he's done this 3 or 4 times in this video so far. Good God.
I think the answer is going to be no, right? So when I ask you, why do they feel this way? How do you know that they're wrong? You say, well, objectively, you rely on proof. And if you're dealing with people who are mature enough, then they understand that. But if they're people that are younger than you, that means that these young kids nowadays are not proof-oriented.
I'm either right, you don't understand, or you're a troll. Those are the only 3 options. You can't possibly be mature, know what's going on, and disagree. What did I say at the beginning? What did I say yesterday? Everyone is dumb but me. That's his fucking position.
Parasocial. Yeah. And the tricky thing about this is that you're not wrong. So I would agree with every single one of the statements that you've made. But I think that
it's a defense mechanism for that. 100%.
But it's a defense mechanism. It's a defense mechanism, guys. I'm on the defense. It's defensive for me. It's because I have to protect myself. And here's my emotional appeal to how much danger I'm in. Stop fucking streaming then. Fucking Christ.
A defense mechanism meaning what?
No, it's a defense mechanism on my end. And the reason why...
Again, he's doing that thing where he's interrupting Dr. K because he doesn't want Dr. K to finish his point because he knows that Dr. K is going to fucking... The point that he's making is not going to make Thor look good and he doesn't want to fucking deal with that. So he's interjecting to make sure that Dr. K cannot finish what he wants to say because Dr. K in this scenario is an honest agent so far, in my opinion. I think that Dr. K is an honest. He's earnestly approaching and honestly approaching this conversation with good intentions. And Thor is weaponizing him and using him and his reputation to spin bullshit. which is part of why I think it would be more in Dr. K's favor to know what actually happened ahead of time. Reeling it back, it's the same fucking cycle that they described a couple of minutes ago. It's the same thing. But listen to what Dr. K was actually saying, and then look at when Thor interrupted.
That are younger than you, that means that these young kids nowadays are not proof-oriented. There's parasocial, and the tricky thing about this is that you're not wrong. So I would agree with every single one of the statements that you've made. But I think that
it's a defense mechanism for that. 100%.
You see that? Did you catch that? As soon as Dr. K said, but I think, Thor interrupted because he doesn't want Dr. K to elaborate and explain. That's the fucking defense mechanism.
Defense mechanism meaning what?
No, it's a defense mechanism on my end. And the reason why I did that is because it's gone on too long. And it's gotten to that point where it's hard for me to have a response that is not an emotional response. Like, we talked about this before, is like, whenever I feel like I'm having an emotional response, I just stop and I walk away for a moment, come back to it. But with this, I'm getting back into that old habit of like, I need to deflect this, I need to diffuse this. This is kind of a wall in front of this. I don't even want to, and you just kind of put it up there and walk away from the scenario. And that's literally what that is, which is, here's my evidence, take it or leave it. And the reason why...
Can I point out that Thor is literally speaking to somebody who has who's a professional psychologist right now, and he's mansplaining to the psychologist what a defense mechanism is? Holy shit. Yeah, an old habit. Yeah, that's not an old habit, that's just a habit that has existed for a long period of time that you've never gotten out of.
It ends up being, here's my evidence, here's how I feel people are, this is the objective fact of this, is because we've had tens of thousands of people bringing that up, and it's just turned into like a callus, if that makes sense.
I think it makes a lot of sense. How are you feeling about this call, by the way? Like, is this okay?
This is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is fine.
So I think this is.
So you're not getting emotional now, but you're still being defensive? The call is fine, and everything's okay? But you're still doing the defense mechanism? But you're saying that it's not an emotional problem right now? What are you getting at, dude? What do you mean by believe? Insert Jordan Peterson meme here.
So here is what has contributed to this situation, which doesn't mean that you did something wrong. I don't think you're bad or anything like that. But I think that this
I think he's bad. I think he's bad and he should feel bad.
Tendency to walk away from your emotions and lean into logic, I don't think works very well. So I think
correct, and it's also not healthy. You cannot separate logic and emotions. They are intertwined. You cannot pretend that there is not an emotional factor to anything that you experience and everything that you experience. So you can't just fucking pretend those things don't exist, especially when you're trying to impose your logic onto other people. You can't invalidate your own feelings and everybody else's feelings and say, hey, I'm only being logical. And this is obviously the only objectively logical conclusion that you can come to, because facts don't care about your feelings. And the problem is that's not how it fucking works. It is entirely illogical to remove emotion from social interaction. That is completely an illogical thing to do. So when somebody, okay, this is for everybody out there. When somebody tries to say that I'm just being logical about whatever situation you happen to be in, and they are doing so to remove the emotional effect, whether it be the emotional effect of themselves or other people or somebody else directly that's being that is the target of discussion, that is an illogical thing to do, because it is a objective fact that you have unemotion about a thing. So to try to pretend that that emotion is a non-factor or is an invalid factor is simply weaponizing logic and reason against somebody else. To say that their emotions don't matter or don't have value or are invalid. It's just invalidating language. And the thing is that person is also being emotional. They're just projecting that they aren't. And a lot of the times, the people that are doing that are the most emotional one in the scenario. Do not let people fucking do that shit. It's garbage. Absolute garbage. Dumpster fires in the chat, everybody. Does anyone else just look... Lord Magicus from the chat said, does anyone else just look at the length of time we've been watching this video over multiple streams now and wonder, quote, why can't he just say, I fucked up, I'm sorry, and have that be the end of it? Bro, that would be way too simple. That'd be way too fucking simple.
Like, remember how we said that something that you're doing about the way that you respond to this is like triggering people harder. They're getting angrier and angrier and angrier. They're not letting up. Whereas like most content creators, people basically move on to trolling someone else. So anytime a content
I think it's disingenuous. I don't think it's disingenuous on Dr. K's part. I know what he's trying to do and what he's getting at, so I'm willing to... he has earned charity from me. Like, I think that he means well. I don't think it's a good idea in general to present the other content creators as just going around and trolling, because that's not necessarily true. And some of them, sure. Some of them, maybe not. But the thing is like, a lot of the content creators that have made content about pirate software have been legitimately critical and earnest in their criticism, not trolling.
Creator, you know, like reaches out to me and they're like, hey, I'm really struggling. I'm like, the best thing that you can do is wait till they move on, because the internet is an ugly mob, and this is the other thing that you're running into, which we haven't talked about. I do think that what you project is exceptional, and one of the things that the internet absolutely loves is to take an exceptional person and make them bad. So
no, fuck off, no, absolute no. Okay. All right, we're gonna wrap on this, and then we'll come back tomorrow to watch some more. That is a absolutely fucking absurd statement. That is absolutely wholly unreasonable. It's dismissive and it's insulting. I don't think that's acceptable at fucking all. No. The internet is not the world's big bad evil villain, all right? And this is the problem. This is why it's important. And this is why I said at the beginning, it is incredibly important for Dr. K to have actually watched a 5-minute video to see what actually happened. It's not a big ask for you to do a monochrome amount of research to know what the fuck is going on, or at least what initially started the problem. To misrepresent and pretend that that's not... I cannot disagree harder with that assessment. I think that assessment is wholly unfair. I think that assessment is fallacious. And the reason I think it is fallacious is because there's a specific fallacy. Is it the genetic fallacy? Might be the genetic fallacy, where you're saying, well, it's the internet, therefore. The answer is no. This is not what's happened to Thor. Thor is not an innocent party here. He's not somebody who has no power in the scenario fucking whatsoever. There are people on the internet who present themselves as good people who are shitheads. What the internet likes to do is fucking call out shitheads and shitty behavior. That's something that the internet likes to do. Does that make the internet on like some stupid moral high horse because nobody's actually really better than anybody else? Sure. Maybe. But you're not talking about individuals, you're talking about the mob of the internet. So we're back to the snowflake doesn't cause the avalanche. Right? So if the snowflake doesn't cause the avalanche, and we've already acknowledged that Thor's behavior it has instigated and fueled this entire scenario because he's treating people poorly, and people are trying to communicate with him, in some ways in unacceptable ways, and in some ways in totally acceptable ways, and he is refusing to communicate with those people, means that it's not the internet that's the fucking problem. And don't get me wrong, there are problems on the fucking internet. There are issues. There are things that, like, people shouldn't be getting death threats. People shouldn't be getting swatted. People shouldn't be getting doxxed. And we can all agree on those things. But if you're going to fallaciously blame the internet because the internet doesn't like horse shit to defend the person treating people and don't pretend that Thor hasn't done damage to people. He has, absolutely. And it's intentional. He's done it on purpose. He did it in the stream. We watched him. We watched him do that. This is disregarding all of the other issues, like the fact that his game has been funded for 6 years and hasn't come out with shit. Starting to line that up with, the fraud type of scenario going on. The fucking, who was it that did that? The Senpai one. Oh god, what was that called? Yandere Simulator. Oh, 8 years, sorry. 8 years, not 6, and hasn't come with shit. The fact that he's running around claiming that he spent hours and hours and hours with his ferret, which is mathematically fucking impossible. The fact that he can't take any criticism or any joke. The fact that he was defending Osmond Gold's fucking racist genocide apologetics. But no, we gotta protect little baby Thor. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. Fuck off. Fuck off with that statement. Absolute nonsense. Alright, that's it for me. I'm gonna get out of here. We're nearly halfway through this. I'll be back tomorrow. Welcome. We're gonna talk more about this Pirate Software, Healthy Gamer, GG, Dr. K situation. Okay, I know at the end of yesterday I got kind of mad. But that's not my fault. It's absolutely my fault. I think, to wrap up what I was saying at the end of last stream, I think it's a little bit rich for somebody who is sitting there asking everybody to be more compassionate and asking everybody to give Thor a break, to then turn around and call the internet a bunch of assholes because they don't like when fake, self-righteous pricks pretend they're better than everybody else and then get caught lying. And the internet just doesn't let abusers get away with shit like that. Forever. Sometimes it takes the internet a while to figure it out, but when they figure it out, but anyway, that's what I think about it. I still don't hate Dr. K, by the way. I just disagree with him, which I think is healthy. So, alright, let's click this back just a couple of seconds, and let's get into it, because we still got a lot to go in this video. It's very interesting. This is a very interesting video. I'm glad this video exists. This is I like this shit. This is good, interesting content. This is content. Yeah, also apparently Hulk Hogan died. A shame, brother. I'm not a wrestling person. I know a little bit about wrestling, but most of what I know from wrestling was from watching like old Spoonie videos and Egghead. All right, let's go.
You project as exceptional. And one of the things that the internet absolutely loves is to take an exceptional person and make them bad. So we love...
Yeah, but Thor's bad and isn't actually exceptional. He just presents that. It's the fake part. It's the fake part that the internet doesn't like. The internet doesn't like taking down exceptional people. The internet likes taking down people who pretend and present being exceptional when they're not. That's what the internet likes to do. I really, really don't like this representation of like the internet in the context that he's talking about. I really dislike that. Anyway.
Love tearing down people who are good, and we love redemption arcs as human beings. Right? There's like, this person thought they were the best thing since sliced bread, and we're gonna fucking tear them down. I've been on the receiving end of that a lot.
Oh, really? Have you? Interesting. I'd be curious to... You have my attention. Have you now?
And then the flip side of that... yeah.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And to be clear, I don't think of that about myself. Like, at all. Like, I'm constantly going over anything that I can do right, anything that I can do wrong. I remember all of my own mistakes and beat the shit out of myself for them whenever I do that, just like I feel like...
How? In what way? Why? Like, again, we're back to the difference between the way you view yourself and the way other people view your behavior. And Thor's having a hard time separating that those are different things. Just because you view yourself one way, the way you view yourself is always going to be different than the way everybody else views you, because you have all the context of what you're thinking and why you're thinking it. But you can't communicate all of this to other people 100% of the time. Or at all. Not 100% of it. Part of communication is learning how to understand what the other person is saying.
Like a lot of people do.
I believe...
And yeah, this is just another appeal to him just trying to be like, oh, but look how sad I am. Yeah, so what?
I believe you do that for the stuff that you are aware of.
Yes. I mean, you
can't do it otherwise, right? Like,
for the things that I'm aware of, for sure.
100%. So I think that
I don't think I'm better than other people. I do think that it's funny because you key on that. There's a lot of people that brought that up, and it's like,
you literally said in this interview or conversation that you thought you were better than other people, because you literally said that you thought that other people were incapable of using using proof to fucking have debates, and you do that, and you think that's a superior way of doing that, and you think that there are some people that are incapable of doing that, and you put them on a lower set. Like, I investigated my own behavior and I found no wrongdoing. Yeah, you absolutely think you're better than other people.
I never said that I was, but you'll see there's a number of people that are in there that are getting like banned.
I think I'm better than other people. Not all other people, just some other people. And I'm usually pretty clear about that. There are just some people that, like, listen, some people are fucking shit. I think I'm better than Donald Trump. I think that's a pretty low bar.
Banned for this shit right now is like, they come in and they're like, did you know that he worked at Blizzard for 7 years? Like, yeah, that was my career. And I'm proud of that. So
and you ban people for saying that you worked at Blizzard when you worked at Blizzard and you're proud that you worked at Blizzard? Dude, it's a joke. It's a meme. Why are you mad?
Of course I'm going to talk about that because it gives context to talk about other things around the games industry, which is what we do on the stream.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes...
But you ban anybody who uses the word mana.
The things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay.
It is. Look at his face. I don't know if you're... Look at Thor's face goes from relatively, like, normal fleshy color to very red. Listen, watch.
This phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh, yes.
And shut down. So he instead of saying, I don't see it that way, can you explain it to me? He says, I don't see it that way, but okay. I would like to point out again, Thor is currently talking to a professional. He knows he's talking to a professional. So he immediately fucking, yeah, the hackles. His face goes completely red. He got called out directly and just says, well, I don't see it that way, but okay. Is like, well, I'm just gonna accept it without ever having to understand it, so that way I can never that way I never have to acknowledge it. Yeah, it was really arrogant. That's an incredibly arrogant thing to say. what I think is actually reality and what you think is just like your opinion, bro. Remember yesterday when he talked about, well, I think I'm 100% subjective? And then Dr. K asked him, well, do you think watching this talk back, you'll find yourself being subjective? I don't know. Yeah, you do. He literally just did the thing. He just did the thing.
So, you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Right? I'm right. So you're thinking you have blind spots. You're wrong. Like, I'm objective and you're subjective.
No.
This is not the way it's perceived. This is really the way it is.
I think that turns into, I guess, conversational PvP for the sake of it, if that makes sense.
Conversational PvP for the sake of it? So you're saying that, oh, but if people disagree with me, they're just arguing? So they're just trolling? They're just trying to attack me? Oof. Unreal. And this is like, I again would like to remind you all that Dr. K has been very, very kind and very, very gentle trying to lead Thor through this. Good fucking god. Thor's mentality is incredibly immature, and it shows when he lashes out to defend himself. Yeah, he's very emotionally and socially immature.
Sense?
Absolutely. It absolutely turns into conversation. That's what you're doing.
Yes, it's what Thor is doing, not what the other people are doing. This is what Dr. Trey has been trying to get at. It's your behavior that's instigating this and fueling this, not other people. Mwah. Good. Come on, what's he gonna say?
When I say I'm doing this for context?
Yes, when you're saying other people get it wrong, and here's the reality of it. Like, go back and we can rewind the stream and just listen to the structure of your sentence.
That is me being adversarial against people that are trying to make it out like that is an arrogance thing, that it is a boasting thing, like I'm trying to push somebody else down. That is absolutely being adversarial against that kind of speech. 100%.
I'm not. I don't think it's so. I think there's a construction in your.
He's conflating it because he doesn't want to address this thing, so he's trying to address this thing instead.
Speech, and there's a theme. If we listen, I know it's kind of hard, but you do things that are objective, right?
And subjective. I'm a human being.
Which ones do you represent? Which ones do we hear when we hear you talk?
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay. So, for example, if we were to code...
He keeps saying, I don't understand, when he knows, because he wants to, let Dr. K keep going so he can find a way out. He's stalling.
Code statements as subjective or objective. Okay?
Okay.
So coding a subjective statement is, let's say, I'll just give you an example. Why are people getting mad at you? Or you said something about, I rely on proof. So if I were to code that...
It doesn't mean you don't.
I know.
I feel like somebody could take it that way, but that's not.
No. That's I'm not going there. So if we were to code that...
He's so defensive. He keeps doing that thing where he interjects. Did it again. Wolf White said, K is way too kind for the situation, allowing Thor to dodge and deflect. Dr. K is genuine in this situation, Thor is not. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that assessment. We have one honest agent dealing with a dishonest agent, and when you do this as an expose... I've done this scenario before, obviously not this high profile, but I've done this before. You need to be overly charitable in the conversation and sort of just let things go to demonstrate whatever the point you're trying to make is. I'm not entirely sure what Dr. K's point is that he's trying to get across. I think if we knew that at the beginning, or what his goal was initially, this would be a better conversation, because I do think that Dr. K is letting Thor get away with too much because he doesn't have a specific goal. at best, his goal is just trying to get Thor to understand why people are mad at him, which is, you know, a nice goal to have, but not something that you're going to necessarily accomplish very well on a live stream, right? That's more of something that you're going to be able to accomplish through actual therapy. Now, what Dr. K is doing is the things that you would see in therapy, but when you make it into a stream, it adds a few additional layers on top of it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't. There's a couple things about Dr. K's methodology that I'm critical of, but I understand what he's doing. I don't like that there's just an allowance being given for Thor to just lie, and Dr. K has to just let it go. Again, Dr. K's put himself in that position where he has to just let it go because he's made himself purposefully ignorant of what's gone on, and I think that's a mistake, especially with somebody as high profile as Thor, and in this kind of a situation, you are far better off to confront someone with the actual scenario, because it gives them less wiggle room. But that's just my experience, and the way I like to approach things. That's just my opinion. That's subjective. Dr. K has his own way of doing it. I'm not saying his way is wrong. It's just a way that I'm just a little bit critical because I have a different way I would do it.
That gets coded as objectively, right? That's an objective statement.
Okay, sure.
So here's a subjective statement. I feel like this is unfair.
The other thing is like, well, I do my things based off of proof. It's like, do you? 100% of the time? No, you don't. You're a human, right? You're a human and you make mistakes, and you don't, just because you have proof doesn't mean you have all of the proof, doesn't mean you have all of the evidence, and that doesn't even necessarily mean that you have, even if you have all of the proof and all of the evidence, that you come to the most correct conclusion. In fact, you can't know what you don't know. So you have no idea if there is other proof going on. This is what I mean when I say it's shallow and immature. It's shallow because it's only the first step. It's only the first step to want and have the desire to look at things through evidentiary means. That is the first step. But you have to have a degree of self-awareness and be tempered to know that just because you have the evidence doesn't mean whatever you think is inherently correct. There are people out there who actually believe the earth is flat. They have all of the evidence, they have all of the access, and they still think the earth is flat. Just because you have evidence doesn't mean you're right.
Okay.
Have you said that at any point?
Yes.
Over this conversation?
I feel like I have said that because I was talking about the response is not proportional.
There we go. That's hold on. No. That's beautiful. That is the response is not proportional. That is not a statement of subjectivity. That is a statement of fact.
Okay.
Do you understand how I'm coding it?
I guess I could see that. I mean, like, that's me making an objective statement when I guess somebody else could say, no, it is proportional, you deserve this, sort of a thing. I guess the thing is I just don't agree with that stance, so I
feel like me and Dr. K are doing the same thing with our eyebrows.
it in the way that I do, right? With that. And I don't know if that's wrong, though, because I feel like there's a limit that seems sane. So, by sane, I mean correct and like not...
Absolutely, man. There's absolutely a limit that seems sane.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be different for everybody.
No.
Whatever their version is.
No, it's not. Because you didn't say there's a limit, because you used the word sane. Sane is like an objective thing, right? Sane is like crazy, insane versus sane. That's not a subjective thing. That is an objective kind of assessment. Right? So
it's a metric. The word Dr. K is looking for is metric. Thor has set a metric for like what is sane and what is insane, what is reasonable and what is unreasonable, and he set that objectively, but the set that he used, or the measurement is arbitrary, and it's based on Thor's opinion and vibes.
Like, if we say that someone is insane, we're not saying that they're subjectively insane. We're saying that they are objective. Like, those words are about an objective dimension.
But I'm not sure I understand the direction of this. And I think the reason why is because
you don't need to. You stop fighting it. This is something that people do when they get defensive, right? Fucking Thor is trying to predict where Dr. K is going instead of engaging in the conversation he's having right now, because he wants to defend against whatever Dr. K is going to say. But he doesn't know what Dr. K is going to say, so he keeps stalling his brain out because he's being defensive. So he's hitting this fucking wall. It's like, you need to trust the person you're talking to, or at least trust them that they are in fact an honest agent in the conversation, even if you don't actually trust them, right? So Thor is just hitting this wall because he views whatever Dr. K is saying. I don't know if it's Dr. K himself. Probably not Dr. K the person, but probably like he's concerned or afraid or defensive against whatever Dr. K is going to say. And so because he doesn't know what he's going to say, it's giving him anxiety, like it's stressing him out. And so like, no, you don't stop assuming he's leading you somewhere and participate in the conversation you're currently having.
Because when I'm talking
dimension.
Welcome back.
But I'm not sure I understand the direction of this. And I think the reason why is because when I'm talking about these things of an objective stance of this is too far, is because the statements that people are making are really fucked up. Like,
that's your opinion. That's an opinion. That's subjective. He's presenting it as if it's objective. Like, it's really fucked up. Boom, that's a metric. That's a measured assessment, right? But it's just like your opinion, bro. Some people might not think it's fucked up enough. Would they be correct? I don't know. That's a discussion that you can have. You could set some metrics and measure that and talk about that from like a social structure standpoint, but you have to build like the foundation to do that, and that's complicated. You could probably get society on a whole, or like your stream on a whole. Like you guys in here, we don't tolerate transphobia, right? We don't do that. We don't play that game, right? But we don't grade it on a scale. We don't grade on a curve. Which is sometimes we may be more or less tolerant of someone being more or less bigoted depending on how they come swinging into the stream. Right? There's a difference between people disagreeing and people being hateful. Right? And we do that on a case-by-case basis. We deal with that on a case-by-case basis. Blah!
Do you think that it is correct to make an objective statement to be like, you shouldn't be sending me pictures of my house from Google Maps? Right?
I agree.
I don't think that's wrong.
So great. So let's take a step back for a second. Are you sure that
Dr. K is trying so hard?
It's okay.
Yeah. No,
okay.
I guess I just don't understand.
He's not okay, and Dr. K is picking up that Thor is not okay. Like he's getting more and more like prickly because he can't deal.
Understand the direction of subjectivity versus objectivity.
I'm with you. So I'm slow playing it. So let me be explicit. So remember, this goes back to what you are dealing with is disproportionate, right? So there's a variable that's missing. Something about the way and now I'm making an objective statement, okay? It's not about blame. This is about assessing the way that you are existing on the internet and the response that happens to you. There's something in here objectively that is disproportionate.
Yes.
Okay? And this is completely, and even if we say, oh, here's the reason and you're to blame for it, I don't think that there's any reason that we can come up with that justifies other people's behavior. Does that make sense?
On some of these cases, yes.
Yeah, okay.
All right, yeah, so they're just right now, this isn't about agreeing, disagreeing about what did or did not happen, just to be clear. Dr. K is not sitting here saying, oh, these people are objectively wrong or these people are objectively right about whatever the scenario is. Dr. K is just laying a foundation to be like, okay, this is our platform. This is our basis of where we're going to start from.
So,
yeah, I think there is a limit.
Now, what I'm trying to get into is precisely this, which is your and sounds arrogant, but I'm going to say, so it's clear to me that you have blind spots about this, because something about the way that you are navigating, you have a rubric for how you interact with people. And something about that rubric is fucking triggering people. So what we're trying to do, so how did you feel when I said that?
That's fair. That's a fair way to put it. I like that. I like that picture. I like the way that paints that.
I thought it was funny because, like, I guess for me, it's a kind of a dumbing down of the scenario, right? Of like, yeah, it's triggering people, but it's so much more than that. But yeah.
Okay.
I think it's leading them to do things that I don't even understand the reasoning behind it on a lot of that stuff. Yeah.
Right. So I think
it's not doing that, but okay, fine. White Wolf says, I may not be LGBT or ally or anything, but there is absolutely no reason for me to be transphobic. Even if we were having a debate about it, I would be approaching it in being respectful and earnest. Yeah, exactly. The people, and sometimes people just don't understand things. And how do you have a conversation if every question is viewed as bigotry, right? And how do you have a conversation if every question is viewed, like, to frame it in what we're watching, how does Thor possibly have a conversation with anybody if every question is viewed as an attack? Right? You can't. It can't happen, and then people can't communicate with each other, and nobody can get educated about anything at all, and nobody can learn any better. Right? And that doesn't remove that there aren't people can't be dishonest in their questioning, right? And people can be, or somebody could not intend to be dishonest in their questioning, and can upset people or can come off poorly, right? And that can happen. So, there's a reason why I clear my block, like almost my entire block list every couple of months. Because when somebody comes in, and sometimes people just, like, fucking are having a day, and somebody comes in sideways, and that's not their intention at all. So I clear the block list, like, every couple of months, just to, like, reset some stuff. So, yeah, and like, it also, like, depends on, like, the tonality. Like, as much as people try to pretend that there's no tone in text, there absolutely is tone in text. It's just a lot harder to discern, and the less you know the person, the more difficult it is. But let's continue.
The end game that I have here is to hypothesize what could be responsible for that gap. So in my experience, when something like this happens to someone like you, I think you're a decent dude. I think it sounds like you made a smug comment and you ran away from the raid. It's a fucking hardcore raid. So I don't know what people were expecting. You know, like, when you play WoW hardcore,
you expect the support to do the support thing, and so if the raid goes sideways, you expect the support to be casting spells to help your fucking team retreat. Especially when there's something, you know, like a frost mage, whose all their abilities, regardless how little mana you have, if you've got any mana regen, any mana stones, anything at all, you have an ability that you can cast that will slow and stun enemies. Period. End of sentence. It's not that difficult. It's really not that complicated. And trying to hide behind, like, I don't think that's what Dr. K is doing, to be clear. I'm not talking about Dr. K here. I do not buy that you can sit there and pretend that you couldn't have done anything and try to hide behind the nuance of the mechanics of a game when that's literally not the problem that people have with you at all. That is not the problem. Again, I didn't play World of Warcraft, but I know how to game, and I know how to do raids, and I know how cooldowns work, and I know what mana is, and I could sit down and I could watch that and I could assess this entire situation and talk about optimal plays and optimal decision making. You know what the optimal decision making isn't going to include? Turning around and running away for an entire minute. Insane. Insane.
And you raid, sometimes things go bad and people die. Like, that's just what happens in a WoW hardcore raid. Like, what were people expecting? But I think what you're tapping
him to do literally fucking anything. That's what people. Here's the thing. This is a little bit dismissive on his part. When you do a raid, you trust each other. It's not just about that Thor fucked up. It's if you wanted to talk about just like taking out all of the stuff that happened after the fact, the fallout, all of that stuff. The reason why people were mad at him for the raid is because there is a communication breakdown. Because you need to trust each other, especially in a hardcore mode, in a hardcore raid mode. When you do a raid, the whole point, you are a guild. Guilds are generally even called families when they stay so long together. Yeah, teamwork. It's a team goal that you're trying to do. So when you have one person who fucking completely drops the ball and betrays everybody's trust and leaves them to die, that is a very, very real and very visceral feeling. If you went out with your friends to go hunt a deer, and a leopard showed up, and your friend who had the anti-leopard spray turned around and ran away when somebody said, hey, there's a leopard, run, and then never sprayed their anti-leopard spray, and people died, you'd be pretty fucking mad. It's ridiculous. It's especially if he spent a bunch of time bragging about how great his anti-leopard spray was beforehand.
You're tapping into some energy that is like, that I think you're blind to. You don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. And my point is that the reason it doesn't make sense to you is because of the way that you are looking at the world. Which is that if you pay attention to your statements are coded very objectively. And so then what happens is once you start looking at the world in terms of proof or not proof, I don't know if you're right, I don't know if you're wrong, but...
You're wrong. I will say he's wrong. I don't know if Dr. K actually believes that, or if he's more using those kid gloves again to be like, I'm not saying you're right or you're wrong, because we're talking about how you view things. Res420 said, fucked up is subjective to the point it can be nullified. For example, nothing said to not see can be fucked up because a not see does... Oh, Nazis. Got it. Sorry. Fucked up is subjective to the point where it can be nullified. For example, nothing said to a Nazi can be fucked up because a Nazi deserves every bad thing that ever happens to them, and then some. Yo, fair. Bypass the censor. Yeah, dude. Good job. Good job getting around that. Oh, good shit. Alright, sorry. What was he saying? Something along the lines of... Oh, Thor doesn't get it. Yeah, Thor doesn't get it because he doesn't view the world that way. Okay, so he's wrong. It's a mistake. It's always a mistake. Always a mistake to view the world in a binary sense. Because anytime you present every time you present a binary, there are 4 options minimum. And any axiom, right? So if you take, by axiom, I mean whatever point. So if I say, for example, like what the classic one is God is real or God is not real. That's a binary. Either there's a God or there is not a God. Now you have different options of like, oh, well, maybe there's multiple gods or maybe there's this, but we're just talking about like a true or false binary. It's either true or false that there is or is not a God, right? On that, that's the axiom. You have 2 options of true or false, but you also have the option of not true and not false, and both true and false at the same time, right? So anytime you have a binary true or false, you have minimum 4 options. You actually have way more than that, but we're just talking about, like, I'm keeping it very, very base here, very simple. So if you want to say, oh, you're either looking at things with facts or without facts, or with proof or without proof, you're setting up a binary that actually includes that people are using both facts and like true and not true information, or incomplete and not incomplete information, or neither complete nor incomplete information. But the problem is when you set yourself up for this kind of like mentality where you're saying that, oh, well, I'm making all of my decisions based on proof. If you do that without the self-awareness of understanding that you can't know what you don't know, then you're setting yourself up for fucking failure. Absolute fucking failure, because how do you know that you have all the proof that you need and that your assessment of the proof is accurate? Right? What we're getting into is philosophy. This is philosophy and logic, right? There's mathematical logics that you can utilize to demonstrate X, Y, or Z, right? And there are different thoughts and processes of logic. There isn't one logic. There's multiple different kinds of logic, right? And some are effective in some areas and some are effective in other areas, and which ones you use, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But a lot of this has to do with, like, the fact that fucking these people have no idea, right? Thor has no idea right now that he's talking about philosophy. He doesn't know. He doesn't realize that's actually the conversation he's having. Because the question turns into, all right, well, what is your personal philosophy? And I suspect that Thor does not have one. Not one that he can articulate. And if you can't articulate it, how do you know that, one, you're doing it, and two, that you're consistent? And part of what's happening to Thor right now is the dissection that Dr. K is doing is extrapolating and explaining and exposing that Thor is incredibly inconsistent. He's a hypocrite. He applies standards here, but doesn't apply them here, right?
And so then what happens is once you start looking at the world in terms of proof or not proof, I don't know if you're right, I don't know if you're wrong, but the question then becomes, how do two people that think that they are both operating based on reality, who disagree, how do we patch that up? How do we bridge that gap?
Philosophy! That's how we bridge the gap. We bridge the gap with philosophy and discussion and experimentation when possible, because you can't always, like, you can't necessarily measure what an idea is.
I mean, generally what I see with that kind of stuff is the way that I like to do it is you kind of present evidence and stuff, you talk about it, you find out if you were right or if they were right. And sometimes you're both wrong, right? Like, it just comes out to that. You learn something, you move on. Sometimes when it's like, I find it to be disingenuous, right?
But how are you having the conversation when you block everybody? You're not doing that, though. You're setting up the scenario, and then you're not following it through. Or you're following it through sometimes, because you're a hypocrite, and you apply the rules to other things, but you don't apply them to yourself. There's a reason why I don't set standards. There's a reason why when I do these types of streams and what I'm streaming about, I don't set standards for what I expect from people. I let them tell me what their standards are, and then I assess whether or not they're following their standard. Thor is not following the standard and the precedent that he has set. It's not me imposing this on Thor that I expect he should be or behave in X, Y, or Z way. It's that Thor is saying that people should behave in this way, but is not willing to behave that way himself.
And I will use that as an objective term.
Yep.
I find it to be disingenuous to have a person come in that is not interested in a resolution, that just wants to cause a hateful situation.
Absolutely.
Right. And that's most of what I'm getting with this.
But the thing is the dishonest agent in this conversation right now is Thor. So what do we do about it? If the person who doesn't want the resolution, or doesn't want a reasonable resolution, which is Thor, because Thor just wants everybody to shut up and just believe whatever he says, which isn't reasonable, and we can go into why that may or may not be reasonable. But if we agree that that's not a reasonable thing, then what the fuck? We meme the heck out of Thor. That's what we do. That is correct, Feline. That is exactly what happens. That is exactly what the fuck happens. That's exactly it. It was like, oh well, I'm just right, and everybody should just shut up about it. And everybody goes, no. The fucking Bugs Bunny meme comes out with no. And then they start fucking memeing on him, and they fucking call him a roach and put him in a video game, and then he tries to sue them, and then everybody laughs at him because it was fucking bullshit.
And when they can't get me, it makes them angrier. When they can't,
but they are getting you. They are, though. They are. That is 100% what is happening. It's. He's fucking La La Land, dude.
Hurt me, it makes them angrier. When they can't do anything about it, they can't shut down the stream, it makes them angrier. We get tons of people that'll come in and say things like, people still watch this guy. It's like, yeah, we still have a massive community. People love, hanging out here.
Yeah. They're not talking about you. The people that come into your stream and say, wow, people still watch this guy, aren't commenting about you, Thor. They're commenting about your community. They're talking about the community, not you. Good fucking God.
And doing stuff. So like I feel like when I make those objective statements, it's because I go, this is how I have this situation for communication. And if your only reason to be here is to cause problems, it's not going to be compatible. But if you want, and I tell people all the time, it's like, if you want to talk about this, we can talk about it. But if you're just here to copy paste something off of Reddit, cause a scene, and then get banned, like, we just don't care. Just going to ban you.
Okay. So.
But you banned people for just saying the word banna. And you said you demanded everybody come and talk to you and then ban anybody who talks about it. Kana says, oh, where's your game, Thor? How many people are working on it? What stage of development is the project in? Where's the money you raised for it? I don't know. It's only been 8 years. What do you mean? Outside of people who are just his audience, what group would claim him and help defend him in a group identity? Furries sure aren't going to protect him. That's true. Yeah. No, I know. Sorry, I knew you were being rhetorical. Yeah, no, it's a fair question.
So I think what makes
That's
this
objective about that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I think what makes this really challenging is not that you're wrong.
He claimed he banned 50,000 people. Like, it's a joke. You're a joke. You're just mad people don't take you seriously because why should they?
I think what makes this hard is that you're right. Okay? So when you're wrong, it is easy to show a correction.
I know where Dr. K is going, so I'm not gonna pick on that. I trust. Have a little faith, guys. I know where he's going.
Right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
When you're right, but incomplete, it becomes harder to show a correction. So like, let's say that I'm trying to think of an analogy. It's like if I develop a product that is crappy, that is successful, that happens to be successful, it is way harder to understand how that crappy product is crappy. Does that make sense?
I would add to the analogy, just to tweak it a little bit, to make it a little bit easier to understand. I would say it's hard. If I make a crappy product, it's hard for somebody else to tell me that my product is crappy when the analytics I use to decide whether or not my product is good is based on the money brought in by how often or how much I've sold or how many copies of the product that I've sold. Right? If I'm only working on partial information and the only thing I care about is whether or not this product brings me in money to note whether or not it is successful, and therefore successful equals good, when I equate falsely a false equation of good and successful, then there's a break there because there's a false equivalence going on between these two things, right? So what Thor is doing, he's equating being technically right about one thing to saying he doesn't deserve any criticism for, therefore, right?
And I'm not trying to analogize you to a crappy product. I'm really just using this as an example of I mean, I love your content. Like, I really do. I think you're a great guy. Like, I don't think you deserve this. I'm in your corner, okay? But you see what I mean? I'm just using that as an example of, like, if you make a crappy video game, right? And then, like, people...
Well, I mean, Thor would have to make a video game first to assess whether or not it's crappy, but okay.
Play it. That doesn't make the video game good. And trying to explain to someone, hey, I know y'all think that Oblivion is an amazing game. I'd give it a 10 out of 10, but Oblivion is the start of the decline of the Elder Scrolls series. Oblivion is the first step in the wrong direction to what ended up as Starfield. That is something for a lot of people to have difficulty understanding.
I would say that about Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII is a fantastic game. It's got issues, it's got some stuff, but it set the decisions that were made because of how successful Final Fantasy VII was, that Square proceeded to the direction they proceeded to go in, were all the wrong decisions. That's not Final Fantasy VII's fault. And that's not the fault of the fans of Final Fantasy VII. That is just bad product analysis. And they proceeded to continue to make that mistake for the next following, like, 7 or 8 games. At least 10-2 had innovation in it, alright?
Right, because Oblivion was a great game. It's a 10 out of 10. But if you want to really understand the glory that was Elder Scrolls, you have to play Morrowind. And
chat is very
also, yes, Morrowind's fantastic.
Divided on this topic.
The chat is wrong. Like, they're wrong. It's okay. Sometimes I get to be right and they get to be wrong.
It's a very objective statement.
Absolutely, right? So, and how do people respond to that?
I mean, it depends on the right? I think that there are moments where you can make statements like that and it's funny. It's
so
10-2 is absolutely fucking underrated.
Yes.
So I think what makes this hard in your situation is that everything that you say is correct. I just think it's incomplete. So what I'm basically getting a sense of is that you tend to...
Except for all the lies that he's been telling, but sure.
Since you move away from some of this, like, emotional energy, and you lean in... So the first thing that happens is, once you suppress your, like, emotional circuitry, your emotions still influence your logic.
Which is not a logical thing to do. Right? You shouldn't necessarily be doing that. That is not reasonable... That is an unreasonable thing to be doing. We talked about that yesterday, or the day before. These are starting to run together for me.
Okay. I can see that. I think in times of deep stress, that gets more so.
100%. It gets very, very, very good, right? So it's not that the emotions stop. It's just that we start dissociating from them. Dissociation doesn't mean shut down. It means unaware. And then what happens is the emotion...
I'll take the professional's definition. I'll grant. Yeah, okay. I don't know about that, but for the sake of the conversation that they're having, it's a functional definition for what they're talking about. This is one of the problem with these kinds of conversations sometimes, is that you notice that they're not really defining their terms. And so that can cause a lot of confusion and misunderstandings and make conversations more difficult. So, I mean, he's defining the term now, and I'll take it.
Will shape our logic. And it's not that they're illogical, it's that it becomes more selective.
Sure. I can see that. That makes sense.
And so I think what's going on is, like, the story that you tell me has what I would call missing reasons. So I know that's confusing. There's a great post about it that I think a therapist made many years ago. But sometimes when people tell stories and, like, bad things are happening to them, they are leaving out things that evoke the response of the other people. So
it's basically when you tell a story, you don't want to make yourself look like the bad guy. And you disassociate and ignore and don't present all of the things that you did to make you look like the bad guy. Go read Am I the Asshole Reddit. It's full of that shit. And you know who notices that you're full of that shit? The internet. The people in that subreddit who are like, hey, missing information here. What the fuck did you do? It's just like stories like, oh man, my wife is crazy and left me for no reason. All I did was come home with her favorite food, and then she got up from the table, screamed at me that I don't know anything about her, and she ran out and never came back. And the answer is like, bro, what did you do? It turns out you brought home fucking shellfish, and she is deathly allergic to shellfish, and it's actually your lover who likes shellfish. You fucking psychopath. You nearly killed her. No wonder she left your dumb ass. What are you talking about? It's like shit like that. It's same with like exaggerating, right? You listen to this and you tell me if you think that Thor has one-up syndrome, where basically every time somebody tells a story, he'll be like, "Oh wait, but I have this other story," and he's constantly one-upping people.
When you tell a story that other people are just like crazy, and it's the internet and it's parasocial and people are reacting, there's something missing there. I don't think you can evoke. I mean, it's very possible that you are just incredibly, incredibly unlucky. I don't think that that is a good attitude to
I don't
take.
think it's good to script you. No, I think
right?
that
so
removes any chance of fixing that. Yeah.
I suspect that there is something around your smugness. I suspect there is something around the way that you
Dr. K is using smugness because that's what Thor said, not because it's accurate.
Perceive yourself as ordinary, but you act anything but. Maybe even some degree of, because I don't think you're ordinary. Like, I don't think that's objectively correct. Like, I think you're exceptional. Like, if we look at human beings, I think you're exceptional. Like, if we look at the range of various things, you are not ordinary. If we look at the bell curve of content creators on Twitch, you are not ordinary. So
I would say in terms of that maybe, but like I just feel like a normal dude.
Yeah, because it's your normal. It's normal for you because it's your lived experience. That doesn't mean it's normal. Does Thor think that everybody in his chat on Twitch is also a crazy fucking high-level streamer that spends 12 hours a day streaming? Could you, like, fucking go outside and go grocery shopping or something? Like, what are you talking about? Like, do you guys, like, you have any idea how insane it would be if I thought that everybody at the grocery store did the same shit that I do with like, on the internet? And, like, I thought that everybody else had the same kind of, like, analytical style, particularly, like, pertaining to politics that I did if I went to the bar? Wolf White said all Thor is hearing is placating. Yeah, I think that is true. I think that's accurate. I think that is all he's fucking hearing. Which is why, by the way, I do think that it is important to confront about when somebody's fucking lying or being inconsistent, and why sometimes, like, you have to pick and choose when you do this, as, like, if you're the person in Dr. K's seat, where you need to pick and choose when you're going to be like, no, that's just hypocritical. And you have to be, like, clear and, like, but that, again, I'm sharp. I'm prickly, and I get that. Yeah, I'm sure that if Dr. K watched me doing the same thing that he's doing here, he would have a lot of notes. And there's a good chance he'd be right. Ordinary people don't have thousands of others watching them thinking and talking with them every day. Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like a normal dude that sits in a chair for 12 hours a day.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think there are parts of you that are, and it sounds like you sometimes push these away. I think there's a lot more there. So you said, I feel like a normal dude. I think that makes sense. But I think there's a lot of feelings there about being a normal dude that maybe are not.
You think a normal dude sits in a chair for 12 hours a day? On a stream? Talking to thousands of people? Like, this is what he's talking about, the missing. Like, Thor is just completely ignoring the rest of the context. Oh, I worked at Blizzard. Oh, I have a video game. Oh, I've got money from this. Oh, I make money from Twitch. Oh, I blah, 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 blah.
Not super conscious.
Okay.
Right?
Not sure I understand, but I think that's kind of.
I think he's aware of it. I just don't think he wants to acknowledge it because I think he wants to present himself as differently than. That's just my thought.
Point. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the challenge that I have is that I'm making statements that are unfalsifiable. Right. So if I say subconsciously, you don't think you're a normal dude, how can you ever disprove that? So this is one of the frustrations with my profession is that sometimes people like myself will make these statements. Right. So I do this carefully where like, I'm not saying this is correct. I think it's worthwhile for you to explore how.
I think, yeah, no, I agree. I think that Thor subconsciously knows more than he says. He knows he's a big Twitch streamer. He knows, like, these are things that he knows. He's just not necessarily actively engaging with the information when he speaks and presents himself, right? And so by doing that, that creates a realm of your almost lying by omission. Like, I know that's not what he's trying to do. That's not the intention, but he's doing it almost reflexively. Or so it's happening passively. So he's passively misrepresenting himself to people, and he doesn't realize that he's doing it. Right? So if Thor just goes like, somebody's like, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" And he says, "Oh, I'm a streamer. I sit in a chair for 12 hours like, like a normal dude." He is leaving out a shitload of information. A shitload of information, and information that's contextually relevant to the question. Right? And so, like, how much it might not be purposefully malicious. Like, he might not be doing this to be mean. I think that there's a degree of the way how manipulative Thor is almost nefarious, but I don't know how much of it is consciously intentional, which I think makes it worse. Does that make sense? Is what I said just now make sense to people? Can I get, like, chat? Can you confirm if what I said made sense? Because that might have been a little bit not out of pocket. That might have been a little bit. Can I get a confirmation on that one?
How you construct a narrative, what people, and this is where I think what happens is when people react to you, you look at the objectivity. I think that's a mistake because nothing you perceive will be objective.
It's not logical to purposefully ignore information. And so if you only try to look at objectively the literal words someone said, and you don't look at the context or the emotional state or any of those things that are involved, then you're purposefully leaving out information, which is not a logical thing to do. And yes, nothing you perceive will be objective because you can't read other people's minds.
The human brain is not capable of objective perception by definition.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. I just want to make sure that what I said made sense.
I do think there is an objective reality, and I do think that's something...
Do you? Do you? Do you think that there is an objective reality? Are you sure? That's a bold fucking statement. Why do you think that? Like, what's your reasoning and that is a very complicated philosophical statement. Whether or not reality is or there is an objective reality. I think we behave as if there is, like, societally, we behave as if there is an objective reality because it's pragmatic, it's useful, it's helpful. Whether or not there actually is one is an entirely different fucking statement. Oh, that's... very philosophical.
By definition.
I do think there is an objective reality, and I do think that's something that there is value in striving for. in many situations, because something I don't like is perception is reality. And I know that perception is reality for the grand majority of situations. It has nothing to do with the objective reality of what is truth of the situation, what actually has occurred or anything like that. It's how do I feel about what occurred?
No. That's the problem. The last bit of what he just said is the problem. Saying that something, perception is reality, doesn't equate to feelings. He's falsely equating somebody's perception and conclusion as if it's different from his, as if it is emotionally based, and as if those emotions have no fucking value and have no place in objectivity, which is just not fucking true. Objective, something being objective and emotions are outside of it, they're part of it. If we agree that there is an objective reality, and we agree that we are people that exist within inside of that objective reality, then our emotions are part of that objective reality, making those emotions and the fact that they exist objective. It's not even, this isn't even like a reasonable statement. So like what Lord Magicus is saying people can't think objectively is just excusing a lot of lazy behavior by people choosing not to think critically and self-reflect. Yes, it's absurd to even say people aren't thinking objectively. Of course, nobody's thinking objectively. that's not even the right word. No, you can't think objectively. That doesn't exist. That's not a thing. Even in physics, objective reality is made up of subjective subreals. Right, if we want to start talking about mathematics. So it's like, does 2 + 2 = 4? Most of the time, if you're working in base 10, does 2 + 2 always equal 4? Not necessarily, it depends on what you're using. If you're not working in base 10, if you're working in a different realm of science or a different realm of mathematics, then no, it might not equal 4, it might equal 5. Depends on what you're talking about. It's almost like things are based off of context. And you know what context is? Perception. You have to perceive the shit going on around you to do anything about, to analyze anything about whether or not anything is even remotely objective. I would almost make the argument that not only do we not have access to objective reality, what you believe might be objective is still all a subset of subjective observation. All of it, including metaphysics. Including metaphysics. Is love objective? Is an idea objective? What does that even mean? Thor is shallow. One of my main criticism that I've had of Thor since very, very early on is I think he's shallow. I think he's fucking shallow. And I think I've been proven correct.
And that's something I've always felt. And that's kind of like a big thing for me.
Feels
Great.
that way.
I love it.
I'm glad that you feel that way because your feelings are great and valid and your feelings are leading you to an incorrect conclusion.
With you 100%. And I would love to talk about that with you maybe today, maybe on a different day, just about the philosophy side of it. But I think my point is, so you're right. So like there's an objective reality, agree. And perception is not objective reality. So when you look at objective reality and you conclude that this is what really happened, where are we? Is that objective reality or is that your perception?
Ooh, that's a good question. Lupus for 5 said, but Chesh, his brain is logical and objective. It's all those ignorant peons who are subject to emotional bias. Yeah.
That is my perception.
Very
100%.
good. Right.
But when I talk about it, I think the disconnect is this. When I talk about something and I say it with, this is what happened.
With conviction. The word you're looking for is conviction. When I look at something and I say something with conviction. I had to go put my beer in the fridge. I know I just walked away and didn't say anything, but, like, you can say anything with conviction. Right? I could say, my skin color is actually blue. You guys don't know that. I use a filter and I use a color thing, and my skin is actually, like, more blue, like more blue tinted. It's not like I'm blue dabba dee dabba die, but it's like a noticeable shade of blue if you were paying attention. But you're not paying enough attention, plus the filter that I've got going on, my skin actually has this really blue tint, right? And I'm lying. Of course. Of course it's not. That's ridiculous. And I could go on and explain how, like, oh yeah, no, just the way my veins are set up in my bloodstream are a little bit more visual, like, you can see them a little bit more in my skin. My skin's a little bit like... I can make up this whole fucking spiel and say it with enough conviction that you would be like, oh, yeah, really? But it doesn't mean anything.
Perception.
Very
100%.
good. Right.
But when I talk about it, I think the disconnect is this. When I talk about something and I say it with, this is what happened, that's from my perspective. And I think maybe I'm not doing enough in terms of explaining this is from my perspective, this is how I feel about it, because I don't talk that way.
Because everyone is dumb but me. Because if you disagree with Thor, you're either don't understand what he's saying, or you're trolling on purpose. Again, I'm back to he lives in this mentality of everyone is dumb but me, but he doesn't realize he's living there, and he thinks he's being reasonable, and he thinks he's being nice to other people. Good fucking God. Your skin went through second puberty and turned blue. Yeah.
Generally.
Yeah. That's not what you should be doing. So I think this is key point. This is exactly it. So I think this solution space seems...
And you're also... The other thing is that Thor uses that as an excuse or a reason to dismiss other people's perspectives.
Hard for you to grasp. You shouldn't be further explaining yourself. You should be further trying to understand.
Yes! There you go! He needs to listen to what other people are fucking saying.
Why people feel this way about you. Right? So this is not about what is objective.
This is basic communication skills.
It is about what someone else's subjective perception of you is. And that will give you insight into how you are perceived, which in turn will give you an insight, an ability to bypass your own cognitive biases of your own perception. So if I want to understand what I really am...
Too many big words. Thor's not getting it. He lost him. Look at the eyebrow furrow on Thor. Watch.
An ability to bypass your own cognitive biases of your own perception. So if I want to understand what I really am, I have a certain amount of information from myself, right?
Yeah, he doesn't get it. And Lupus said, notice how he's always trying to explain how other people misunderstand him. Yeah, Thor is spending a lot of his time claiming that he knows what other people think and say and why they think that way without ever having even listened to what they actually said in the first place.
This is what I think I am. But then I have another very valuable piece of information, which is other people's perceptions of me. Now, this is where things get really hard, because if people are sending you death threats, it becomes
It's hard for Thor. It's not hard for everybody. Some people have self-awareness. This is the thing with philosophy and stuff like this, and like social studies. One of my things that I find about philosophy is philosophy seems to be a thing of Either you get it or you don't. Right? So if you don't get philosophy and like why its value or what the point is of it, unless you're willing to put in a good amount of work, you're never gonna get it. Like, it's just not for you, and you just kind of have to accept what people are telling you. If you're talking about philosophy and you understand what people are talking about, then you already get it, and you're fine. You're good to go. Now it's just a matter of discussing nuances and having interest and whether or not the conversations interest you or not. If philosophy is one of those things, like, if you get it, you get it. Like, there's not a whole lot to do. You know what I mean? But when you're talking about, like, communication skills, you can practice these things. When you're talking about self-awareness, a lot of people develop and learn these things over an amount of time, and some people struggle with it more than others. And I don't know, as a society, if we really do anything to enable that. Like, the most we really do in a society to help people learn social skills is shoving them into, like, sardines into high school and letting hormone-driven teenagers run wild and letting them fucking experiment and figure it out. Like, that's with little to no guidance and minor, like mediocre, minor fucking supervision. And, like, I feel like we could probably do better as a society, but, you know, whatever.
Very difficult to get a reasonable perception of who you are from a heavily biased individual, right?
Yes.
So
yeah, no, it's impossible at that point.
I get that.
No, like, there are people who fucking hate me. Like, absolutely fucking hate. Okay, listen, I don't even have 5,000 subscribers on this channel, and the number of people on the internet who fucking hate me is so goddamn fucking high. Like, I get harassed. I've had people threaten the cops on me multiple times. I've had people doxing me. I've had fucking, I got dragged into a court case in fucking Kansas. I got somebody trying to take the channel down. They've struck the channel twice. I'm right now precariously sitting on my third copyright strike because this guy is fallaciously bullshit striking my channel off of, like, he doesn't like my thumbnails. Like, I get treated by, like, because people fucking hate me. But you don't see me sitting around bitching and moaning and explaining myself over and over again against random bullshit accusations, because why would I do that? I don't need these people to fucking understand or like. In fact, I don't want these people to like me. You piss off Nazis, Nazis are gonna fucking try to hit you. That's 1-1. So, like, it's not, this is the way it is on the internet. This is to be expected. Is it reasonable? No. Should I have to deal with it? No. But it is, reality happens. So, like, it's absurd to me that somebody who's got millions of views can't fucking deal. And it's not like I don't sit and watch and listen to some of the people who have, like, a serious bias against me. And I've done that. I've done that on streams. You guys have watched me. You've watched me do it live. And I can understand their perspective about what they think about me. And then I can sit there and I can assess whether or not that perception is accurate. And sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. There are things that I'm like, oh yeah, no, I agree with that. I know that I am prickly. I know that there are people that don't like me, and I understand why they don't like me. And I'm okay with that. Like, I come to terms that people don't like me. A lot of these people don't necessarily understand that that's intentional. I don't want Nazis to like me. If Nazis liked me, I'm doing something wrong.
Get that. So not impossible. Right? So this is where it's really interesting, but sometimes the people who hate you the most can still be very valuable information.
Also, equating criticism with hatred or frustration and anger with hatred is not reasonable. That's a false equivalence. They're not the same thing. I could be angry with Thor. I could be irritated. So, like, at the end of last time, I was irritated by something fucking Dr. K said. I was like, that's not fair, that's not reasonable, I don't like that. That doesn't mean I hate Dr. K. Clearly, I don't.
About how you exist in the world.
I agree with that. No,
right?
I super agree with that.
And the classic example of this is like in a relationship where there is one person who is narcissistic. So anytime we're dealing with narcissism,
I was wondering how long it was going to be before narcissism popped out.
It becomes really hard for that person, like this person will perceive other people as hating them. I think I'm not saying you're narcissistic or anything like that. And I think that there's a difference between a narcissistic family member who believes that I lost weight to make them look bad. There's a huge objective gap.
What?
Yeah, so I lost weight. So I feel insecure about, person A feels insecure about their weight. Person B loses weight. Person A gets mad at person B for losing weight so that it makes them look bad. That shit happens. I think
that's weird as shit.
It's a wide gap between.
It's not even uncommon. It's not even uncommon, man.
Death threats that you're receiving, which I really do hope stop.
Yeah.
But my point is that I think the mistake you're making is that you say I'm smug, and then you go on to all of these other issues.
Death threats need to be taken more seriously on the internet by, like, the police. You need to have better, like, laws and rules surrounding things like harassment and death threats. Like, for example, I've had people threaten to kidnap me. I've had people threaten to quote unquote take me to the hood to have me sex trafficked because this person was racist. I've had people threaten cops. I've had people threaten the FBI. I had a lady claim that she had reported me to United States security, the not border security, the basically the FBI, but specifically the department. Oh, what is it called? I forget. These things. I have people threaten to sue me. Again, I got a guy threatening my channel, threatening he's gonna sue me. Homeland Security. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Homeland Security. And the person who threatened me with said that they reported me to Homeland Security did so. Well, they were under the assumption that I was going to be traveling back to the States for court. I had somebody threaten that they were going to attack me when I went to court. Like, if I showed up, they were going to show up and do something to me. Like, I've gotten death threats. I've gotten, yeah. I have a channel of 5,000. Not even. Sorry, I shouldn't say 5,000. Under 5,000. Canis for 2 said, people don't hate you, Chesh. Nazis aren't people. Alright, fair. Correction noted.
Whereas I think you're really downplaying, whether consciously or unconsciously or whatever. Maybe it's even objectively correct. I don't know. All I know is that when you do that, people are not going to be happy with it. And when they respond to you, we're not talking about right or wrong here. We're talking about efficacy or not efficacy. Trying to understand where they're coming from with their complaints, as opposed to, so basically steel-manning their argument instead of straw-manning their argument.
Okay. No, I mean,
right?
I think the thing is that that's what I tried to do in the beginning, and I have not done that.
But that's not what you're doing now?
Since. I think I stopped doing that about 30 days in. I tried to sit down and talk to people about it. I tried to ask people, like, hey, why are you saying that? And each time that I tried to do that, like I said, the callus kind of built up. It would end in...
It's everyone else's fault that he's a dick to everybody, guys.
Just screaming the same thing over again until they get banned. And I haven't been able to get, like, a valid, real...
I don't believe that he's done that. I don't believe that he's done that at all.
It would end in just screaming the same thing over again until they get banned. And I haven't been able to get, like, a valid, real conversation out of it. I think the biggest thing is that I've only been able to receive really polarized responses. I either get people from our community, they're like, no, you're the best, you didn't do anything wrong, which is not true. Like, obviously I screwed up in the dungeon, right? Like, that's obvious, and I was smug about it. Like, get it, right? And then there's the other side of it, which is you're a piece of shit and you deserve to die. And I'm like, dude, these are so polarized. What am I supposed to get?
Yeah. So
read between the lines.
So the solution that I am suggesting works with humans.
Yeah, and Jack points out we are nearly 2 hours into this and he is back at square one.
I don't know if it works on the internet.
It's a very different thing, right?
No, absolutely. Right. So in the real world, when someone gets mad at you, like, I want y'all to I get what Dr. K is saying, but I do not fucking agree with calling the internet not real or not the real world, particularly when you're talking to somebody like Thor, right? Thor's entire existence is nigh exclusively online, right? His job, his money, his reputation, who he is as a person, all exists on the internet. That is a massive, massive percentage of his real life. Right? That is the real world. It's not 1995, guys. The internet isn't pretend anymore. It has its own ecosystem, its own social expectations. It has different pockets. It has commerce and economy. It has, like, it is the real world at this point in time. We need to, as a group, as everybody, we need to move away from this mentality that, like, what's happening here, our conversation that's happening right now that we're doing, is real. It is part of real life. It's not pretend, it's not fake, it's not, like, it is a little bit different than talking to me in person. Sure, it's the medium is different than, like, sitting around at the bar. The location is different. The power dynamic is unique, but it is real. Think about if people behaved. No, absolutely. Right. So in the real world, when someone gets mad at you, like, I want y'all to think about if people behaved in the real world the way they do on the internet, shit would be crazy.
Depends on your community. Are the death threats not real world? You think people can't mail you fucking death threats, or people can't say in real life that they're gonna kill you? People do that. It happens to women a lot. Like, a lot. You want to talk about blind spots? The amount of harassment that happens on the internet happens to women in real life, in the real world. A lot. Like, you think the number of comments that women get catcalling them on the internet is exclusive to the internet? You really think that this conversation that I'm having with these people here would be any different if we were sitting at a bar? It wouldn't. Why? Because there's no reason for anybody to be behaving in any untoward manner. But bar fights happen. There's a degree when you start talking about, like, degrees of separation. When you start talking about people that are, like, making fake accounts or whatever purposefully to harass people. And that you think that, or you expect that those people who do that online would not do that in real life. And I would posit to you to go look at what's happened with the company that we've been watching the last 2 years. This group of people that have been running around on the internet, reaching out to people's real life family members and ex-family members, trying to harass one random person and then going to court over it. And you tell me what counts as real life and what people are willing or not willing to do or say in real life. There are lots of people who say racist stuff and that wouldn't be willing to say those racist stuff to people's faces. That's the main thing, right? You don't think that there's people that would walk up to Thor and call him a roach to his face. No, there's lots of people that would do that. I would suspect most. I suspect most people that have called fucking Thor a roach would be willing to do so in real life. I would. I'd be willing to do that. Most people in this chat would, right? Part of it depends on like when you become bigger, right? Your percentage of crazy people that have this degrees of disassociation, right? But I think it's I think that this is I don't agree. I agree with the concept, but I don't agree with like the reality, I guess.
That's actually already started happening. Like, this has spilled over into people interacting with me that way in real life.
Yeah. So, well, yeah, and I mean that's.
Well, there you go. The complete. Thank you. I guess. Surprise.
You know, even if someone does something, I don't know what Thor did to hurt y'all, but I don't think he did very much objectively. Maybe I'm wrong.
Why? You're basing that off of nothing. You're basing it off of his story that you've already admitted is biased and full of holes. So why in the flying fuck would you believe that he doesn't deserve to get called out? Or called a roach? I might agree that he doesn't deserve death threats, but I also want to know what the context of those death threats are, because like I said yesterday, how do you know that those death threats weren't directed at his character, not actually directed at him personally? I'm gonna listen to it again.
Like, this has spilled over into people interacting with me that way in real life.
Yeah. So, yeah. And I mean, that's like, you know, even if someone does something, I don't know what Thor did to hurt y'all, but I don't think he did very much objectively. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Like, so that's where, like, even when I say that, the way that I attach a statement to it, maybe I'm missing something, right? But my understanding of the situation is that you were kind of an ass about something involving a WoW raid. And then my guess is that you were kind of an ass with the way that you responded to it, because you're really good at being an ass, like in a way that I really appreciate, but you're an ass. So it's
when
what
I say
makes
smug, that's the same. Yes, I would.
Yeah. So like what I love, I've sent you a couple of DMs because like I'll see your shorts or whatever, and I'll be like, this is fucking amazing. That assholery that you exhibit, where you have these kind of base takes, is like what makes you amazing. And when that kind of emotional energy comes out where you did something wrong, and then I think what happens is the way that you frame your response is, it's not that bad. I didn't really do too much. Everyone made mistakes. Like, it's like you'll say you make a mistake, but that's not what comes across. Right? So if you and I have a fight.
I made a mistake. The reason I made a mistake was someone else's fault. That's what he's saying. And that's what he does. So he didn't really make the mistake. It's actually someone else's fault that Thor made a mistake.
Right?
So I feel like I'm being direct, and other people feel like I'm being evasive.
100%.
Okay.
So I want you to think about this for a second.
I've always had problems with that.
I can tell.
100% communication failure in me.
I can tell 100%.
That's the thing. I couldn't have this conversation with anyone else because it was just polarized and obnoxious every time I tried.
Because you don't listen. He's had to pull teeth with you for nearly 2 hours. And you're still on step 1. And he has to be another streamer with nearly 3 million subscribers for you to fucking take time to talk to you. And you ban anybody who tries to say anything to you in your chat. And the power dynamic is fucked. You couldn't have this conversation with anybody else because you refuse to have the conversation with anybody else. That's not on them. You're back to, well, I tried, but it's other people's fault. You're still fucking doing it. Unfucking believable.
Yeah,
have that conversation. And yeah, no, I get that.
So,
I've had issues with that my entire life because it's hard for me to be like, if I say something, I go, hey, here's the thing, and they go, oh, he's hiding something, and I'm like, but how else can I say this?
yes,
And that's yeah.
So I think that's huge. So now I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
If
This
you
guy
believe
is unfucking believable.
you are being direct, and other people believe you are being evasive.
Yeah.
What kind of model would you develop for like shit happens on day 1, and what are things going to look like on day 100? It's just going to get worse, right? Because the more that you're pouring liquid on the fire, you think it's water, they think it's oil, and things are just
that's
get
why I
ran-
tried. That's why I tried all those different like things along the way of like, hey, we'll talk about this, we'll do this kind of a thing. Try to communicate this in some other way, and I feel like I ran out of options. Jesus.
Yeah. So I really do, and maybe it's like
At least Thor has a comfort cat.
like me giving you the benefit of the doubt, and this will trigger people as well. I think
1 step forward, 2 steps back.
you've done the best that you know how to do. I think you've done a really good job in managing this really shitty situation.
No! He has done a terrible job at managing it. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he refuses to listen. If 1,000 people say you're a dick, maybe you should consider that you're being a dick. I consider maybe I'm wrong on a regular basis and double check with people. It's called checking yourself before you wreck yourself, dude. And actually having some kind of self-awareness. Just because 1,000 people say you're a dick doesn't mean those 1,000 people are right. But it means you should fucking consider it. Fucking hell, dude.
I feel like it, but I don't know if that's true, right? Like I don't know.
So I think what's true is, I think most human beings do the best that they know how to do.
Yeah, I agree with Feline. Right now, Dr. K is fueling Thor's idea of self-righteousness. Saying that Thor did his best and he's doing his best and it's a really shitty situation is throwing all of the people who have been wronged by Thor under the bus. For the sake of Thor's ego. They're being sacrificed for Thor's ego. And I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that at all. I don't like it. I think that's wrong. And I just there's not really any reason for Dr. K to do that, except for the fact that he wants to maintain a relationship with Thor because he likes him.
And oftentimes, we don't judge people based on...
It's also making Thor go backwards, right? Thor starts to come to a realization, and then Dr. K strokes his ego, and then Thor is reverting backwards instead of moving forwards. I think maybe Dr. K, if I'm being charitable, I think maybe Dr. K is trying to encourage him, but it's actually having the opposite effect.
What they're capable of, we judge people based on what they do. So when someone is hurtful to me, I'll give you, I know it's kind of a weird abstract sentence. So when I'm in the emergency room, someone is high on crystal meth and calling me an ass fucker or whatever. Sorry, maybe that was too much.
That's fine.
I've heard it.
I mean, that's medicine.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
So when they say things like that, like the objective impact of those words is like, that's what they're doing, right? That's hurtful. And at the same time, the most peaceful and harmonious way to go through life is to do our best to understand where this person is coming from, right? This person is
All right, if you say so.
crashing off of crystal meth. Their dopamine transmission was 10,000 times normal 2 hours ago. And
I guess now everybody who criticized Thor are now all drug addicts that have need medical attention.
Now they are completely dopamine depleted. The more that we can do that, objectively, what they did was unacceptable. And also, if we treat people that way, it doesn't work well. It just doesn't work well. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm not saying it's just. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's like it doesn't work. It's not harmonious. And I think what's been going on with you is first.
What? What is this? What? I don't. You lost me. I'm sorry. You've absolutely fucking lost me on this analogy. Maybe somebody can correct me if you think that I'm wrong, or I can get some kind of fucking clarification. But if you get like cussed out in the street by a meth addict, do you like what? What? I don't understand. I don't understand this at all. In this analogy, is the meth addict are the people that are criticizing Thor, or the people that are not criticizing him but attacking him, right? And I think Dr. K is saying it's harmonious to just brush those things off, and you shouldn't take those things too seriously. Maybe? What? Huh? Dr. K is trying to appeal to a sense of empathy that Thor doesn't have. Oh, maybe.
First of all, people are not doing that for you. They're doing the opposite, right? People are not saying, hey, this guy is like, so for all the accusations, so like I remember seeing something on LSF about people accused you of cheating in Outer Wilds or something. Like this was one of the things. I don't know if that's true or not true. People seem to think that they have very convincing evidence of that. I don't really get into it. I still need to play the game. Please, no spoilers. My point is that in those moments, even if they're objectively correct, I think the right thing that we need to do as humanity and the internet is cut people as much slack as we can. And this is where a lot of people...
Okay, but what does that practically look like? If we say, hey, we are pretty convinced that Thor cheated at this game, what slack is there to give? Besides presenting the evidence and say, hey, we think he cheated at this game, here's why we think that, and here's our evidence of doing so. What are people supposed to... What's the slack that you're fucking expecting from people? Because it sounds like you're telling people to ignore it. It sounds like you're telling people that they should just let Thor cheat. For reasons. Why? Why should we do that? Because it's harmonious to leave con artists and liars and cheaters alone? Because like to me this sounds like, hey, listen, if you want to have a happy marriage and you find out your spouse is cheating on you, to be harmonious you should ignore their cheating. This entire interview has completely neglected, and I think in a really bad way, has completely neglected the damage that Thor is doing to people, and the damage that Thor is doing to the platform, and the damage that Thor is doing to other creators, content creators. It's completely ignored and neglected those things. Or the damage that Thor did to the OnlyFans guild. Right? And what has happened after this? This was 2 months ago, this video. What's happened after this? Thor's continued his pattern of behavior. And he's harmed other people. People like Ross. People like things like Stop Killing Games, move political shifts and movements for consumer protections. Has done objective harm to those things. So, why does Dr. K think everyone on the internet should fucking bend over backwards for Thor? It's the same question I asked when I was talking about Osmongold. Why does Thor think we should all bend over backwards for poor Osmongold? Why? Why should we? What's your objective reason What's your logic?
People will say, "Oh, we cut him slack." No, you guys don't cut him slack. Like, we don't. Let's be honest. On the internet, when
What is the slack? What you're saying cut people slack, but you haven't defined what it is. What slack are people supposed to do? We think Thor cheated at a game. Here's why we think that. Here's the evidence of him cheating. What does cutting him slack look like? Saying, oh, maybe he didn't cheat on purpose? What? How does that make any fucking sense?
feel judgmental towards someone, the most knee-jerk reaction is to not cut them any slack, but to dogpile them. That's what happens.
I have literally been being as charitable as I possibly can, and even when I'm being charitable, it just, like, it's still bad. It's still bad.
It's a very primitive human psychology thing of, like, when one bully is beating someone else up, we're going to get our kicks in, especially if it helps us feel good. Now, the problem, Thor, is that I think you are guilty of exactly the same thing. We all are. It's a human deficit.
Sure.
Okay? But you're guilty of it too, because I think what you say, hey, I was just smug, that's not how it felt to other people.
I think that was me dumbing it down
yes.
to a flashpoint moment, not the full story.
Absolutely. So, and that's where you're screwing up, because you will dumb down your flaws to one word, but you will extrapolate and hypothesize other people's flaws to the nth degree.
I don't think that is a fair assessment.
Okay.
Personally. Yeah, and I don't feel that that's a fair assessment, because I don't feel like I do that to people. When I'm talking about, hey, these are all the things that came after this, that's because that has gone on. Like, the moment was like a day. The attacks for that have been 100 days.
Okay.
So there's so much more.
Again, if you fuck one goat, it's one moment in time that you were fucking a goat. You're still fucking gonna be labeled as a goat fucker forever. You roach on a raid, you're gonna be a roach forever unless you fucking do something that means like, oh shit, I fucked up, I didn't mean to do that, I panicked in the moment, I'm really sorry guys, I'll never do that again, and then actually follow through and not do that thing again. Jesus.
Or content to talk about in terms of how
okay.
much negativity there has been.
He's doing the same thing.
I rescind my statement.
Yeah.
So I accept that there is, okay, so here's how I would modify it. So I think
At this point, I think Thor is a bully, and I think this stream is helping Thor be a bully.
Right. I take that back, and I apologize.
Yeah.
No, and I think the perception from my end is still the same.
Okay.
Right? So we heard a long story from you. Even if it's congruent with reality, one word of what you did wrong, smug, and then 99 words of what other people did wrong. Even if it's correct, I'll agree that it's correct. My point is that when a human being shows up and says, I did one tiny thing wrong and everyone else did 99 things wrong, the reception that they're going...
And all those other 99 things led me to do something wrong.
...to receive is not going to be pleasant.
The thing is I don't know if that's always the case.
It's not always the case.
Because what I've found more often than not is I'm trying to give context of, like, here's all the stuff that happened from my perspective. This is the response the person has from it. They, at this point, it's, because it's so exhausting, it's like, take it or leave it. It's like, here we go. Have the thing.
You're right.
That would be fine if that's what you did. That's how I deal with a lot of criticism. Legitimate and illegitimate. I look at it, half the time I watch it live, we talk about it, and then I either explain, or I elaborate, or I correct myself, and we move the fuck on. Yeah, Canis makes a really good point. There's being nice, and then there's straight up fabricating a narrative to make someone feel better. Yeah, and yeah, Dr. K's at the point where he's just making shit up.
you're 100% right that it is. So I think the big difference is who the person is.
Yeah, I can see that.
If you were a human being who was physically assaulted on the street, you could say, here's the one thing I did wrong. Here are the 99 things they did wrong, and everyone would be on your side. You, however, have some combination of luck or the way that you interact with people, which you kind of said like you've struggled with this. So I see that this is like, it's like a difficulty with mentalizing is what we call it.
I don't know what mentalizing means.
Mentalizing is the ability.
Hey, that's one of the first times he heard a term that he didn't know and then just straight up said he didn't know. Good job. Improvement.
To understand other people's thought processes and internal experience. Now, I know this seems confusing to you because you are really good at cognitive calculation of those things. But there's a big difference between understanding their internal experience and calculating their internal experience.
Okay.
You're really good at calculating, which is, I think, what you've managed to do. You use that...
I don't think he's very good at calculate. Well, that's not true. I think he's very good at calculating and then purposefully misrepresents and weaponizes the parts that he picks and chooses out. So he'll calculate what somebody thinks, then he'll take out he'll cherry pick out the parts that he wants, and then present those as if those are the fact, and those things will be whatever he thinks will make him look good or his argument look stronger. Do you know what I mean? Which is manipulative. It's emotionally manipulative, it's logistically manipulative, it's dishonest. And I would go back to saying that I think that there's a point where I'm not sure how cognitive Thor is, how aware Thor is that he's actually doing that. He's describing projection without saying it directly. Yeah, there is a bit, there's absolutely a degree of Herbert, you're right. Hello, welcome. There's a degree of projection going on, for sure.
And you're not alone, by the way. A lot of people have this. I have this. Where we calculate our way to understanding other human beings instead of like understanding their subjective experience. It's cognitive empathy versus emotional empathy.
I think you have to do both sides of that.
You do. 100%.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And like...
Yes.
No,
unless you can't. Some people cannot. So some people are not able to emotionally empathize or struggle with emotional empathy. I struggle with emotional empathy. I do not empathize with people on an emotional level. If someone is sad, I will cognitively understand that they are sad, communicate to then understand why they are sad, and then I will proceed from there. But I will not be sad because somebody near me is sad. I don't do that.
I think for other scenarios, I feel like I have done that.
Yep.
Of like, hey, I can understand, hey, this person is doing something illogical, but they're doing it because from their perspective, it makes the most sense. Like you explain the person who's like high on meth, right? And they're having a freak out and they're screaming stuff at you. What they're doing doesn't make sense for everyone else around, but from their perspective, maybe they feel like they're getting attacked. Maybe they feel like all this kind of stuff is going on, right? So I understand that side of that completely. But with this scenario, like I said, it was exhausting at this point. That's fallen away. The layers of I guess giving a shit about empathizing with attack people that are coming in is just gone.
I completely agree.
But you don't have to empathize with them to understand and not misrepresent them. That's called integrity. Now it's just an excuse of, guys, I'm tired of being attacked, so fuck you. I know I said fuck you first as soon as you said anything. But now I'm tired of you attacking me for such a long period of time, so extra fuck you. Because that's all this is. This is just people saying, hey, you fucked up, and him saying, fuck you. And then people saying, hey, no, fuck you. And him saying, no, fuck you. Yeah, he is being analytical again. He's doing it again. He's stuck in a loop, guys. We're in a loop. We've entered the Twilight Zone.
And so what I'm sort of this is more of like a long-term thing where like, and I think this is also where like if any of y'all are in this situation, right? This idea of like, I keep on doing what I think is the right thing, and it keeps on messing things up. And I think
so then maybe you should stop bashing your head against that wall and try something different.
You had a brilliant way to, for me, it clicked. I think I'm being direct. Other people think I'm being evasive. So yes. I think for people, if y'all find yourself in a situation where you're like, I'm doing everything right. And by the way, this is like in the line.
I think that you are an idiot. If you have the thought, I think I'm doing everything right, you're wrong. And you need to probably get out of a habit of doing that. Because the answer is you have no idea if you're doing everything right or not. Because how could you possibly know? You could say you're doing your best. But saying that you're doing everything right is already like an arrogant, ego-driven position to take. Now, if you're like, I'm not saying like you're wrong or a bad person for having that thought, right? You're like, that's a normal human thought that people are going to have. But you need to temper that. You temper that defensive, that defensive response. That you learn to be like, hey, well, wait a minute, why am I being so defensive about this?
Kind of a narcissistic defense, right? So a narcissistic defense is one where you think you're objectively correct and people around you are like wrong. So that is like,
I don't think I'm objectively correct. I'm just giving my perspective.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying this is in line with a narcissistic defense. So I'm talking about the general principle, not about you. So, and this is just what...
Except that the general principle applies to Thor. Ha ha, funny thing that. Where's the kid from... Nelson, is that his name? The kid from The Simpsons? I wasn't allowed to watch The Simpsons growing up. I missed it. I missed The Simpsons. I did go back to try to watch some of it, but I just couldn't get into it. It was too late. I've missed The Simpsons train. I heard that South Park came back swinging. I haven't watched it yet, though. I'm gonna have to.
Happens. So this is what all human beings do. When we feel attacked, we tend to... The narrative that we portray is shaped in a certain way that like we don't really control. Like, so if I'm talking to a narcissist, I think, so let me just take a step back because I got to do a better job of this. So the first thing is that the narcissistic defense mechanism is something that all human beings employ. In yoga, it is called the ahamkara, or the ego. So like we all, in order to function in life, it is very difficult for us to look at ourselves objectively. Now,
it is impossible to look at yourself objectively. You can do your best, but your best will never be objective. It's impossible to look at yourself objectively. You can't. It's something called the burden of knowledge. You know too much. You can't look at yourself from an outsider's perspective, which also, by the way, is not objective. So because your perspective of yourself is not objective and other people's perspectives of yourself is not objective, you literally cannot objectively observe yourself. That is not fucking possible. Not with our current cognitive existence as human beings. Now, if we were to evolve into fucking balls of light or turn into Q from Star Trek... Maybe that's possible. It doesn't seem to be possible for Q, but like for an example, if we were to evolve beyond what we are as human beings and what we have to acknowledge that we are, we don't even know what time is. Like we have a perception of time that is not accurate, and we know it's not accurate. Like we measure time, and the way we measure time, we know that it's not what time is. Because time is fourth dimensional and we are three-dimensional beings. It's the same thing with like a two-dimensional being trying to recognize a third dimension. They might be able to measure it, they might be able to observe it to some degree, but they don't really know what a cube is from a third-dimensional being's perspective, and we don't know what a cube looks like to a fourth-dimensional being. I recommend, if you want to blow your mind a little bit, go look up point perspective drawing, and go look, like, just observe what point so a lot of the times the way you observe the world is 2 to 3 point perspective, right? Up, down, left, right, right? But you can get up to like 6 point perspective. And that is just going to give you like a visual sort of representation of understanding that there are way more ways to look at things and way more ways to present and observe things than you might normally experience in your day-to-day life. And let's not get in, we never go, don't even talk about solipsism. No, bad, no, get out of here.
What makes it harder to look at ourselves objectively is how much people attack us. So the more people attack us, the more our emotional and mental reaction is to defend. In the same way that if I was standing next to you and I tried to punch you, if I made a fist and I tried to punch you in your abs, your belly would harden. You can't even control it. You had to have no choice but to harden your abdominal muscles as I tried to punch you in the stomach. In the same way,
to have some, but yes.
In the same way, when we are attacked by someone, and this is true of all streamers because we get attacked a lot, our narcissistic defense must compensate. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. I'm not calling you a raging narcissist. Please, no one take...
That's not... That's physics, not social studies. We're crossing our streams everywhere. But what about the second law of thermodynamics in a closed system? No! Okay, doctor, please, no, don't do this. There is... No! You've been literally spending the last hour and a half talking about how the reaction is disproportionate. Which means there isn't an equal and opposite reaction. It means that there's a disproportionate reaction. What are we doing? We've lost the plot. We're gone. Goodbye.
Take that away. Okay?
Oh, they will.
I know they will. And that's why I'm going to call attention to it. But this is something that if they're calling attention to it, they're missing the point. If anyone is listening to this conversation and still thinking this is about how Thor is a bad guy, y'all are fucking missing the point of this conversation.
I don't think that's the point of the conversation, but I think it's the conclusion people are going to draw based on the things that Thor is saying. And I think that those are two different things. And I think to try to preemptively disregard that is a reasonable conclusion that people are going to come to, as if they just don't understand the conversation and are trolling, is not a good look.
What you are going through, Thor, is something that every human being on the planet will go through in some form. Every human being on the planet will do something where they make a mistake, and a lot of other people, and y'all, like, you guys tell me if you're...
Yes, Dr. K is making the same mistake that Thor is doing. He's trying to get ahead of the criticism by saying, I'm right, or what I'm presenting is right, and everybody who disagrees with me is either trolling or doesn't understand. It's the same fucking thing. It's the same fucking problem. Lots of people do this. This is all over the internet.
I'm wrong, chat. Have you ever been in a situation where through Thor is something that every human being on the planet will go through in some form? Every human being on the planet will do something where they make a mistake, and a lot of other people, and y'all, like, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, chat. Have you ever been in a situation where a lot of people made mistakes, including you, and then you owned up to your part, but people dogpiled on you anyway? And when they dogpile on you anyway, you did something stupid.
Hey, here's the main problem, Dr. K. Thor didn't own up to what he did.
You behaved like Thor did, and you defended yourself. And you said, hey, object.
Thor didn't necessarily even defend himself either. He fucking went on and attacked people. And banned people for trying to have the conversation, and now is misrepresenting what even happened and what went on. He's fucking lying. And here's the problem, Dr. K, you're enabling him and justifying his lying. It's almost like there's a reason that 2 months after this, he's still in the same fucking kind of situations. The World of Warcraft thing hasn't really gone away, but now everybody's focused about him doing the exact same thing and behaving in the exact same way as fucking for Stop Killing Games. It's almost like in your attempt to help him, you've actually enabled him to be worse and escalate the issue. It's almost like this is backfiring.
Objectively, here's what I think happened. Here's my perspective. And the more you tried to defend yourself, the more angry people got with you. I would be stunned if this has not happened to every person in chat at some point in their lives. And so what we're talking about now is this cycle. This idea that, okay, I'm objective, other people are subjective, because I absolutely think you have that bias. By
you just justified his cycle.
The way we all do, but like I think it's very prevalent in the way that you talk. The really tricky thing there, and I have to acknowledge this, is it's not clear whether that is actually what's in your head or that is just the way it comes across, because it absolutely comes across that way. So when I said you owned up to this one thing and then you talked about all this other bad stuff that happened to you and you're like, objectively, I disagree. I did this one thing and I literally have 50,000 people. And I was like, okay, you know what? You're right. But even though you're right, what people are going to hear, their limbic circuits of the brain are going to hear, yeah, I was smug and all this shit happened to me and it's not my fault. That's what people are going to hear. And when people hear that...
It's almost like people are going to hear that because that's what he's saying. He's saying, hey, I did this one thing wrong, but the reason I did this one thing wrong was everyone else's fault instead of my own. That's what he's saying. And his explanation is shit. Because if you actually look at this scenario, what he did was not a reasonable response. So even if it was, oh my, but this guy said to run. Okay, but running doesn't mean literally just drop whatever you do and run away and leave your friends to die. So even in the scenario, it's like, again, this is why I was so concerned at the beginning. Why I watched like 2 minutes of this and I was like, this is gonna backfire. Dr. K doesn't know what happened. And so he's enabling Thor and Thor's bullshit and Thor's lies. And in doing so, you're making the situation worse. It's one thing to be like, okay, but we're not gonna debate the things that actually happened. We're gonna talk about how to resolve socially your reputation. Because that's what's really gone on. If we want to talk about what the real problem is that Thor has, is that his reputation is going through the shitter. So what you need for this scenario, if you want to fix it, isn't a psychologist. It's a fucking PR agent. So get a PR agent. I mean, also get a psychologist. Like, go to therapy and fix your shit. Get your shit together. But also, like, if you want to fix your reputation, you need to get somebody who knows how to do that. And knows how to, if you're having trouble navigating PR and a social situation, you need to hire somebody who does PR and knows how to navigate these things.
Dude, that's weird for me. Legitimately.
Yep, I know.
Because, like, from my perspective, I'm like, hey, you know, I screwed this up. This is how this went down. Here's my perspective on it.
Yep.
And then the response is, you didn't take any accountability. You're a piece of shit. Why won't you just say it?
Do I need to go back and play the part where he said, the thing I did wrong was being smug about this because this guy told me to run and I did what he asked me to do? Bro, that's still not the thing that people are pissed at you for.
I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense to me in response.
Yeah.
Like
so,
for me, that's such a disconnect between those two conversations.
And this is not about right or wrong, fair or unfair, just or unjust, true or not true. Now what we're talking about, like, so we're a channel that talks about the mind. So you're saying, I said this, someone says you don't take any fucking accountability. And you're like, that is a disconnect with me. I completely agree. That is the one thing that I think we can all agree on, is that whether they like you, dislike you, whether they like whatever, the one thing we can all agree on is that there's a disconnect. Other people think that you're disconnected. You think they're it's not even about you, but or other blame. There is absolutely a disconnect between the kind of response that you're getting and what you're doing.
Part of the issue and the reason that Dr. K is not succeeding as well in this conversation as you would expect him to is because he doesn't know what happened. So he doesn't know when Thor is just straight up lying. And the problem is there's a lot of fucking straight up lying that Thor is doing that is packaged and wrapped up in this other issue, right? So Dr. K is trying to deal with this other issue, but this other issue is packaged in, there's lies inside of it. And so because he doesn't know what is a lie and what isn't a lie, he's not going to be able to successfully, like, unwrap and unpack this ball of fuckery.
There is a disconnect for other people between what you did and what you're owning up to. That's my point. So, like, when I started this conversation, the key thing is that there's a circle that's empty. That's the only way this can be explained. And the question is, what's in the circle? And what I found, if y'all find yourself in a situation like Thor, I find the hardest thing is oftentimes the best thing to try to do, which is to try to understand when someone says, I don't take accountability, or they accuse me, they say, you don't take accountability, to do your best to try to understand that. And I think you've done that, because it sounded like for the first 30 days.
I agree, Chaotic. Thor definitely comes across as if he believes he is the smartest person in the room.
You engaged with people in conversation.
Yes.
And when you engage,
and I found that the reactions started to get more and more, I could use the word unhinged, but it really just comes down to more and more unbending of, I just want to make an attack. I just want to go in the chat and make an attack. I just want to go on your YouTube and make an attack. It wasn't in good faith to have, like, I want to have a conversation about this. It was,
That's a scaling issue. That's you're getting a bunch of people telling you the same thing over and over and over again, and you don't have the mental to compartmentalize those things. And when I say the mental, I mean, like, you know, when you're playing video game and you mental bloom, that he doesn't have he's not in the headspace to do that and have that conversation.
Want to be here to throw a punch.
Fortitude is a good word.
So I think that there's two things that I hear there. One is, once again, this pattern of the more I do something right, the more wrong someone appears to be. Right? So I tried to listen to them. They became more unhinged. They became more unbending. So that can absolutely be the case.
Which is weird, and a tacit admission of Thor saying he wasn't willing to bend at all. That's projection. He's saying these people are more or less willing to change their mind because I kept repeating myself. So he was never flexible or bending or willing to listen in the first place. He just wanted to tell people how it was, and when people didn't believe him and tried to continue the conversation and explain, he viewed that as what he was actually doing. Thor never asked the question of, am I even right? Yes. Yeah, the foundation that this is all built on is Thor lying to himself at best. This whole thing is built on, this whole castle that Thor's got for this scenario is built, it is fucking made of sand.
But do you see how this is another scenario where you behaved correctly and someone else behaved incorrectly?
I feel like that is an incorrect response, because the first thing that'll be brought up is they always say, "Well, you didn't."
Stop worrying about they. God, you gotta get out of this fucking headspace, my guy. You gotta get out of this fucking headspace. Well, they're gonna do this, and they're gonna do that, and they're gonna do this. No, we're fucking focus. Stay on track.
Can you blame? And I go, here's in this post.
No. What did you hear me say?
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, you did. yeah, you didn't listen. Good call. Good call out. I'm glad Dr. K stopped him this time.
Just pointing, your statement was, I tried to listen to people and they became more unhinged.
Yeah.
So I want you to
I think
code
that the people that are still.
No, don't worry about the people. Hold on.
Okay.
Code that sentence. Look at the grammar of that sentence.
Because it's objective.
I did something right and they did something wrong. That's the way. That's what I hear when you say those words. And this could be where your disconnect is. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just saying, here's another statement that you made. I tried to talk to people. They're crazy.
I don't think, I think there's an objective reality there, though. When someone comes in and says, you didn't take any accountability for this, and I go, here in this.
It doesn't matter what your justification is. You need to fucking acknowledge what you're saying and how people believe that. Holy shit. Yeah, Dr. K needs to stop saying, I'm not saying you're wrong. Like, at what point does Dr. K say that Thor is wrong when Thor is being wrong? Like, maybe that's like maybe that's like being a doctor of psychology. Maybe that's like the idea of like being Thor's therapist and role playing as if he's Thor's therapist on this stream, is that he doesn't say that he's wrong, because usually your therapist isn't there to tell you that you're wrong. I think that there are probably times when a therapist does have to be like, okay, yeah, but your response is wrong. Like, you can't do this. But that is probably like a habit and like a cadence and like a standard of practice that your therapist doesn't do that. But the thing is Dr. K isn't Thor's therapist. This isn't a proper session, and this is being streamed on the internet. You don't think that Thor is capable? I think that if Thor was actually going to therapy regularly, with the understanding that, like, hey, something is wrong, I feel like, and that something is related or has to do with me, if we could get that far, then I think that he would be capable. But we can't move an inch. And Thor's projecting that everybody else is inflexible.
Post, I said I did this wrong. Here on this video, I said I did this wrong. And they go, that never happened. Like,
okay.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Very good. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. So I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. Okay. So bear with me, Thor. Try. Don't read chat. Focus. Ignore chat. Okay.
Don't read chat. Focus. Listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm playing that again. I like that.
Like,
okay.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Very good. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. So I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. Okay. So bear with me, Thor. Try. Don't read chat. Focus. Ignore chat. Okay. So
he's still reading chat.
Here's the problem. You're not wrong. That's what's so wrong. That's what's so hard about this. So when you engage with people for the first 30 days, I think there's let's think about it, okay? There's a selection bias. Who's going to come talk to you? The raving people.
No. The people that are going to come to him first are the people that are in his own chat already. This was live streamed. No. No. The first people that are going to be talking to Thor are his fan base. No. This was the scenario that we're talking about was live streamed on Thor's channel. He streamed it. The first people that were there talking about this, that Thor was interacting with, was the people that were watching him on his own stream. Wrong! Completely wrong! Oh no! And also, who's gonna come and talk to you? The raving people. Why? No, what makes you think that? Like, what is that? You want to talk about selection bias? My fucking god! Holy shit! You know what? I will give this stream something. At least every day that I've watched this, there's been at least one part of the stream where I'm like, Jesus Christ!
I think that was the initial wave, and then it calmed down to people that were kind of willing to talk, and now it's just the raving.
Whatever. Yeah. So like when you open yourself to conversation on the internet, let's be honest, the likelihood that you get a balanced person who really is willing to take a step back and admit their flaws and understand how they're wrong and is not projecting something on you is low.
That depends entirely on your brand. That is entirely based on the way you cater and build your community. Wholly. And how you're approaching having what conversation. Right? Are you talking flat earthers? Are you more likely to get an honest or a dishonest flat earther? I open myself up for conversation and have conversations regularly. I have a whole other channel called Debate Hub, which is all about philosophy and psychology and science and having discussions and politics and learning about these things and talking about these things. And we have those conversations all the time, and we mostly get honest people coming to talk. When I went and read through the Canadian conservative version of Project 2025, there were earnest conservatives that came in and chatted. And the earnest conservatives that came in and chatted were chill and cool and fine and understood some things and didn't understand other things, and we had that conversation. Some of them stuck around, some of them didn't. And then there were a handful of fucking crazy people. Because of course there's always going to be a handful of fucking crazy people. But you can't make the assumption that everybody's going to be crazy because they started by saying something you don't like. That's confirmation bias.
Not what the intention of me talking about it was when I was engaging in those conversations. The way that I feel about that a lot of the times, you're not going to get through to the person who's angry on the internet.
Okay.
You generally won't. They're not going to sit down and have a valid...
That just tells me that you don't know how to de-escalate somebody who's angry with you. So Thor is self-reporting that he doesn't know how to de-escalate somebody who's mad at him. Or somebody who's angry or somebody who's upset. Okay, but that's a skill issue. That's something you can practice. That's something you can learn. Right?
Conversation with you. They're not interested in resolving that. Most of the time, that person doesn't care, I find.
Mm-hmm.
With that in mind, if you don't say anything, I feel that on the internet today, if you do not say a thing in defense of yourself at all,
yep,
everyone believes the only voice in the room, which is the one that's negative.
Okay.
Why? You do know your actions and behaviors speak for themselves. Right? I have lots of people who accuse me of, threatening to dox somebody, and I have a history of saying doxing is wrong and you shouldn't dox people. Do I have to every time somebody makes this ridiculous... I got people that run around and saying that I want to murder 3-year-olds. You want to know my response to that has always been? Why stop at 3? Is that because I'm actually going around fucking advocating the murder of 3-year-olds? No. The context of the clip, the context of what went on, my response and my history speaks for itself. I don't need to be on the defensive. Bro would crash out in retail. Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. So I put out a video about all this kind of stuff.
Yes.
Released that, and immediately everyone was like, oh shit, maybe this is too far. And I got a whole bunch of people actually sending me positive posts for the first time since all that happened.
Cool.
So the stance that I've taken on all of this is I go, here's what I saw from my perspective. This is what's been going on to me.
But what you saw from your perspective is a lie. You claim this thing happened, and it didn't. You claim you did this thing, And you didn't do that thing. It was streamed. We can see it.
Then there's kind of a camp of people that say, fuck you, I hate you. And then there's a camp of people that go, that seems reasonable. And
there you have the problem with this false equivalence, this false dichotomy, this false binary. This is not a binary scenario. It's a scale, like it's a sliding scale. There are people who absolutely hate Thor, and they're absolutely correct. These scales aren't exclusive. If you hate Thor, it doesn't mean you're wrong. They're separate scales. Somebody can be 100% correct about Thor and hate him. This is at the point where all he's doing is fucking tone policing. He's like, you can only be critical of me if you're critical of me in the right way that I pre-approve of.
Just kind of hung out with people that think that it's reasonable. Because I don't know if there's another solution to that scenario.
Yeah, so I think that there is another solution to that scenario. And
there's 100 billion ways you could have handled this.
So that's what I'm trying to point out to you is there's a certain way in which you communicate, which I don't think is wrong, but gets consistently perceived, like we mentioned earlier, direct into evasive. I
don't like the word wrong here. The way people communicate is either effective or ineffective. It's not necessarily right or wrong, right? This isn't a moral question. It's like, so calling it wrong is kind of superfluous, like it doesn't mean anything. So you would say that Thor's way of communicating is ineffective because he's not able to get across the message that he intends to get across. But that, again, is also assuming that Thor is an honest agent in this conversation, and Thor is not a fucking honest agent in this conversation. Right?
So when we, like, you just, and I don't know if this makes sense, but I want you to, like, I don't know how to say this, but you're a programmer, so maybe this will make sense. I'm trying to put in language that I don't understand that I hope you will.
That's a really bad idea. If you don't understand the language, you probably shouldn't try to make an analogy in that language, especially if you're talking to somebody who does understand the language. So this is probably a bad idea, but go on.
I know what I'm talking about. Code your statements. I tried to talk to people. I presented proof. They became unhinged. So, like, if we code that statement, I did something right, they reacted wrong. What I hear frequently in the way that you communicate is that structure. Now, what makes this so confusing is that I'm not saying that that statement is factually incorrect. And if anyone who is
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. He just interpreted that as, so I'm right. That's what that hand gesture was. I'm gonna play it again. Watch. Watch. Watch Thor.
In the way that you communicate is that structure. Now, what makes this so confusing is that I'm not saying that that statement is factually incorrect. And if anyone who is dealt...
He's covering his mouth. He looks down. His eyebrows furrow. And then he lets it go. That says everything you need to know.
Confusing is that I'm not saying that that statement is factually incorrect. And if anyone who has dealt with other human beings knows this, you can tell another human being something that is factually correct, and they cannot give a damn and double down. In fact, that is usually what happens.
No. It's because of the way you present the information. You can be technically correct and still be an asshole, and then people are criticizing you for being an asshole, not for being correct or incorrect. That's the definitive line of what we're actually talking about. But there's a problem with the scenario. Thor isn't correct. He was never correct. He lied about it. He's lied about it in this video. So your analogy doesn't fucking work, Dr. K, and it's due to your chosen ignorance and neglect that you cannot deal with this scenario, you cannot deal with Thor appropriately or in a way that is effective because you chose to not know what the fuck you're talking about. This is negligent coverage at best. At best. And the fact that it is a personal bias that he wants to help defend Thor and bolster Thor. For why? For what reason? Why are you doing this? And asking everybody to bend over backwards and cut him some slack? What slack? For what? He lied. What slack do you want me to give? Just let him lie and just be like, whatever. This is what happens when you compound a problem. If and that. If this, then that. Right? If you want to talk about programming, then you use if this, then that. Thor, if you lie, then people are going to get mad at you. If this, then that. Right? Can we agree that if you lie, people are going to get mad at you? Sure. Let's pretend Thor's in the room for a second. Thor says, yeah, if people lie, people are going to get mad. Okay, cool. So if you present what happened, or you say, hey, I'm just a guy who sits in a chair for 12 hours a day, have you accurately represented yourself, or have you left out a considerable amount of contextual information that would be relevant? Yes or no? Because the answer to that is yes. It's like, okay, so then did you lie by omission? You purposefully did not provide relevant information to make people think, or that would lead people to believe wrong things about you. Deliberately. Yes or no? If this, then that. So, if you left out information that purposefully misled people, then you're lying. So when you lie, people are mad at you. If this, then that. If you present the World of Warcraft situation, and you present it in a way that makes you look good while ignoring and leaving out other pieces of information, people are going to view that as you being dishonest, and they're going to be mad at you. If this, then that. So then you have to get into, all right, well, maybe we can discuss what denotes lying. What counts as lying, right? Because that can be broad, right? You can. I think that is a lie by omission count as a lie, right? Does a lie require malice? I don't think so. Does a lie require something to just lead people to misunderstand something? Right? And you can discuss that. You can have a discussion about what constitutes and what counts as a lie. And different people will come to different conclusions. I'm not trying to tell you that you can definitively, that there is some definitive definition of lying, but you can come to something that is feasible and workable practically. Right? Knowing something is false, having reckless disregard. I think that Dr. K is being dishonest in this video. Do I think he's lying? No, I don't think he's I don't think what he's doing is lying, but I think what he's doing is deceptive. And I think it's deceptive intentionally, but I don't think it's deceptive with malice. I don't think Dr. K is being malicious by being negligent and being purposefully ignorant. And I think that he was honest at the beginning and said, hey, I don't know what this scenario is. But I do think that it's dishonest to make definitive statements about things like this that Thor just said and then reiterating on his behalf something that you don't actually know is true. You're just taking his word for it. And you're assuming that he's telling the truth. And you're doubling down when you're actually enabling and insisting him into lying to justify his behavior, and his behavior is bad. His behavior is not good. In Thor's case, he leaves out context because he knows that being honest about the situation will make him look worse. Yes. Correct. I'm gonna play this bit again.
In the way that you communicate is that structure. Now, what makes this so confusing is that I'm not saying that that statement is factually incorrect. And if anyone who has dealt with other human beings knows this, you can tell another human being something that is factually correct, and they cannot give a damn and double down. In fact, that is usually what happens. So what I'm sort of getting is like, this is the disconnect. I do wonder whether you are blind to, there's a certain kind of accountability that people are looking from you that you're not giving them. That doesn't mean...
What is it?
This is...
Do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to spell it out for you in crayons? I can do that if you want. It's not that complicated. You just have to promise to not shove the crayons up your nose. I don't want any snotty crayons left over. Because the answer is... not blaming other people for shit you did. And actually being honest about what happened. And acknowledging factually what happened. And then probably admitting that you lied.
Is what I'm digging into. So one is maybe it's
people want you to acknowledge that you're being a hypocrite and then stop being a hypocrite. They want you to acknowledge that you're applying rules to everybody else that you're not willing to apply to yourself. You set a standard and then you don't follow that standard, but expect everybody else to do it, which is not reasonable or logical.
In the way you're giving it. So it's not that I'm not saying you need to take more accountability, okay?
Any accountability would fucking help.
I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. But my point is that when I see this pattern, and it could be just like, it's like a perceptual thing. Because the way that you're talking is making people more upset. Which doesn't mean that you're wrong. It's just like, the way that I'm communicating is ineffective.
At best, it means you're ineffective. He's also wrong, because he's lying, but it means that his way of communicating is ineffective. What's happening right now is how bad people learn from good-intentioned psychologists. All this is going to do is help Thor learn how to lie and manipulate people better. Because when the psychologist doesn't know or doesn't acknowledge the context, this is how abusive husbands or wives or spouses use and weaponize couples therapy to continue their abuse. This is how this happens. Thor is currently picking and choosing what he's hearing. Thor has not budged it's been 2 hours and Thor has not changed or adjusted his perspective or the way he's even described the scenario at all, in any way, in any capacity whatsoever. And Thor is just going to continue to play dumb until Dr. K gives him enough shit that he can utilize to try to rewrite and re-represent what happened. And then he can justify treating everybody else like shit and bullying them. And he has a psychological way of showing it. He has a way he can, like, more logical only, quote unquote, ways of delineating it. Or disseminating it.
Effective at resolving this issue. So...
Dr. K, a really good question to ask him is, what would resolving this issue look like? What does Thor think that resolving the issue would look like? What's the resolution?
A simple thing, and I'm not saying that you should do this, but I'm curious about this, is I've noticed that you tend to be incomplete. I've noticed that you tend to be complete with your answers. So when I look at that X thread, right? You try really hard and you do a great job. You're like, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened. Have you ever tried to be incomplete with the smugness? Just talk about the smugness.
If I try to be incomplete with it?
Incomplete with the whole story and just focus on the smugness.
I don't think this is a good way to ask the question, but I know what Dr. K is getting at. What Dr. K is getting at is, have you ever considered not talking about the rest of the scenario and only address this one particular thing? Like, stay focused on one issue instead of bringing in all these other issues, right? And although these other issues, other things might be contextually relevant, focusing on this thing.
What does that mean?
Let me
like not give any context whatsoever?
Supposedly, we all already know what the context is. If you want to give context, just provide a link to the 5 minutes of video and say, hey, here's the context of the link. I was being smug. Here's the timestamp of the part I was being smug at, and then talk about it. Then you've provided the context without your perception and your statements around it. Let the context speak for itself.
Yeah. Let's say yes to that. I think that's a bit of hyperbole, but
just an emotional response?
No, just say, hey guys.
So okay, I don't know if you guys caught that. He just said without any context, and Dr. K said, yeah, sure. I mean, that's not quite right, but for the sake of conversation, and he said, so just an emotional response. Context is not separated from emotion. These are different things. This is an equation that he's equating context with logic and removing emotion from context, and that's just not true. If I said, "Hey, I hit somebody with my car, and contextually I got in a fight with them," or contextually they sexually assaulted me 2 days before. Is that emotional? Is that emotional context? Or is it factual context? The answer is it's both. If somebody shoots a man outside of a courthouse, are they justified? You have no idea. The answer is you don't know. Because all you know is the action that some person shot some other person. You have no idea about whether or not it's justified or not. So it's the context that's going to give you your decision about whether or not you personally believe that shooting was justified or not.
So basically, when you tell the narrative, you start with like, I made a mistake, everyone made mistakes, I was smug. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
Okay.
I have like an immediate emotionally angry response against that.
Very good.
Because it feels like idiocracy.
Okay.
It feels like, that's too long, didn't read, I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. I hate that shit. Like, I super hate that kind of communication of like, there's a lot of people that say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No, that does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you
People aren't asking for your explanation. People are asking for your acknowledgement. Those are different things. He hates it because he feels he cannot prime people to gaslight them into believing his version of events. Yes. He doesn't like it being shorter because then people have to come to their own conclusions. And he wants to be able to control the narrative.
The information that is real,
we don't need your commentary to come to a conclusion, dude. You provide the fucking clip of what happened and you let people come to their conclusion. You just don't like the conclusion people came to, so you've been fighting it ever since. And that's why people are fucking mad at you, because in doing so, in fighting it ever since, in defending yourself, what you've actually been doing is attacking other people and shitting on them when they didn't fucking do dick shit to you. You posted it, you streamed it, you did the action, and you're the one being a dick. Grow the fuck up.
It is hand-waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and
the masses. What about it? Why is saying, hey, I fucked up, my bad, disingenuous? What about that is fucking disingenuous? I mean, that's pretty straight fucking forward. You can provide the link to be like, here's the live stream and all the detail, like, here's what happened. You can watch it if you want more context, but hey, I fucked up, my bad. Thor is hiding behind logical analytics, like to logically explain and logically analyze what did and did not go wrong as a way to avoid accountability and just saying, hey, I fucked up, my bad. If I code something in a game or an application, isn't it usually the shortest, tidiest code in the best kind of code? You would think. You would think.
Disingenuous to the people that are involved. I feel like to do that.
So you think it's disingenuous to not attack other people when you're taking accountability for something you did? Because that's what you're saying in this context, because we watched what happened.
That would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off. I really...
So there you go. He thinks that leaving out information is lying. So what I said before is valid.
I really hate that. That absolutely feels like idiocracy to me.
I think Alex has assessed this situation perfectly. Bro hates that he's being perceived as a scumbag, so he's trying to bury that perception with a narrative that no one is buying. Nailed it!
100%. I don't like doing hand-waving gestures for the sake of hand-waving gestures. I don't like that at all.
That's not what it is. You don't want to say you're sorry and it's your bad because you don't believe you did anything wrong. You think that it's everyone else's fault. You've made that incredibly clear. So you believe that taking accountability and saying, hey, sorry, my bad, is idiocracy and is hand-waving to the masses because your language is actually exposing that you think you're better than everybody else and you think everyone is too stupid to be able to assess a situation for themselves, so you need to assess it for them. And if they don't agree with you, they either are too stupid to understand or they're trolling you on purpose. The reason why people are going to come away from this discussion thinking Thor is a fucking asshole is not because they don't understand what Dr. K is saying, like Dr. K said earlier, or because they're being dishonest or taking advantage of and misrepresenting something. It's because Thor's being a fucking asshole.
And I don't know if that's a wrong thing to feel, but that feels fucked up to me.
No, I think it's great.
Do that. I could go on the internet and just be like, oh yeah, my bad, guys. But like, that's not real. It doesn't make sense.
I think that's great. So I think what I
agree that Thor should not apologize if he doesn't believe he did anything wrong. But the fact that he right now is saying that he refuses to acknowledge that he did everything wrong, and then Dr. K and him are sitting here saying, well, you took accountability. Well, he's literally sitting here saying he's taken no accountability. I don't know what to tell you. In one breath, they're like, oh, well, you've taken accountability, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then in the next breath, they're like, well, I didn't do anything wrong, so I'm not apologizing. So that's not taking accountability then. And so you're acknowledging that you literally never did that thing. And now you're telling us why you didn't do that thing. It's because you think you're fucking better than everybody else. You think everybody else is fucking stupid. And you just don't like that, like what Alex said. Nobody's buying your bullshit. And what's happening is it's causing other people to reassess their perception of you. And it's now they're like, oh, okay, but what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And what about this? Which are just prior issues that have gone uncontested because people, did that thing that Dr. K lied about, saying that the internet is fucking just looks at the worst in people all the time. No, if people looked at the worst of everybody all the time and took things the worst of everybody all the time, Thor wouldn't be one of the biggest streamers on the platform, and neither would Osmongold, for that matter. If people assume the worst, people would have noticed a lot of the problems surrounding Thor sooner. But they didn't because they assumed the best. Or at least better. This is absurd. This interview flies in the face of exactly all of the issues they're pretending are a problem.
Liked about that response. So my hope, so we're not here to like rehab your PR, right? We're just here to have a conversation.
Really? Are you sure? Are you sure that's not why you're here, doctor? Because it seems that seems to be what you're fucking doing.
And at the same time, over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way.
Oh, is there? Is there now? Go figure.
There's something about the way that you talk that seems
arrogant? Hypocritical?
dismissive. So I'll tell you...
Dismissive is a good word. I'll give you dismissive.
Where
I agree with that.
Right? So
No,
it's like, I made a mistake, we all made mistakes.
Okay.
Right? So there's something about your sentence construction. It's like, oh yeah, Thor, I'm sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you. You know, we both have flaws in this marriage. Like, do you see what that... We're not married, but you see what I mean?
Now that you've cheated on me.
Yeah.
But like...
so there's something, and I don't think, and this is what's so tricky, is like, I don't think you're wrong. Like, I don't, and what we got
the way
from
that
you...
I feel about it,
yeah,
is that it I don't even know if the word, it doesn't feel like a lie. It feels like
appeasement.
It feels like appeasement for the sake of appeasement.
Yeah.
It feels like they're asking for something.
You feel like you're losing. You feel like you're losing if you acknowledge that you were wrong about something, because you've built up a persona in your head of being the smartest person in the room, and now you have to acknowledge that you did something wrong and you weren't correct about something, and you think, and that flies in the face of what you've projected to everybody else. But you have to then, again, yesterday we listened to him be like, I'm not perfect. So of course you're just, it's ridiculous of you to have had this expectation of me that I've set up and presented that and said that you should expect of me. People don't expect you to be perfect, though. People expect you to be reasonable. People expect you to take criticism seriously, or at least take criticism with like some kind of like weight to it, and like address things honestly. People expect that from you because you presented yourself and you project that and say that other people should behave in this way. It's really interesting that Dr. K is like, oh, nobody should take away from this that Thor is a narcissist, but I'm describing Thor and this scenario, but I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about the general concept. And it's really weird that the general concept applies so clearly to Thor. And then saying that people are going to be mad, like people are just mad if they come across, if they come to the obvious 1 + 1 = window scenario that you fucking set up. Which I think is dishonest. I think that you're setting up... I think that's a setup. I think that's bait.
That they know is not real, and I'd be giving them something that we both know is not real for the sake of giving something that's not real.
So he is saying that any acknowledgement that he has made, or any apology that he would give, acknowledging that he did something wrong, would not be real. So all this fucking 2 hours of him saying, I took responsibility, is a lie!
So that they stop being mad about something that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so I think I think the key thing there is I was trying to figure out what won me over when you said that. And I'd be super curious if like how chat reacts to that as well. I'm not looking. I don't think you should, but because I think that's what people are missing from you, is like when you, and this is what I think makes you great, is when you actually, your best content is not when you're logical. Your best content is when you're emotional. And the logic supports it. Like, there's logic there. But you're like, look, I'm not willing to do that. Could I do that? Absolutely. I just don't think that's right. Yeah. I think that this is like a stupid fucking appeasement world. I'm not going to be like all of the other streamers.
Bruh, it's real. You just think it's real. It doesn't mean it's not real. Or so you just don't think it's real. It doesn't mean it's not real. He values authenticity. Deep down, he still doesn't feel like he did anything wrong. Or did much wrong. Coexisting truths. Quote, I think you're all wrong, and if I explore the potential that I am wrong, it will make me uncomfortable, so I continue to pontificate and defend. I like that this person's name is Daddy. Daddy is correct! The goal is not to be right, it's to de-escalate. The two goals are in conflict.
Who post bullshit apology videos for the sake of appeasement and virtue signaling. I think that I kind of fucked up. I'm not done. This is a fucking hardcore WoW. People die in hardcore WoW. Like, I think you've been accused of making fun of another mage or something like that too. Like, I saw some post about that. I don't know if that's true or not true. But look, it's Twitch.
We can talk about that if you want. That was my bad. But.
Yeah, and like it, but like that's fine, right? Like, I mean, I play Dota like.
Oh my god, he actually acknowledged that he did something wrong, said my bad, and Dr. K is just like, that's fine. Like, no, don't fucking do that.
As much as I would like to anymore. And I got to play Expedition 33. But when I play an online video game, especially an MMORPG where tensions are high, I'm going to blame my teammates. I do it all the time. Right? And
then be better. Hi, I play League of Legends. I play support. You know what I do when I'm playing support in ranked? I suck dick. Because that's the way to get the team to work together, because I want to fucking win. If somebody makes a bad play, most of the time, if I'm typing in chat, I say, shit, dude, good try, I saw what you're doing. Or I'll take blame for shit that I didn't fucking do and be like, fuck, dude. Because winning is more important than my fucking ego. Because winning is the ego thing. You separate those things out. If anybody's ever watched or listened to me play League of Legends or play ranked League of Legends, brother. There's also a really big difference between what I type in chat and what I say out loud. And then what's in my brain. These are all different things. So just because you're both fucking assholes to the people you're playing games with doesn't mean it's okay. Like, what are you talking about?
If I say something like that, it feels dismissive. But something about what you just said, you're like, this is the line in the sand that I'm drawing. I've tried my best. I admit I have blind spots. Some of this stuff is a disconnect for me. I think you got to really work on that. Right? So what I would, I'm thinking about what that practically looks like. But I really...
Fair and reasonable, yes.
Really think that something about the way that you construct your sentences, which is objective on one hand, but I think it's also... I think it can be both. I think it's objective and
it's manipulative.
There's a little bit too much dismissal. It feels that way when I listen to you.
So when I'm talking about this kind of stuff, what I'm trying to get across is this seems like the most realistic scenario. This is what I saw from my side.
To you.
It's not me trying to cast blame away from myself. It's going...
It is. It is, though. That's exactly what it is. Because what you're saying isn't true.
No, we all fucked up. That's the reality of the situation. We all fucked up. And
I'm not... Okay, at this point, I've watched the clip. I've watched it. I'm gonna play it again. I'm gonna pull it up and play it again. I am not convinced that we all fucked up is even a true statement at this point. I think most people would be willing to be like, okay, yeah, sure, we all made mistakes, whatever, and most people would be willing to move on. But he has made this statement so many fucking goddamn times, I don't actually believe that it's true anymore. What did the other people do wrong? What did the other people do wrong? Well, you called the run. Yeah, and you interpreted running as in you stop casting spells, which is an insane assumption to make that is not an assumption literally anybody would make. Nobody who plays games hears run and thinks, I don't have to do anything anymore, I turn around and leave. Nobody thinks that. Especially when they are friends in a guild playing a hardcore mode and have been playing this for years and spent hours and hours and hours running raids together. Literally fucking nobody thinks that. Nobody fucking thinks that shit, dude. I don't believe you that everybody did something wrong at this point. At this point, I think you did something wrong. You doubled down, continued to hang out in that guild, and harass those other people. The fact that they didn't kick you out of the guild right away already tells me that these people are fucking charitable as shit. And they tried their best. And you made their fucking time a fucking shit show. You made their guild a shit show. You fucked up this whole scenario for literally everybody. You're the problem. And all Dr. K is doing is stroking your fucking dick. Fucking hell, dude. Tell you what. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it again. You guys watch it. You guys take a look. And you guys fucking come to your own conclusions in the chat or in the comment section. And you leave a comment and you tell me what you think went wrong in this scenario. You tell me. I'm going on vacation tomorrow. I'll be back in a week and we'll finish up the last part of this. We are at 2 hours and 15 minutes. And this is still 3 hours and 36. So we made a lot of progress today, but I'm not able to finish this today. I'll be back when I get back from vacation, and I may or may not be more or less pasty when I return, because I'm going to the fucking beach. Like and subscribe so you don't, miss me when I get back. Okay. Bye.
Boss is coming too, watch out.
Yeah, well, I got shield wall. God damn it.
Run.
Just run. Can you target dummy?
I can target them, yeah. Should I do it?
Just kill the massive. Yeah, target dummy. Kill the massives.
No.
Aussie, are you fine? Any grenades, anything?
You can
just heal him.
Yeah, you just heal me. Just come back a little bit.
Boss is on me, sitting bear form.
Snuppy, just run.
I can help lot. Yeah.
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking? Look at my mana.
This is savageable. Come on, man.
Just kill the mastiffs.
Innervate
the healer. Kill the mastiffs. We got this. In the sense of
war something.
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
Just kill the mastiffs. One shot. Okay, we
more on the way. More on the way.
The mastiffs can be ice novas.
Dead, I'm dead.
Now we're gonna wait.
Nusara?
No.
Oh.
Okay, get out.
Run.
Evocation's on cooldown, man.
I can taunt last.
How much mana is Ice Nova? There's no that much mana.
You have a boss in you. You called run.
Getting slowed.
Fuck. Wait.
Anything for me?
I don't think. I cannot stun him. Also,
no,
are you good?
Just run out.
Are you good? Also,
The mods were fed $1.76.
Fuck!
They called run,
came up after,
I ran, and I was out of mana. I don't know what the hell they were expecting, dude. That does not make any sense. No. They overpulled 2 polls and the boss. Like...
Fuck.
No.
Oh, no.
I mean, the regular ogres can still be polyed. We just had the boss and, 5 mastiffs and 2 ogres. We could have polyed 1 ogre, killed 1, and then walked it out.
Yes, literally, just even an Ice Nova would have been enough.
You guys pulled that when I had...
You instantly ran out, bro. You instantly ran. You didn't even look
As much
back.
as you're angry right now, of course I ran.
Don't be angry at all.
You overpulled 2 packs. You overpulled 2 packs and a boss. I had 1,400 mana left. I had to spend all of that mana to try and put it on Blizzard to save you guys in the first place, and nothing left. You weren't paying attention to party resources, you overpulled, and you weren't paying attention to where the boss was. That's not on me.
I saw the boss coming. I don't know if we could move back faster, but yeah.
But there wasn't even any information. We are just yapping about useless stuff. Do you see my point?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I called the boss coming though, but At that point, maybe it was too late to move back.
Like, you're telling me like a rank 1 mage would not like at least to try Frost Nova there? Like, you're not even like in danger.
Oh, I'm
You can
100%
at least
in
try
danger.
a Frost Nova. Like,
100%.
no, you're not.
No, 100% in danger. When your shot color says run, it's time to run, you run. That is how that works. You were the shot color, you called for run, I ran.
I'm not a shot caller.
And I was out of mana.
Actually, I'm a noob, bro. I
You
think I
called
have
the
way
shot.
less experience than you have.
Oh, dear God.
And I can still see that I can at least use a Frost Nova there. Or at
Okay,
least try
then go
something.
roll a
You were
mage
the
and do
first
it.
person that ran away and didn't even look back. Literally.
This is
You
the
didn't even
second
say
time.
anything.
This
You
is
could
the
have at
second.
least said like the boss.
You're
were
just
there.
gonna talk
You're
over me?
yapping
Is that
about
what we're
useless
doing now?
stuff. Well,
We're
I'm
just gonna
giving you
talk
my
over me?
point.
Is that all? Is that all
I'm
we're
just
doing?
giving you my points.
Okay. You done giving your point? You good?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. Cool. You go roll a mage then. See you around. Jesus.
I don't think that's.
Insane shit. No. That is outrageous, dude. You can't blame me for that shit. You make a bad poll, you make a bad call, that's on you, not on anybody
Yaflid
else.
donated $69.69 to charity.
They give the $69.69 to charity. You're awesome as hell. Yeah, no. They pull that with the mage at no mana left, and they pull 2 packs and a boss. What the hell am I supposed to do for them? I could have Frost Nova'd, and the boss would still run him down and kill him. It's not on me. Not at all. Insane shit to see that. Yeah, it's just him trying to blame somebody because he doesn't want to blame himself. That's a mistake on them. And I'm not going to get blamed for that. Not my fault at all. Yeah, not at all.
You lie! You lie!
Hi, yeah, I don't know where my glasses are. It's fine. I'll just be blind today. Hi. Hello, we're live. What's going on? Happy Tuesday, everybody. It is Tuesday, right? I'm pretty sure it's Tuesday. I don't know what's going on. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna struggle to read chat. So if you see me squinting to the side, that's you. That's me paying extra attention to you. Because I love you. Alright. let's get into this. There's a lot to cover still of this video. We're an hour and 15-ish minutes in, and it's 3 hours and 36 minutes. So, you do the math. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't fucking need to be able to see. Like, if other people don't have to read and don't have to see, I don't have to see. It's fine. I'm blind as fuck, dude. All right, let's go. Let's just go. Oh, I didn't turn the audio on. Oh no. Oh boy. Good God. I'm one of those people. I'm one of that. Just start the stream already. Get to the point, for fuck's sakes. All right, what the hell were they talking about? I don't even remember.
It's not me trying to cast blame away from myself. It's going, no, we all fucked up. That's the reality of the situation.
Oh yeah, it's him being like, I'm taking responsibility by not taking responsibility. Right. Okay, all right. So for anybody new, hi, I'm Chesh. Welcome to here. We're watching an honest conversation with Pirate Software from Healthy Gamer GG with Dr. K. So yeah, we back, fam. Yeah, we're back from holidays. Let's go.
All fucked up. And I think what people want is they want me to go, no, it's my bad. But my bad is a lie.
So sure.
And I don't want to do that because it feels like I'm being asked to give bullshit for the sake of giving bullshit so that other people can be like, oh, I love this bullshit. We're cool now because we both realize that we've both bullshitted each other in this situation. It's not real.
So this is probably one of the more telling parts of this conversation in that Pirate Software doesn't actually think he did anything wrong and doesn't believe that he should apologize to anybody, including his teammates, like the people who had their characters die and stuff and whatever. But like, it tells you that pretty much everything before this and everything after this doesn't mean anything. He has zero empathy. He has zero sense of responsibility or any desire or inclination that he feels like he owes any explanations or accountability for what had happened in this scenario.
Real. None of that is real. It's hand wavy.
I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. Now I'm going to ask you a question that please don't clip this out of context. Or if someone clips this out of context,
it's already done.
Please add someone post underneath with a reply this portion, okay? So you say you do your best to look at it objectively and you conclude this is bullshit. And I'm not saying you're wrong, okay? So I want
look at it objectively based on my subjective experience.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's assume for a moment.
Yeah, we'll pretend that for a moment, we're going to pretend those words make any sense.
Let's assume for a moment that you are a narcissist.
Okay. That's going to get clipped.
I know. I know. But it's like, I think this is really where the money is. And this is not just about you. This is about everybody, myself included. I run this exercise with myself all the time. If a narcissist goes through the process that you go through, they will end up in the same place that you end up.
Which is likely why people make the accusation.
I didn't know they did that, but yes.
Okay. Well, all right. Let's be clear for a second. I've said this before and I will say it again. Just because someone is diagnosed with some form of narcissism or some form of antisocial disorder in between point A and point B of what we understand colloquially as narcissism doesn't mean they're a bad person. It's simply a explanation and a diagnosis to assist in people changing or recovering from specific behaviors, that antisocial behaviors. It doesn't mean they're the devil. It doesn't mean they're inherently a bad person. Being a narcissist doesn't mean you should be completely nothing you say matters anymore, or you can't have any personal relationships anymore. Like, no, we don't do that shit here. You can be a narcissist and be a perfectly fine, functional member of society. You might have specific things you need to work on and extra work you need to do compared to other people, or different work that you need to do compared to other people, because, it's not a competition, but it ain't that, fam. It ain't about that shit. However, also, everyone has behaviors that would check at least one of the boxes of narcissism. This is psychology 101. It is everyone has ego. This is philosophy 101, psychology 101. Everyone has an ego. It's a part of the human experience. Nobody doesn't have an ego. If there's somebody out there that doesn't have an ego, I would love to read their book, because that would be fascinating. So if you know somebody, tell them to come talk to me, because that's fascinating, and I'm sure it probably exists somewhere where there's somebody who doesn't have what would generally be identified as ego, and that would be very, very interesting. But generally speaking, everybody has ego. And so because everybody has ego, and because you can only experience your life through your eyes, you have a bias towards yourself and in understanding yourself, because other people can't know what goes on in your brain unless you communicate to them what goes on in your brain. And most of the time, people don't know what the hell is going on in their brain. And even if you can communicate, they're still not having the experience. It's not the same thing. If I tell you I broke my leg, you might understand conceptually what that is. Hell, you might have even broken your leg before and be able to, one-to-one that. But that, you didn't have the experience that I had. Heh. I used to watch Pirate Software as a fellow game dev. Glad I stopped after what came out. Yeah, I remember seeing his shorts and being like, okay, these are kind of, and they were all over the place. And I was like, wow, this guy's really prevalent. And I was like, okay, he seems fine. And then I watched a little bit more. I'm like, he seems shallow. A lot of the shorts are very surface level, but there's only 30 seconds long. But I do think that there is a really big misrepresentation between a Pirate Software stream on Twitch and the way he behaves on streams versus what he was, the way he came across in whoever was doing the editing for his YouTube shorts. Brain surgeons and heart surgeons often have more of these kinds of traits than the general public. There are these. It's the same with Is it psychopathy? I think psychopathy is far more prevalent than I think people realize, which is interesting. But it's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? Like, your life's not over just because you get diagnosed with something, and you shouldn't be treated as if you're an evil person. What's happening here is that Pirate Software is, in this scenario that they're talking about, and in this video, is displaying narcissistic personality traits. That doesn't mean he is a narcissist from, like, a textbook standpoint. He might be, I don't know. I'm not a professional. But...
yeah.
Okay. So, like, that's the problem that you're dealing with. And it's
See,
not...
I don't know that.
Huh?
That's the thing. For me, I didn't know that.
Yes.
I had no clue.
Right? So think about that, right? Like, that's the problem. And this is the problem. Like I don't know if this makes... Like, that's the problem.
No, well, that's part of the problem. One of the problems is that Thor isn't communicating what he thinks he wants to communicate. The other problem is that he wants to project something that isn't true and is trying to impose that on everybody else. And he doesn't believe he did anything behaviorally or communicatively incorrect, or even in a way that could have been done better. He does, or that requires any kind of accountability or any kind of, like, personal reflection. And so, like, people aren't into that. Probably because it's antisocial behavior, and humans are social. So we don't like when somebody in our group, particularly somebody in a position of power like Thor is in a group, shitting on everybody.
Is that if I listen to you, are you someone who is objective, who has done, like, all the like, is your representation thorough and objective, or is this the construction of a narcissistic mind that's just defending itself and things like that?
I mean, I could be both. Could be both of those things.
Problem that leads into is that goes down to, are you willing to have a conversation with me? Or do you just want to believe the narrative that you already want to believe?
No, no! This bullshit binary that he keeps doing. Oh my god.
Agree 100%. That and that's why you're fucked.
I wholly disagree. It's not about that. It's not about that at all. That there are obviously bad actors on the internet, right? There are people who are out there, like, being problematic on purpose and, like, trolling and trying to, like, bother Thor or his community or whatever, right? Like, that happens. Of course that's happening. And he's got a large enough audience that, of course, that's happening. I mean, the dude still has millions of subscribers, even though he banned supposedly 50,000 people in a day. Sure, Chan. But that's not... You can do both. Because the answer, this turns into either you believe what I'm telling you and you agree with me, or you're trolling, or you're stupid. So you have to, he's setting up this, like, no-win scenario where you either have to come and have a conversation with him and let him gaslight you, or, like, you know that people don't have to have a conversation with you to have watched the thing that happened and watched the way you've responded to criticism about the thing that's happened. Like, I don't have to have a conversation with Thor to listen to what he's saying in this video, in this interview. This was live. I don't have to, like, I can go and I can pull up the 5-minute clip of them playing to see what happened. Like, all of this was live and streamed. It's not like I have to go in. This is something that these fucking people, Jesus Christ, Renell does this, Aaron does this, Thor does this, Vic Mignogna does this, Rakita Law does this. Every motherfucker on the planet that I've had fucking criticisms like this for, that behaves in the same fucking kind of way, always does the same defensive, why didn't you talk to me about it? The fuck do I have to talk to you about the thing that you did publicly? And if I try to talk to you, you have a whole hissy goddamn hairy fit about it. You can't handle that. So you're setting it up where you make it you demand a conversation and then make it impossible to talk to you. It's like, what do you want from everybody else? You want everybody else to follow these rules and everybody else to have this standard, and then like, no. Did Pirate Software go talk to Ross before talking about Stop Killing Games and wholly misrepresenting it and then talking shit about him after the fact? No. So why doesn't Thor have to follow this standard that he's putting forward on everybody else? As if it's a reasonable standard to begin with. It's not. It's not a reasonable standard. Not in this scenario. It might be like, I don't know, your aunt and your uncle have a falling out and they divorce, and your aunt talks shit about your uncle and you just believe your aunt without talking to your uncle about what happened. You know, maybe. Depends on the context. Sure, I guess maybe get both sides of the story if you want, but like, you don't have to. It's not a requirement. And it's certainly not when you're talking about people's... I don't have to go and talk to Amber Heard to have... make a meme or a joke about her dog stepping on a bee. Like, fuck off. Who do you think you are?
Bro. Because the internet is not interested in having... like, 90% of the internet is not interested in having conversations.
I understand the point he's getting at, but I don't think I believe that that's true. I would suspect that with the amount of content that exists and the amount of educational content that exists and how popular a lot of some of these channels are, I mean, even if Thor's channel is a little bit more conversational, I think that a lot more people actually do want to have, or at least want to observe those conversations. So, like, again, this is a channel that has 2.98 million subscribers. I don't have my glasses on. And this has, how many views is on this video? 1 million views.
And you will see this all the time on, take any political subreddit or any political streamer, and you'll see that people are not interested in having conversations. And I do think there's a lot of weird stuff going on with YouTube, but like, that's like parasocial and stuff like that.
The thing though, legitimately, dude, is we've built up a community of specifically people that have conversations about things.
Yeah, see? So does 90% of Thor's following also not want to have conversations? Because you realize the people that he's complaining about, for the most part, are the people that are coming into his stream and the people who are watching him when this went down. Like, where did the Amber Heard comment come from? Man, I don't know. Somewhere in the back of my brain.
Why, after all of this, we're still sitting at like 6,000 to 10,000 people on a daily basis? That doesn't happen in a situation that is, like, I meticulously made sure that we had a community where we could talk about stuff on a logical basis and try to work things out outside of that. And I've been pushing that on this channel for 8 years. And I don't think I'd have a community if I built one that was based on instant emotional reaction. Because they'd just be like, oh, he's a piece of shit, Bert. You know,
yeah.
That'd be it.
So there are absolutely communities like that, you know, and I think it's great that you don't...
Did he just try to spin that into a... whatever, it doesn't matter.
And maybe that's why people are coming from other communities to you, because it was a group WoW thing. So there's like a lot of other communities that are interacting with yours. The thing that I would encourage you to do, and this is for everyone, I do this on a daily basis.
How big is the WoW streaming community? Because it's like, that would be the numbers you're talking about. If you want to talk numbers, that's what you'd have to look at. You'd have to look at game development, Blizzard, Twitch, that, like, Twitch streaming, then World of Warcraft. Like, World of Warcraft is huge and has been huge for a very long time. So it's not like Thor is the be-all, end-all, biggest World of Warcraft streamer. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Somehow Thor's really offended by all of this and perpetuates it in the face of his streaming making him a truckload of money, and yet he cannot handle it, and says the guy who has an instant emotional reaction about things he doesn't understand. Yeah. There's There's this thing that happens that people do where they have an emotional reaction, but they try to flip it and project it as if you're the one having the emotional reaction. It's almost like a shoot the messenger vibe, where it's like, oh no, hold on, what? Like they get offended, so they say, why are you so upset about this? When all you did was tell them that the thing happened. Hey, I hit a bullseye dart. Isn't that cool? I ended up with a higher score than yours. Whoa, why are you... Calm down. That's not that big of a deal. Why are you so emotional? Stuff like that.
Is assume for a moment that you're a narcissist.
Okay,
and
I'm there.
Think about, if I'm narcissistic, what would I be missing? Right? Like, even... So I'm trying to think of an example.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit of a complicated... I get what Dr. K is trying to do here, but I think this is a little bit of a complicated analogy, and I feel like this is going to get lost in the sauce really fast, because you need to start by defining a narcissist and how to identify a narcissist and what narcissistic behaviors are. And I don't think we're at that part of the... I don't think we're in that space. I don't think that's where we're at right now.
So I recently had an interpersonal conflict where I felt hurt by someone I'm close to. Okay? And as I was thinking through all the things that this person has done wrong to me, I stopped for a second and I was like, am I just being a little bitch? Am I like, is this genuine? Is this fair? Like, what are all of the counter examples? Am I just glossing over all of the stuff that they do right? Am I ignoring all of the stuff that I do wrong? Am I ignoring when this person lets me down?
Self-awareness. Taking that, what he's describing is self-awareness. Do you have the self-awareness to calm down for a second, take a step back, and reassess from an external or a different point of view?
What is my contribution to this system in which I am disappointed? So
okay.
these are
that seems normal to me, though.
Okay, reaction. Good. Yeah.
Then do it. Then if it's normal, then do it. Because the thing that people are mad at you for is not doing the thing you're saying is normal. Or do you think it's normal because you see other people doing that all the time and you just assume that you are also doing that thing?
But I think a lot of times when we feel hurt, we're not. We don't do that. Right? So
no, that's the first...
okay, cool. I think that's great.
Yeah, sure it is. Yeah, the first thing you do. I don't X to can we chat can I get X to doubt up there, please? Thank you.
I mean, if you're already doing that, that's awesome. Then I think the main thing then that I would encourage you to really think about is like this disconnect. And what's the variable in there? And what I would strongly encourage that you do is that variable is going to be divided into two portions. One is that the amplification, the disconnect, the question mark of this situation. You understand what I'm saying? Or not really?
Yeah. I mean, like I'm kind of understanding, but I think it's hard for me to understand how I'm supposed to respond to that if the requirement for the response is you need to make it incomplete and dumb it down and hand wave it. That makes me feel like I'm just lying to people.
Oh my god. It's that thing where somebody doesn't know how to just say I'm sorry without going into like a 2-hour diatribe. Or somebody who doesn't know how to answer a yes or no question. And like sometimes yes or no questions can be like, okay, this needs some context, but then just say, hey, there's more context to this, but my answer is yes. You know what I mean? Like if people want more, they'll ask for more and they'll look for more. You can just start with, hey, listen, this thing happened. I handled it poorly. I'm sorry. Here's the clip for context. Done. Easy. But no, we've got to pull teeth. Because, you know, you gotta be a dentist. In his mind, he does do it. He's just always the victim at the end of thinking about it. He's the personification of, I've investigated myself and found nothing wrong. Oh, no.
No. I think your response to when I said, what do you think about that? your response to that kind of won me over. I don't think you should do
There's also a little bit of a problem here where we know for a fact that he's misrepresenting and leaving out information. So he's actually using this, oh, I think it's lying if I don't provide context, as an excuse to lie and as a reason to lie and as to build himself space to lie. So that's a problem also, which is just, manipulative, right? That's what it is. The reason why he demands people have a conversation with him isn't because he is an honest interlocutor. It's because he wants to control the narrative that he doesn't have control over. So anybody who doesn't talk to him and go along with what he wants to say is pushing a narrative that they heard from somewhere else. Obviously, which is just projection.
Do that. So now what we're talking about is for anyone who is in a situation where I behave in a certain way, the world responds to me in this way, and there's a gap between these two things. This is the scenario that I'm talking about.
Dr. K is trying so hard.
What's the question mark? What's the amplifier? So there are certain things that we can attribute to things outside of you. So people have parasocial relationships, people are projecting, people don't like me, whatever. Like people are upset, whatever. There's all the stuff that they do, and then there's all the stuff that you do. And this is where I think it's hard, but I think a really good example of what came out of today, which hopefully feels okay to you, is when I'm direct, other people think I'm evasive. I think those are the kinds of nuggets that I have seen transform lives and literally save marriages.
It's just funny because like I've had effectively the same conversation with the moderation team. Was like I used.
So you literally have people around you that know exactly what is going on, exactly directly telling you in your personal life that are in your favor. These are like the people that work for you, telling you this thing. This is when I worked with Steve. It's the same fucking, it's pulling teeth. Fucking Christ. I'm getting nom flashbacks, guys.
Use the same terminology as like that feels like idiocracy. I don't feel like dumbing down my language and just being
rude. You don't have to dumb down your language to explain something that everybody else can watch. That's not how it works. It's not dumbing down language to be straightforward. It's not. And again, you're framing it as if we're back to every time he talks about it as if it's a them versus me situation, and then talks about it how he's like it's always that like these other people are always like stupid or they're emotional or they're lying or blah 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 blah. Question: have you ever been traumatized by Steve? That is a good question, and I thought about it back in the day, like a couple years ago, and while I was like poking around the internet, I came across something called, it's like the trauma of betrayal or something like that, or like it's like a friendship betrayal situation that can do like have a traumatic effect, which I thought was interesting. Might be applicable, but I'd have to re-examine it, and I don't fucking care. I'm never wrong. You just don't understand. Yeah. It's either you agree with me, or you are too stupid to understand, or you're trolling. It's those. He's put himself in the position where it can only ever be those three things, and that's not a good headspace to be in, especially not if you're gonna like be a fucking dick.
Dishonest about it to hand wave it makes sense, and I feel greasy doing that. I don't know how else to describe that.
I feel greasy because I talk to people in a way that I believe they will understand, because you feel greasy because you're looking down and condescending to people, and you're just thinking that it's, instead of accepting that that's what you're doing because that would make you a piece of shit, you're trying to pretend it's this other thing, that it's some kind of moral high ground. Good God, no, this is exactly like a conversation I had with Steve one time. I asked him if he thought it was dishonest to say something and explain something in a way that is different from the way that you initially think about the thing in your own brain. So if I explain something to you, or I'm trying to communicate something to you, and I don't use the initial first verbiage that comes to my mind, and I think about the way I want to say it, and I consider like who you are when I'm talking to you. And when I consider you, I change some of my language around. So like if I'm talking to a mechanic and I'm trying to explain something, I might use analogies that might be more akin to something that the mechanic might understand. I asked if that would be dishonest. Like, am I lying? And he said yes. And I was like, what? And I'm like, how is that? Like, what the fuck? I can understand how it could be viewed, like, very cynically as manipulative, but by that definition, or by that cynical viewpoint, all communication is manipulative. Which is, okay, fine, but that doesn't, then it doesn't mean, then we're in the syndrome situation where when all of it's manipulative, none of it's manipulative. But if you go the other direction, you say, listen, I am changing my language to elicit a specific reaction, or to make sure that this person understands it in a way that I want them to, as opposed to the way that it might actually be, that is lying. That's dishonest, right? So if I explain something in a way that leads somebody to an incorrect conclusion, no, especially if I do it knowingly, now I'm the asshole. What a dumb fucking, good God. It's lying if I don't explain exactly everything, but then we watch Thor proceed to lie and not explain actually the thing that happened. Leaving out major key details.
Are you hearing me talk about dumbing things down at this point?
When I say dumbing things down, I mean like the idea of like, oh, my bad, bro. And just kind of leave it like that. That doesn't make sense.
What are you?
But that's not what people are actually asking for either. That is a straw man. That is a wholly misrepresented point. If you don't really need to explain literally everything to people that were there, right? Or the people that can go and watch it again. But if you just want to say, oh, my bad, then nobody's going to know what you're talking about. That's not dumbing it down. That's just you being flippant. I mean, maybe you could view it as like, oh, you're placating people. But people don't want you to placate them. That's not actually the thing that they're asking for.
Hearing me say to you right now.
Of a way to resolve the language of, you know, I feel like I'm being objective, they feel like I'm being evasive. And to me, it comes across as I'm over-explaining. I'm giving too much context. I'm making the scenario of myself as a player within that, rather than this is what I did and that's it.
Can I remind everybody that this is on a game on a server that has like people who ostensibly do this professionally? So like if he doesn't need to explain how the game functions to apologize for roaching. Like it's not that complicated. You don't need to explain, like you might need to explain to some people what is roaching, sure, but like the fuck.
Then we walk away.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that. So I understand where our disconnect is.
Okay.
I have removed dumbing down from the equation of my solution space when I talk to you. Take it off the table. Done. Doesn't feel right. I agree. What I'm saying is that if we look at I'm being direct, they feel like I'm being evasive. The tactical options to solve that
are already problematic, because if you're saying I'm being this way and they're being that way, and you're not leaving any room to say that I'm doing this and they feel like I'm doing that, you need to sort of remove that verbiage from from your thought process. Right?
I'm being direct, they feel like I'm being evasive. The tactical options to solve that involve way more than dumbing things down.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I think yeah, I would focus on that. So like, don't dumb things down, be authentic. But there's also a way, because like, right, so fundamentally this is
everyone's dumb but me. Like, they'll figure it out, dude.
an issue of communication. It's an issue of understanding. It's an issue of getting your point across, arguably listening to other people's.
Well, that's more of a PR problem. The issue lies in Thor having a massive fucking ego and not being able to take his foot out of his mouth. Like, and just continuing to double down on being a dick instead of having any type of self-reflection. The issue here is ego. That's the problem. Of course there is a communication problem, but the communication problem is under the umbrella of Thor's massive fucking ego. If he can deal with his ego, then he can deal with his communication. Otherwise, hire a PR manager, motherfucker. Not that a PR manager is going to be able to help you, especially not if you're streaming 11 to 12 hours a day. Some dumb motherfucking shit is going to come out of your mouth in 12 hours a day when this is the kind of person you are.
And so that is a skill. It is an art form. There's a way to do it well and do it poorly. Now, what a lot of people do, which I think is bad, which I really appreciate you standing up against, is dumbing things down, virtue signaling, pro forma apology.
I hate that. Like, I
hate
really
it too.
I hate the idea of, here's my ukulele sad YouTuber video. Let me just lie into the camera for 5 minutes, because that's fucking dumb.
I hate it too.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. It's when it's performative, it's sometimes it's really hard to tell online when somebody's being performative or if somebody's earnestly sorry. And so the apology videos are sort of like, just the whole point is the apology video is supposed to be the acknowledgement. It's everything that happens after the apology video that actually matters. Do you make an apology and then continue to do the thing? Because if you continue to do the thing, like what Thor is doing in this video, he's continuing to do the thing. He's continuing to misrepresent people. He's continuing to lie about the situation, etc., etc., etc. He's going to continue to do the thing. Then the admittance that he did something wrong, or the acknowledgement that he did something wrong, doesn't mean anything when there's no accountability and there's no follow-through. So you can have the shittiest apology video ever. Like, let's pretend you're Logan Paul for a minute, and you did some dumb thing, like something nobody would ever do, like only some crazy person would do it, like film a dead body in a forest in a foreign country. And then you made a video being like, oh man, I'm an idiot and I'm really sorry. And people may or may not believe your apology is an apology. What's gonna matter is everything you do after that. Do you do that shit again? Or do you not do that shit? Or do you not do something that dumb again for a long enough period of time that people don't start compounding the dumb shit?
So my point is that if we look at, like, you know, like...
And I feel like that's what I was being asked to do, and I'm like, no, here's how I see it, and they're good.
Yeah. So my point is that somewhere between the pro forma apology and what
Thor cannot and has not successfully looked at this accurately from someone else's point of view at all. At all.
Comes out of your mouth, there's going to be something in the middle there, which is an adaptation of what you do, which feels authentic, feels truthful, feels complete. And there's literally something about the way that you talk, where if I code your responses, that's the best way I know how to put it. It's kind of like there's a theme of what feels like a lack of accountability from a listener's perspective. I don't think you're not.
Yeah, because there's zero accountability. What has he done to rectify the problem? He hasn't done anything to fix it. He hasn't changed any behaviors. He hasn't properly apologized to anybody, and then continued to cause problems in the guild, in the group. He didn't do anything to make it right. He hasn't done anything. When you apologize for something, generally you try to make good on it, right? Like if you steal from a store and you're a kid, Usually you have to go back to the store, apologize, and pay the money, or bring back the item you stole. Like, so you fuck up, you have to make good on your fucking up. Main character syndrome. Adam says this way he gets to be the hero in his own eyes. If he takes accountability or self-reflects, then that's not genuine to him because clearly he's always right. So that would be dishonest of him. Yeah, I agree. I think you're right. I think that there's like a very serious issue when it comes to like the way he views himself internally. And it comes through a lot in the language that he uses. Like, it might sound small and it might sound nitpicky or it might sound petty to pick up on him saying his side is always objective and everybody else's is always subjective. Or it's like, oh, I built a community that's based on conversations. And I built on a community based on having conversations logically. Like, there's the verbiage, the language is so stilted. It's so stilted in like specific rhetoric that is, and it's he comes by it naturally, like or he's not doing it. I don't think he's doing it with like intention. He's doing it more passively or inherently. And so, like, when he fucking bullshitted about that 50,000, 50, whatever the fuck numbers of bans he allegedly did, like, that number is absolutely nonsense. Like, fuck off, dude. Like, come on. So, like, I don't play World of Warcraft, but I know enough gaming and do know enough to be able to find out and where to find the numbers that I could literally, frame by frame, watch what happened in that 7-minute clip, and I'd be able to tell you exactly what spell he could be casting and what he could have optimally done in that scenario, and what the outcomes likely would have been given those situations. But that's not the thing that really actually matters. People fuck up in games. It's not the end of the world. But he's pretending like everybody seems to think it's the end of the world when that's literally just not the issue.
Not taking accountability, objectively. But what I'm saying is that the limbic circuits of my brain...
You fucking got Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I wanted to get that one and I didn't get it yet. Son of a bitch.
The emotional circuits of my brain, when I hear you talk, it feels like you're leaving something out. It feels somehow
because he's leaving something out.
Unbalanced. And I know that's a very difficult problem for you to solve.
Like, that doesn't give me a lot of tools, right?
It really, it's hard. So that's where, like, I'm going to think a little bit about how to bridge that gap, but like something in that is where the money is. I feel real.
Stop lying. That's the tool, is to stop fucking lying and stop being so manipulative. It's to have some self-awareness, but it is complicated to try to be like, okay, your self-awareness level and your emotional maturity level are down here, and we need to get and like the average is up here, and we need to get you like here. So going from here to here seems like a really big task, right? So baby steps, right? You gotta Bill Murray this shit and baby steps our way and be like, okay, well, what are good tools for increasing someone's self-awareness? And what are good tools to help someone cultivate and develop better emotional habits and grow that emotional maturity? Movie analogy. Let's see. Hold on. Feline said, which is really weird because in a lot of movies where there is a hero, they often have to undergo changes and admit some part of them is wrong and need to change to improve themselves. Yeah, it's more like a power fantasy situation. Yeah. No, I know you were making a South Park joke. I was just kidding. There is a new Hello Kitty game that recently it was on the Steam Summer Sale. I'm not sure if it still is. Death by 1,000 Cuts. That's a good point. Like, there's just been so many dumb things, and he hasn't been able to deal with a single one of them appropriately. So it's If. Yeah, I do think it's a problem that Dr. Clay didn't watch the 7 minutes of what actually happened. Does he realize he's lying? That's a complicated question sometimes. I don't think that Thor believes he is misrepresenting what happened. Right? I don't think he believes he is doing that. I think he is doing it. I don't think he's doing it consciously. I think he's doing it habitually. So that's just my take, though. That's just my take. So the only way to, like, discern how honest Thor is going to be would be to take a couple of clips of him describing the situation and play it side by side with what happened, point out the inconsistencies, and confront him directly with those inconsistencies. Because I would suspect what he thinks he is doing is he thinks that he is telling the story with all of the parts that he believes are most relevant. Or at least I think that's how he would describe what he believes he's doing. What I think he's doing is I think he's actually just lying. I just don't know how intentional a lot of it is and how habitually defensive it is. Because I think this is defensiveness, and I think it's just habitual. It's not, I think it's more inherent and like happening automatically without him thinking about it, which is the worst kind of lying, by the way. This is what I like to describe as, I believe it's level one-dimensional thinking, where what he's doing is he's only thinking about what sounds good or will make him look or sound good at the time, right? And so I have this scale. I should do a video about this someday. I keep talking about it, and I keep never doing it. I have a scale that goes up to like 4th or 5th dimensional, and it's called just dimensional thinking. So 0, and by the way, everybody does all of them. They're not like a scaling of 1 or 2 or 3 is better than 0, right? They're all just states of mind that you happen to be in. And so like 0 is you're just not thinking about your answer. So like if your mom asks you if you want peanut butter on your toast and you say yes or no, and you're not really thinking about it, or you say, oh, hey, do you like strawberry jam or raspberry jam? And you say raspberry because that's just the one you like and you're not really thinking about it other than what your preference is. You're not thinking about, like, why is she asking you this? Does this have an effect on what happens 2 months later? Because the reason she's actually asking is because she's going to buy you raspberry, or she's going to buy you or make you some jam for Christmas, right? Like, you're not thinking about that part of it. You're just answering the question. Level 1 is you're just saying what you believe sounds good at the time or makes you sound good at the time. Second level is when you notice there's another person you're having the conversation with. And so you're actually directly interacting and you're considering like the way you're speaking and the way you're talking is being considerate of the other person in a negative light or a positive light, depends on whatever's going on, and that's contextual. But you're aware that there's another person there. And so you understand that you're having this back and forth and you're considering like what they're thinking at the time or maybe what they're going to say next. Third dimensional is when you realize there are other people in the room that are watching your conversation, and that might matter. You might decide that it doesn't matter and you don't really have to concern yourself with it, but fourth dimensional thinking is when you add time as a factor to say, hey, I'm making this video right now, and somebody might watch it 6 months from now. So I take that into consideration when I'm doing stuff like this, or when I'm having debates or conversations or whatever I'm creating or whatever I'm doing, or even if you're having a conversation and you are actually considering like, hey, why is my mom asking me about jam and my favorite flavor of jam, and what does that mean in the future, and what does that mean retroactively? Did I ever say previously that I didn't like jam? So now you've got fourth dimension, you've got time involved, and that's my scale of dimensional thinking. But hey, that's just my shortcut to like just kind of level scaling things, just so I kind of know where somebody's at. And to me, I would say Thor is probably sitting at a 1 pretty solidly most of the time. Most of the time, he just seems to be saying whatever he thinks makes him sound or look good at the time, and isn't really considering like the that there are other people involved, or that he's on a stream and there are lots of people watching him, or that like what that might mean in the future if he's contradicting himself, etc., etc., etc. It's one of the problems with lying. Lying is very difficult, especially if you're not if you're not thinking on the fourth dimensional level. If you're gonna lie, you need to be on number 4. If you're not on number 4, your lies are gonna fall fucking apart so goddamn fast. Because you're not thinking about it, man. You gotta be on board.
Really confident about that. It's not a pro forma apology, but it is also thinking about the way that you make statements that rubs people the wrong way. And then the other interesting thing that I really have to like encourage you to think about is it hard for you to see a different way to use your words? Because in your mind, you're only able to see things one way.
The way that I put that up, the way that I put out messaging like that, especially public messaging, the internet will find any chink in the armor.
That's not the question. The question is about the way you think about it and whether or not you have a hard time because you can't do this. Stop immediately blaming everybody else. Oh, there's gonna find a chink in it. Well, fuck. Then stop talking. Shut up. Why do you bother then? Like, what are we doing?
To try to unravel it into saying that you're a liar in some way.
Yep.
We've both seen this. So what I try to do is I go, okay, so instead of putting...
It can't be that you're actually just lying. That's impossible. Can't possibly be that you're actually just lying, right? Can't be that.
Ego first on this and being like, I did the best thing or I did the worst thing or being an emotional platitudes for this kind of shit or virtue signal for it. I just go, here's everything that happened from my perspective. And that's my story.
Okay, you ready?
But it's not everything that happened.
For the mindfuck?
Sure.
You said that what you put out, people will try to find the chink in the armor, right?
They're going to do it anyway, but yeah.
No, they're not going to do it anyway. The way that you put things out makes them want to find the chink in your armor.
That doesn't make sense.
I know.
It makes complete sense. When people are lying, then other people are gonna look for it. Like that's not rocket science, dude. You're turning yourself into a puzzle on purpose. Fucking Christ. Yeah, he answered a question about himself by immediately discussing how everyone else is wrong. Oh my fucking god. Like, that answer to that question is so, like, actually, unironically, actually answers the question. And it's fucking... I really wish Dr. K called it out, but doesn't look like he's going to. At least not yet.
That sounds, to me, sounds obsessive. It's I
Why?
need like there's a necessity to find a problem when there isn't one.
No, I think you're missing the point. The way that you communicate information, the way that you speak makes people want to find the chink in the armor because people communicate. Yeah. I know it's hard, man. It's wild. It's crazy. I'm with you. Right? So there's something that you're doing.
Oh my god, just explain it like this. Thor, you've set up a puzzle for people. And people want to solve the puzzle. You're saying this thing happened. This thing is what happened. And now people are comparing the two things that happened. The end. It's not that deep. It's not that complicated. Good fucking lord.
That from a logical perspective makes perfect sense. The emotional energy of your words, and I'm not right about this, okay? I could be wrong. But I really suspect that this is where the money is, where something about the way that you present yourself, which by the way, went away when you got pissed off about when I was like, what do you think about just doing a mea culpa? And you're like, fuck that. I was in your corner. But here's the thing, the way that you talk.
You need more of an emotional interaction.
Because
No, you're already doing an emotional reaction. You're just pretending you're not. That's the problem. That's why people don't view your apology as authentic. Because you're pretending. You already don't believe, you've already admitted that you don't believe you did anything wrong or are culpable in any real, accountable, or meaningful way. So just fucking say that. You don't get to play the big bad dick on the internet and then pretend that you're the hurt little victim. Just be the asshole then. You don't get to cry when people think you're an asshole when you're choosing to be the asshole. Like, what do you mean? I've been an asshole to people, and then when people say I'm being an asshole to them, you know what I don't do? I don't say, oh, you're calling me an asshole. I go, yeah, no, I'm being a dick. Good fucking Lord. It's unbelievable, man. Some people's kids. What are you doing? Ugh. Bro can't untangle his need to control the situation from his thinking. Yeah. Well, the other thing too is because this is a live stream, Thor is also still trying to use this live stream to control the narrative, right? It's trying to have his cake and eat it too. Well, the thing is also with being an underdog in the story, or if you want to have like a retribution, or you want to have like a turnaround, or what the fuck is the word I'm looking for here? Starts with an R. Reborn, retributive, register. That's not even close. Rebound. What's the word I'm looking for? Rise. You guys know what I'm talking about. Somebody's gonna type it in the chat. Fuck. Rebirth. Comeback. Resurrection, revelation. Ah! Somebody's gonna get it. What's the word I'm looking for? Revive, close. Reincarnation. You know, when you like fall from grace and you've made mistakes and you're like, I'm gonna turn my life around, and you like do that and you like come back and you be a better person. Come on, one of you's gonna get it. Reebok. I don't fucking know. Repent. Close. All these words are so close that none of them are right. Oh no. Pain. Retribution. Close. Repent is close. No. Atonement. Redemption. Fucking. Bless. Redemption. Thank you. Oh my god. Yes. Yes. Bless. I believed in you guys. I knew you guys would figure it out. Thank you. Redemption. Perfect. If you want to do a redemption, then you need to admit you were wrong. You have to be wrong first to be redeemed, right? If you want to apologize and be forgiven, you have to admit you did something wrong.
Why do I want to poke you in the armor? Because of your logic? No, because of your emotions. That reflex, this is what you gotta understand, Thor.
Not necessarily. I think for some people, sure, but I don't think that's necessarily true. I'll put this back so we can get like a full thought out of him, because I feel like I interrupted him partway through. Yeah, now I forgot what the rest of what I was gonna say was. Yeah, it doesn't. People don't like con artists. People don't like liars. And the bigger you are, the harder you fall. Thor is not the hero here. Thor is not the victim here. Thor is not the pretty princess damsel that needs to be fucking rescued in this scenario. He's someone in a position of power. He's in a position of control. And he's doing bad behavior, and society because we are a social species, doesn't like that shit because it's bad for society and it's unempathetic. And so by being antisocial and unempathetic, by lying and pretending, society's gonna call it out. Is it aggressive on the internet? Sure. Is it always appropriate? Probably not. But that's not what we're here to talk about. And if you don't properly attribute these things because you're too busy catering to Thor's already antisocial habits, you're not gonna make positive progress for Thor. And you're actually going to enable him, and you're going to enable the people who troll on his behalf. Like, let's not pretend that fucking Thor and his following don't have toxic people inside of them, right? Like, that's ridiculous and absurd. And to say that, like, because of the things that Thor has said about people, that those people haven't been trolled and harassed on an at least reasonably equal level to the amount of harassment that Thor has faced. Thor has gone after people way smaller than him, with way less power in the scenario than he has. So how do we apply any of this the other way? We're taking this entire scenario and pretending like Thor has sunshine that flies out of his ass. Like, what are we doing?
But here's the thing: the way that
so what
you
talk,
talk,
you need more of an emotional interaction.
Because why do I want to poke you in the armor? Because of your logic? No, because of your emotions. That reflex, this is what you gotta understand, Thor.
No, some people do like going after people for their logic. If you make a logical argument and you claim that you built an entire community based on having conversations and logical discussions, you're setting yourself up. Because now you're saying that, but you don't want to have those logical conversations, and people poking at your logic isn't because they actually care about the logic, it's because they care about poking you. When you already set up the scenario where you've surrounded yourself with people who want to poke at your logic for the sake of poking at your logic because that's a thing that your community values. Am I stupid? Did I not understand that? Am I wrong here? Did he not just say that he built an entire community over the course of 8 years that values complicated and complex, implied implicitly, logical conversation and discussion, which would involve argumentation? Is that not the situation he fucking set up? Is that not the scenario? So what do you mean people are poking at your fucking logic because they want to bother Thor? Why would poking at his logic bother him at all if he set up an entire scenario over 8 years to surround himself with people who want to poke at his logic for the sake of poking at the logic, because that's the fun part of those kinds of conversations? Am I fucking dumb? Remember a couple of minutes ago when I just said that Thor is just saying things that he thinks are going to make him sound good at the time and has zero consideration about who he's talking to, who's gonna be watching, whether or not something he said a minute ago is gonna bite him in the fucking ass? Yeah, no, Thor's been through the ringer recently. This video's from earlier this year. 3 months ago.
That reflex comes from the emotional energy that you're sending and the emotional energy that they're receiving. Now, this gets more complicated because you are right that this is an unsolvable problem.
No, he is wrong. This is absolutely a solvable problem. It's just not a solvable problem in Thor's mind with Thor's mindset. The way Thor is approaching this will never be resolved and can never be resolved to any reasonable, satisfactory point. Yeah, there's always going to be shitters being shitty, like that's going to happen, but like you can get it to a reasonable level, and right now his claim is that it's not reasonable. Thor's just not able or willing, because again, we literally just fucking listened to him tell us that his own moderators have been talking to him, telling him the exact same fucking thing. And he's not listening to them. So he's not going to listen to the professional. He's not listening to his moderators. He's not listening to his community. Of course he's in the fucking doghouse. What did you expect? You want people to praise you for not listening to them? You think people that if you just ignore everyone forever and you isolate yourself from the community you spent 8 years building, that those people, those thousands of people, are going to give two shits about what you said? This is the same thing Steve did. They're the same! It's the same thing, man! You can't just treat people like shit and expect them to praise you. You can't you can't make a mud pie or stick your dick in the pudding and expect people to thank you for the pudding. Like, they don't want your dick pudding. What am I doing? Maybe my response is too emotional.
Because there's only so much that you can do in this situation. That at the end of the day, there are going to be people on the internet that are just there to meme, that are just there to make your life worse, that have little lives where they feel frustrated and then they look at a punching bag and they say, hey, I'm going to punch this person. I'm going to knock this person down a peg. And the tragedy there is that they don't truly have little lives. They truly have far greater lives than they have the potential of far greater lives if they stopped spending all of their cognitive and emotional energy trying to knock some random fucking guy on the internet down a peg.
Thor is not some random fucking guy on the internet. He is a massive streamer. I am some random fucking guy on the internet. I'm some random asshole. Thor is not some random asshole. He worked at Blizzard. He's really important. The first second generation employee. Didn't you know?
Then they would really be happy.
Basis of all the things I try to do on the internet.
Huh?
That's why I do all. That's
yeah.
Don't get off your fucking high horse and don't pretend that fucking society holding people accountable for being shitty is some negative thing that people are doing in their lives that's making them unhappy. Like, shut up. Like, shut up. Fuck off. That's not how it works. First off, some people are sadistic as fuck. Some people are like, so for example, Rubber Ross. Rubber Ross, for anybody who doesn't know who he is an artist animator. He used to work on the Game Grumps, or with the Game Grumps, back in the day. And he likes to do this thing where he made, for a long time, he was making a shitload of Super Mario Maker levels. And he was making them as hard as he fucking possibly could to torment people on purpose. And he was gleeful about it. Like, he was happy. He was having a good fucking time. And he, like, streamed doing it and showed up while those people were trying to fucking beat those levels. Like, and he was joyfully sadistic in creating the levels that he created. And those levels did psychological damage to people. Like, on streams, like on recorded videos, these people are having breakdowns, and Ross is sitting there in the corner giggling like a madman. There are people who derive pleasure from causing pain and suffering and harm to others. In some cases, it can be mutually beneficial and can be okay, and in other situations, it's not. That's entirely contextual. But to pretend that society, or that you know, that other people are miserable because they called somebody out for lying on the internet is grandeur at best. And again, should we not in society be calling people out for doing shitty things to people? Because again, Thor did shitty things to people. Like, his behavior surrounding this and now other issues like Stop Killing Games causes sometimes irreparable damage to those individuals and those people and continual damage to those people. For example, like the lawsuit we were following with Charlo. That damage is irreparable and lasts, like, what do you do about it? It doesn't go away. The Thor is actively doing damage to people, and we just seem to be, in this conversation that I'm watching, they just seem to be ignoring that. As if that doesn't exist. So, like... So what? Right? Like, so should we just let Thor just shit all over everybody all the time? Why? Why should we do that? Why do we need to bend over backwards for him? What does he provide that to society at large, or even to his community at large, that we should just ignore all of his lying, ignore his gaslighting, ignore the harm that he's doing to Twitch other creators, game development, and the gaming sphere, and the political sphere on a whole? We should ignore all that damage. For what? What are we getting out of it? A ferret rescue? Is that what we're doing? Because I think we can do that without him. Like, I don't think we need Thor to do the ferret rescue, right? The ferret rescue can still be a thing without him and without his involvement, right? Like, we can still do ferret rescue. Maybe we don't do that ferret rescue. Maybe we do, like, a community ferret rescue. But, like, I mean, it's not like you couldn't do one. You could start one at home right now if you wanted to. What are we fucking doing?
That aspiration that you put there, that's why I do the stuff that I'm doing.
Yeah, I think it's great.
I generally run game jams and all that
shit. Yeah.
It's because this shit is a waste of fucking time.
Yep.
It is the same reason that I have a short out that's like...
Then why do you keep bringing it up? Why do you make a big deal about it? Why do you gotta go after everybody fucking else all the time?
Like, stop looking at shorts. Go the fuck outside. And I know that sounds like self-inflationary, of like aggrandizing for that shit, but like, dude, the internet's a
he agrees with me.
Fucking mistake.
No, so here now we get to it. You said, I know it sounds that way. It doesn't sound that way. If I read your words, huh?
When I say it that way, it sounds that way to me.
But it doesn't sound that way to me.
That's ridiculous to me.
Yes, I know it's ridiculous. So
it's ridiculous that when you say something, somebody else interprets it? This is the problem. That's the fucking problem. Other people have different fucking experiences than you, dumbass. Oh my god, other people exist! Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh no, we did it, guys. We found the problem. We found the core thing. We found the core. What is that in fucking joy and sadness and envy and jealousy or envy, whatever. The core. We found it. Guys, we found it. Oh. That's how it sounds to me. But that's not how it sounds to me. That's ridiculous. I don't even know what to do with that. Oh my fucking god. There's words. There's so many words. There's so many words in the world. There's just fucking... there's so many words in a dictionary. And sometimes it's not even all of them. And then there are words in other cultures. And different words for different things. And like, is a hot dog a sandwich? Like, people have different fucking perspectives. And is Thor a solipsist? Is Thor just gone full solipsism? Is that where we are? He's just a brain in a vat, and everything that's happening is just an experience that only he is having, and everything else is his projection? Is that what the fuck we're doing? Yeah, this is Thor's world, and the rest of us are just living in it. Yeah, like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? What do you mean? He understands fundamentally that other people exist and play video games, right? Because he has to be developing games for somebody to play. It's like Thor, Feline said, like, Thor made it so much harder for anyone to discuss anything with him. He already made it so fucking difficult, and then he turns around and says that he literally can't understand that other people have fucking interpret words he said differently than what he intends for them to interpret, or how he intends to interpret them. Or how he intends to communicate them. That's it. We did it. Let's go home, everybody. How do you unpack that? I feel like the only way to respond to that is just by directly looking at him dead in the eye and making him stop for a second. Look at me. Look at me. Other people exist. Like that. Words have meanings, and sometimes those meanings are different. And if I say the word weak, what am I talking about? You don't know unless you have context to know what I'm talking about. Hi, welcome. You came to the right place. I'm fucking gonna die, dude.
Yeah, I know it's hard. So here's the point. The words, if I were to write them...
and you're right, Feline. When you say that's ridiculous, I don't understand that. That's going to get interpreted as you are ridiculous. Fuck.
Down, and we said, hey, is this person arrogant? Maybe. It would be the answer that you get. The emotional energy that you add to that doesn't make it come across as arrogant at all. It makes it come across, for me, I get inspired by that. I believe that. That sounds believable to me. So there's some...
The perception disconnect is when I talk about a situation while removing the emotion from it, when to me that sounds like the most logical way.
You're not removing the emotion from it, you fuck nugget. You're not doing that. These aren't point form notes. Good fucking
way to communicate. And the most objective way to communicate, which
he thinks the most logical way to communicate is to communicate in a way that he knows other people aren't understanding him, and he's gonna keep doing that anyway. How the fuck is that logical? That is the opposite of logical. That is insanity. That is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different fucking result. Oh my fucking god.
About a situation while removing the emotion from it, when to me that sounds like the most logical way to communicate. And the most objective way to communicate, which seems like it would be the best way for people to understand the scenario fully. And that's the most disconnected for other people because it makes them feel like I'm being evasive.
I think that is one step in the right direction for you. And that's because human beings are not
generous to call it a step.
Not logical communicators. We are
I'm well aware of that.
That is so bullshit. This is so bullshit. This is turning into bullshit. Like, what do you mean when you say logical communicators? That doesn't mean anything. You would need to, like, actually put, like, the logistics of what that would mean out. Like, what are you talking about when you say logically communicate? Because to me, if I were to just take that phrase from the context of this conversation, all that means is whatever Thor says. However he says it is the logical way to do it. But if you do it the same way he does, it's not. It is only applicable to this fucking Muppet. But if I were to try to, like, take that out and say, okay, if I were to interpret what that could mean in any kind of functional, pragmatic way that could have any kind of, like, real-world application of logical ways to communicate, I'm immediately thinking of language structure and, like, grammar and, like, knowing what an adjective is, like, things like that. And that, like, knowing that there's actually a rule for what order adjectives go inside of English. But to take it a step further and talk about, like, conversational communication, which is really what they're talking about, to make that logical, you would have to set up, like, I'm guessing one of the things would have to be being concise and efficient with your verbiage and your language, as well as being clear and having incredibly consistent language definitions. So, like, the word dog would have to, like, disappear. You can't use the word dog, because the word dog means so many dogs. You'd have to use, like, if you wanted to be extreme about it, you'd want to use to be the most logical or the most clear, you would need to use the scientific terms. But, like, even if you were to roll that back and say, anytime you were talking about dog, you need to talk about the specific breed. You'd have to specify that you were talking about a Chihuahua, or you were talking about a Dachshund, or you were talking about a Husky. So you wouldn't say, the dogs at the dog park. You would say the multiple, like, the list of breeds of dogs at the dog park. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. And this is completely negating inflection. Like, inflection is a thing in many languages and in some more than others. If you want to go to China or Southeast Asia and speak a language, you need to use inflection is a massive, massive part of those languages, like Korean or, like, or Mandarin. In English, it's there, it's just, it's not as prevalent as those languages. But, for example, when you're asking a question, I'm asking a question, that uptick is about you, I'm asking. We need, I think, yeah, Mandarin more so than Korean, for sure. I think that fucking English needs to add clicks for fucking commas, because we don't speak verbally our commas very much or very often. We use conjoiner words like and or. You could remove some of those words if we were to put in a verbal tick for commas. And you would be able to remove some of the spaces when you're speaking. So, like, if you're reading something, there's a comma, it generally means some sort of pause or some kind of indicative break, right? So, like, but that's speaking about logical communication. Tonal language. Yeah, absolutely. So, like, what do you fucking do? Because there's even more to communication than auditory, right? There's visual parts of language as well, like I'm emotive. And what does emotive mean? It means I'm showing emotion. I'm showing on my face or with my gestures or with my body language to indicate contextually the context, to indicate what I'm trying to get across. If I'm exasperated, I might be like, oh, what? But if I just wrote, ugh, what, that doesn't necessarily come across the same way. If I just say, ugh, what, versus going, like, it's more exaggerated. Right? So like, there's... What am I doing? Why am I explaining this? Communication is about participation. The thing, if you want to talk about logical communication, the biggest thing, logical communication as if it's a thing, the biggest thing that you would need to focus on is listening. What's the main thing that Thor has done wrong this entire time? Not understanding, caring, and misrepresenting what everyone else is fucking trying to tell him. Because he's not fucking listening. If he fucking listened and actually considered what everyone else was fucking talking about, then this would not be the conversation. This wouldn't be what we were doing. The worst part about this is what he fucking does actually do is he turns around and says that he's listening when he's clearly not, and then misrepresents what you're saying. So then he's lying about everybody. Fucking unbelievable, dude. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, you're basically spitting in everybody's face. You're basically saying, hey, listen, I'm listening to you, I understand, but fuck you anyway. You're just stupid, or you're just trolling, and then he starts making accusations, and that's the fucking problem. Yeah, Athens was right. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna get more tea. I'll be back in a minute. I need more hot water. Nah. Oh my god, alright. You want me to check Mare Bear Pig? Alright, I'm looking. What am I looking at? What is... What? Am I being abducted by aliens in this? What is... Huh? What? Huh? What is this? What the fuck? Hold on, I'll show you guys. Somebody posted this on... What is this? Hair? Oh, I see. Okay, this is... What the fuck is this? What? No. That's an interesting screen grab they got of me. They didn't trim it right. Yeah, hold on. Let me make this bigger. Hold on. Open this in a new tab. Hold on. Open image in new tab. Yeah, let's take a look. Look! The cut is actually here. They left a bunch of black space in, or like edited it, like tried to squish me out, like make me wider. What is this? How did you fuck that up? That's funny. Is this IP infringement? And I mean, it might be for the aliens. It's AI. Like, a lot of this looks like it's AI done, so it might be. What the fuck? What? Who? What? What is this? This is what I mean by, like, I'm a fucking nobody, but, like, so many people hate me. This is a screen grab for my birthday, like, 2 years ago. Or last year. No, this wasn't posted by Wolf. I mean, Wolf commented, but this is posted by somebody else. I don't fucking know. The joke wrote itself. Yeah, fair. 2 to 3 years ago? Yeah, it's a while ago. That's fucking Alright, anyway, back to this. Who's Tammy Sue? I don't know. They might be one of the girls that goes on to Wolf's news network thing. I don't know. You're visibly thinner than that. Yes, I am. I am visibly thinner. Look, I can show you if you want. There's 15 in that photo. Fucking liar. Alright. There's some AI there, too much spectacular highlights and smoothing. Yeah, definitely. Now, the guy commenting is known for his doing nothing but AI bullshit, but that's okay. It's like at least 10 pounds thinner than in that picture, or than like when that stream happened. Anyway, okay, let's keep going. We can talk about this on Monday. This isn't. We're not talking about me.
Emotional communicators, right? So I think the energy that you add to the equation.
Okay, there's a consistent problem that is happening throughout this entire shtick, right? And the whole thing is this idea that logic and emotion are separate things. They are not separate things. You cannot logically operate as if emotions do not exist. That is not a logical thing to do. That is, in fact, an illogical thing to do. The logical thing to do is to acknowledge and understand that emotions exist, and then practice controlling your own, or at least like managing your own emotions, and acknowledging and understanding that other humans also exist and have emotions. And so that like people like will say things in an emotion, it won't be like the most clear thing they could say. And the difference between trying to look literally at what they said versus trying to understand what they're saying, because those are legitimately just different things. How do we know this picture wasn't reality and that Chesh we see now is just an advanced AI deepfake? You don't.
Like, matters a lot. And what you're trying to remove, and it sort of makes sense, right? Because you have a strategy. You've got a particular strategic approach, and that's what got you to where you are. And I know you've tried a lot, but I think this fundamental thing, I don't think this has changed over the whole course of this.
No.
And I think the really hard thing,
and it still hasn't changed to this very day,
is I don't know that it needs to change, because I think part of what makes you who you are, part of what makes you valuable, part of what attracts the community, because there are a lot of people out there who think like you. who are tired of emotional communication, who have people in their lives where you're like, look, this is the reality of the situation. I cook dinner 4 nights a week. You cook dinner 1 night a week, and you order takeout the other 2 nights of the week. That is the objective scenario. This needs to change. And they're like, nah. So I think that the way you communicate is like an OA.
It's fascinating to see a doctor of psychology taking emotions and the emotional energy and value that comes to a table in relationships and being like, meh, as if it doesn't fucking matter at all. What the fuck?
Oasis in a desert for a lot of people.
God,
So
take his
it's
dick
not
out of your mouth.
bad. It's just like, this is like something that I think can be leveled up.
Stop enabling
big part
him.
of
The biggest thing is the more that I have to deal with this just slew of shit with this, the less I've been emotional about it. Because it's...
That is no, what you're doing is disassociating. That's not the same thing, my guy. Absolutely not.
effort.
Well, so if we were to take that statement as true and we were to make a predictive model, what happened to you would be in line with this prediction. That if our hypothesis is that emotional communication is what
Is he a psychiatrist and I said psychologist? Sorry, my mistake. My bad. Those are different things.
Acts with people, especially on the internet. And as you have become more burnt out, which by the way is absolutely going to happen, as you've become, as your corpus callosum, you're just fried. You're just blackened at this point. You've got no emotional energy left. And the more you communicate, the angrier people will get. I really hope people leave you the fuck alone, because I think it's like enough is enough. I'm happy to say that. Like,
Why?
I don't usually...
You don't know. Why are you saying that when you don't know? Dr. K at the beginning of this already said that he's willing to put forward that the backlash that Thor has gotten and the punishment that he has received is like, some of it's gone too far, but it's reasonable and fair, and it's enough for what has happened thus far. But now that sets up this, I've talked about this in one of the other episodes when we were watching this, now he's doing it more. So that means he needs to have more punishment by the model that Dr. K put forward. So by the model that he's putting forward, enough is not enough because Thor's still doing the behavior. If he stopped doing the behavior, then yes, people should stop. But if he keeps doing the fucking behavior, then he's gonna keep getting the same response. Good fucking lord.
Advocate for people doing that. Maybe people think that I'm a narcissist or whatever. Like, that's fine. But I don't think this is about you. I think this is like when someone makes whatever kind of mistakes you made, and whether you were mean to people or not, whether you went to the bathroom and looked something up, or you have a butt plug that is vibrating in Morse code to give you the solution, like is connected to I really don't care. I don't know about the reality. I think it's just like, we all make mistakes. I'm not saying you did or you didn't. It's just like, come on, y'all. Right? Is this...
Come on, y'all what? We all make mistakes. If Thor objectively makes a mistake, come on, y'all what? And people say, hey, Thor's made a mistake here. Come on, y'all, what? Should we let him rob a bank? Because, he makes a lot of money doing this. He makes a lot of money doing all of this dishonest shit.
Really what we're doing now? Like, is this how we're spending our days, how we're spending our time? Are you perfect? No. Are you a regular human being? Yes.
What are you saying, Doctor? What are you saying at this point? What the fuck are you even talking about? This is the most placatey, fucking jerk off session that I have ever seen. Like there's lazy like fucking jerk off sessions, and then there's like jerk off sessions where the other person is invested, and this is like the laziest hand job ever, being like, yes, you're a person that exists, and people make mistakes. Fucking limp wrist, limp dick, fucking nonsense. What is the point?
So that's kind of where I am. I know it's confusing for you.
You're nowhere! You just described that you're literally nowhere and understand nothing about this situation where Thor's just allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants to anybody he wants at any time he wants, and we should all just be like, thank you, sir. May I have another? Like, what the fuck? Oh my good lord. Non-therapy therapy. Yeah, right. This is fucking hell, man. It might help. No, I don't even know. Holy.
I
mean that starts to make sense. I think the thing.
Oh, really? It starts to make sense as soon as it's limp wrist jerking Thor off. That it's saying that Thor is right and Thor didn't do anything wrong. And suddenly now it makes sense, does it? Oh, I see. Oh, funny how he doesn't understand it when it's other people, but as soon as it's him and it's praising him and it's telling him he's doing the right thing, all this is gonna do is encourage him to do it more. And I think that's what we've seen. In 3 months, all this has done is escalate into big other fucking problems. Huh! How do I really feel? Maybe you need to express emotion. How can you possibly... Fuck, dude. Why did you say that to me? Listen, how could you possibly... Thor is sitting there saying he wants to be authentic, but then says he takes the emotion out of everything to be as logical as possible. How are you being authentic if you remove all your emotions from the thing you're trying to say? That's the opposite of authentic. Yeah. I found my glasses, by the way. I can see now. Oh my fucking god, dude. What is this? Oh. You should smile more.
What bothers me is if someone were to go to me, right, and talk in the way that I'm talking in that objective fashion, I go, oh, cool, here's all the information. I'm going to compile it with other information and then come up with my own way of how I feel about this.
Wait. So you can be presented with somebody's thing and then come up with your own thing, but you can't understand that other people do the same thing? Because you just said, oh, see, that's not what he just said, that's not what I heard. Oh, that's ridiculous. How... Other people exist, my guy. I can't believe we have literally broken this down to people exist, and there's probably more than one of them if you want to function successfully in society. That might not be true. We never go full solipsism, but if we were, hypothetically, say that, listen, I can't prove you're not a brain in a vat and I'm not a figment of your imagination, but if you want to function successfully in your simulation, you have to behave as if there are other minds and other people interacting, then who fucking cares? Huh. Yeah, the problem isn't that Thor can't be authentic. It's that when he does, it's apparent his authentic self is, well, kind of a terrible person. That is kind of the conclusion we're coming to, right?
And what I'm seeing more and more now, especially on the internet, right, is loud, bombastic, emotional response is what everyone wants for stuff. But we've never had it that way. I've never interacted that way. I've been not that way this entire time. And now for me,
just because you speak in a lower toned, regulated tone doesn't mean you're not emotional. And that's not the fucking problem. You're saying this, you're basically just telling everyone that their emotions are wrong and they're wrong to express them. That's the fucking god. This is the worst.
Suddenly that's a problem. Suddenly that's a bad guy thing, which is like, that's really fucking weird for me, man. Like, that's not what I expected. That's not the response that I expect. It doesn't really make a huge amount of logical or emotional sense to me. So I'm just like, okay, so...
Thor, do you get mad when people lie to you? If you spend money on something and invest in something and that thing is a lie, do you get mad about that? Would that make you angry? Would that when you try to confront that thing, if your girlfriend cheated on you, would you get angry? Would you be upset? Would you get frustrated? If when you confronted that girlfriend about them cheating on you, and they said that never happened, and they gave you a whole gaslighty story that was full of contradictions and lies, and there was video of her cheating, by the way. It was live streamed, in fact. So and she said, well, no, it's not actually me. I didn't really do that. It was actually all everyone else's fault. And it's actually, in fact, your fault. Like, why are you even so upset about this? Do you think that would be frustrating? And the only way you had to communicate with her was for her to be able to talk to you, but you had to type? You think that would add a level of frustration? Maybe. A little bit.
You don't think I'm doing this thing. Here's more information. That's not enough. Here's more information. That's not enough. Here's more information. Then eventually it's like...
Then your whole argument about putting out the entire context initially is bullshit. Because now you're saying, oh, I'll give you some information. Oh, you don't believe me? Here's more information. That doesn't change.
Fuck you, I don't care.
Yeah,
so there's no other solution at that point.
There's two things. Like, I had one kind of emotional response, which is like, you're like, that makes sense to me. The really interesting thing is your response of that makes sense to me. I'm not saying don't read too much into it. I was just laughing because what I sent you in that moment was not logical. What I sent you in that moment was emotional.
Yes.
Right?
I have the capacity to understand emotions.
Yeah. But it's interesting because there's...
Do you have the capacity? I don't think you have the capacity. We literally had to break this down to other people exist. Other people existing, like, not being able to acknowledge that other people exist is kind of a big fucking problem. I am going to point out real quick that Pipmonk is in the ICU. So if people are interested in helping out with a GoFundMe for that, he's in Mississippi. I'm going to go ahead and link that in the chat so people can go over there and help out if they're interested or can do that. We'll cover it a little bit more on another day when I have time to actually look through it and maybe be a little bit more clear. But hey, he's 10% of the way there, so good shit. If you're interested. Give him a hand. I will pin the message. All right, let's keep going.
So many times where I've tried to send you logical signals and then there's a disconnect. Yeah. But you can easily argue that it's apples and oranges. The second thing that I want to say, and I know you have emotional capacity, like I get that. You love your ferrets. They show up there. So the other thing that I think is interesting to note is that I think that you are on the receiving end of, not just you, but basically this happens. So there's a group of parasocial nomad haters on the internet. That's what I call them.
Yeah. Huh? Chat hoppers is what they're generally called on Twitch.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that. But like, so what I
jump from one community to another when there's like a big drama.
Exactly. So these are the people that follow the drama. So whoever, and then the problem is if you've created a community that values a certain kind of communication and the chat hoppers show up, everything that you've built will get dominated or swept away.
That's what.
No. What? You have complete control over your chat. We know this because he banned people for saying the word mana in his gaming streams. He absolutely fucking not. It takes more effort and work to manage and do community management but that's a literal job that people do. That it's not impossible, and it will not get swept away. It maybe for a stream or two, but if you know what you're doing and you know how to handle it, it's not gonna destroy your community. It's only gonna destroy your community if you don't handle it well.
Why we ban it all? Yep.
Okay.
Knowing that full well, and there's a couple of ways to handle that, right? That I feel. Is when someone comes in and they just make like the copy paste hate statement, it's very clear that they don't care. We ban them, and then they put an unban request, and sometimes they'll be like, "Hey, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal," and then they come back in and they're like, "Hey, I like watching the stream," or they tell the mods to kill themselves, right? And like obviously, if they're going to tell the mods to kill themselves, they just stay banned, and that happens all the time. But if they're like, "Hey, you know, this I didn't realize this mattered so much," sometimes they end up joining the community, and it's fine. It's just that first interaction, we don't want that like a million times in the chat. Like, that shit sucks. And it's not 50.
I mean, yeah, that's fine, and it can suck, but, like, your community, you and your community need not take it so seriously that you have to fucking make a big deal about it every single time it comes up. In fact, making it a big deal every time it comes up ends up fucking doing that thing, the Barbara Streisand thing, where now people are doing it to make you keep talking about it over and over and over again. And people want you to keep talking about it over and over and over again because you keep eating your feet. Stop eating your feet. It'll help, probably.
50, but the mods do get a lot of hate, man. Like a massive amount. It sucks for them.
Yeah. Why are they getting that? The reason they're getting hate is because of you. You're responsible for that. My mods don't get fucking hate. Why don't my mods get hate? Because I'm the one who fucking directs them. Because I'm the one who takes the flack for the shit that they do. And sometimes the shit that they say. Why do I take that flack? Because it's my responsibility. I'm the one, it's my channel. I don't want to be here anymore. There's still an hour left.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing that.
How many times are we going to go around this same fucking circle?
It's hard to deal with. It's something that basically every streamer deals with, where the moment that you're at the top of LSF, you get like this influx of audience, which also I don't think that's like LSF's fault. It's just, that's just the...
I think it's the nature of like a gathering of people that are either... rooting for the downfall, or rooting for an emotional big moment, or like want to be, part of that. But I do.
You mean it's exciting and dramatic? Yeah.
Still think that there's a large amount of people that are engaging in that because it's like their reality show. It's like their TMZ. It's like they.
Yes. If you're on stream for more than 8 hours a day, nearly every day, you are ostensibly streaming a reality. It's your life. It's your whole life, dude. Ugh.
They're like, oh man, I'm part of that moment. Remember that moment when that thing happened? That was so funny. And like, I feel like there's probably even some of those people that will meet someone like at an event where they engaged in one of those things, and they won't think it's real. They think it's just.
Feline said that I don't direct my mods. That we are our own agents, and that it wasn't. And I didn't word it properly. All right. I give you a directive, and like there's a directive that the mods have, and I trust them to use their best judgment and act as individual agents within that capacity. If I needed to be more clear about it. There's a reason that there are press secretaries and spokesmen and communications officers. Yeah, a PR management firm, like whole firms worth billions of dollars that do this. Community management, absolutely a fucking thing. Good fucking lord. I could fix Thor's public image in 3 months. 3 months. I could fix it. Easily. Easily within 3 months. But he would have to fucking do as I say.
It's like a cartoon character,
Yeah, I've seen that a lot too, unfortunately, but... Anyway, we've been at it for like almost 3 hours, bro. How you feeling?
Yeah. Fine. Like, to be honest with you, I think so far this has been really productive. Because to me, like, dude.
Oh, yes, please tell me how productive this has been. Please tell me how much you've learned.
I don't know. Like, that seems wild to me that people just want it. Like, I don't know. It seems wild to me that people just want an emotional response for that. When in reality, I find that, like I explained earlier, I find that to be a disingenuous thing. I don't want to be that guy that goes and makes a fucking apology video.
He learned nothing. He learned fucking nothing. Congratulations. Yay. But Rakita said that Vic never needed a PR person. I would suspect that Vic Mignogna still needs a PR person. Actually, I haven't looked at anything related to Vic Mignogna in a while. I should see what he's up to.
Yeah, so I think that there are a lot of people who would be satisfied by that, but please don't take away. I think, like, I mean, you convinced me, right? And I've not done that when people get upset with me.
You've convinced me about this thing I know nothing about.
So I won't just say, yeah, my bad, unless I really believe that. So that there have been times where I've made mistakes where I will say, like, I still remember, I'm happy to say it again. There was one time early on in the days of streaming that I made fun of people with micro penises. And that is like one of the things that I regret the most. Because it's like easy to do that.
That's an easy fruit, yeah.
It's easy, but it's like out of all of the people, like in terms of like punching down and stuff, like out of all the people who have it so hard for, you know, just us to pile on and like, ha ha ha, you have a small dick. Like that's not something that's in their control. And
maybe I'm interpreting this incorrect. Is he saying he was literally going around and finding people who have micro penises and making fun of them? Or is he saying that, which is what I suspect he's actually trying to say, is that he used to like use, oh, you have a small dick and a micro penis as a joke for anybody? Is that what he's saying? I don't know the history of this. What?
By the way, you can have a fulfilling sexual life with a micropenis. I thought about, I just became a degenerate gamer for a moment and stopped thinking about people in my office who struggle with those kinds of problems.
Yeah. I think that's actually really interesting because that's like the internet, man. Is like, I don't even know. Like, I feel like if somebody's going to call you that, like on the internet, if somebody's like in a lobby and they're like, you have a micro penis, they don't actually mean that. They just want to say some shit. That's like some kid on Xbox saying he fucked your mom.
Yeah, right. Like, so like deep within me is 4chan, like much like ChatGPT.
Yeah. What? Okay, all right. This is going high on my list of things you don't want to hear your psychologist or psychiatrist or psychologist say. Deep inside me is 4chan. Good fucking lord. Oh no. Why would you say that? What? Oh no. I can get away with saying shit like that. I'm a goblin. I'm just some fucking shitter. You can't do that. You're telling everybody you're a professional. What do you mean? How's everybody doing? Send help. Need to breathe. What? Why? Why would you say that? Yeah, and I'm stuck, guys. I need the loading fucking. Dial-up sound. What? Is this more wild than the Coney 2012 remark? Oh, I don't even know which one is worse. I don't even know. This is... What the fuck? What a... I'm torn between, like, I get wanting to be authentic, but also, like, if you... Why? 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 Why is 4chan deep inside of you as, like... You want to know why? I think I figured something out. Do you want to know why Dr. K has such a negative view of the internet and people on the internet just being trolls and just being like looking to fight and looking to like bully people and harass people and get an emotional rise? That's why. 'Cause he's a 4channer and probably a long-term one. He's projecting. He's saying that people on the internet are like that because that's what he's like on the internet. You're welcome. Welcome to my armchair psychology. Huh? Fuck, dude. What a fucking... Why would you... Why? You're doing psychology right now. Why is 4chan your fucking core thing that you're drawing from? Oh... Donald Trump is currently on top of the White House taking questions. Tell him to do a flip. All right.
I feel like if somebody's going to call you that, like on the internet, if somebody's like in a lobby and they're like, "You have a micro penis," they don't actually mean that. They just want to say some shit. That's like some kid on Xbox saying he fucked your mom.
Yeah, right. Like, so like deep within me is 4chan. Like much like ChatGPT. Yeah. Deep within my bones is 4chan. And so anyway, I was just saying like...
ChatGPT and 4chan. What a winning fucking combination. Huh?
So sometimes I've made mistakes and, you know, I'll own up to those. But I don't think you should... Don't compromise that. But I think that...
Making the core of who you are as a person, ChatGPT and 4chan is one of those mistakes. Stop. Cease. Desist. Please. Don't do this. No, please. Good God. No, please.
There's like something in the middle of letting more of your authentic emotion out and also be super careful about the way that you, even in your own head, sterilize your interactions. And sterilize your contributions, which I think you do.
If my therapist said this to me, I would fucking demand my money back and leave.
Comfortable. It's comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable, but I think you do that.
In the scenario.
All right. Now that we have this context about Dr. K, chat here right now, and if you're watching this in the future and look at the comment section, leave a comment. Do you think Dr. K is concern trolling Thor? Do you think that's what's happening? Because like if he's like a 4channer at heart and he sees Thor getting into this like negligible trouble comparatively to now, like this was like an issue for him, but now it's escalated into a bigger issue. And this is definitely a catalyst. This is encouraging Thor to keep doing what the fuck he's doing. Do you guys think that Dr. K isn't actually helping Thor at all and is actually just fucking concern trolling him and helping Thor dig himself a bigger hole? Because that's what trolling is. Successful fucking concern trolling. Like, incredible. Like, I mean, to be fair... That's impressive. That is impressive fucking concern trolling, I'm not gonna lie. Changing my name to Dr. Red and have a new career path. Oh boy, seems like a grift. What motives would Dr. K have to concern troll? Views? And for funsies? Like the reason people troll other people is just to like get that rise out of them and feel in control and do those types of things. Like there's not really like there's probably some kind of like monetary bonus to it, but it's mostly like a superiority thing that usually happens. Or they're just, you know, fucking around, which is another thing. But like if it's the same thing, but it feels like let's put a quarter in the machine and sit back and watch it play, that's a little bit of concern. Concern trolling is like that as well. I mean, a lot of trolling is like that. It has that vibe. So you guys think so? Well, yeah, successful concern trolling, you have to seem authentic initially. If you don't seem authentic initially, you have to convince them that you're there to help. So once you've convinced them that you're there to help, you then encourage them to do all of the wrong things. And I'm not gonna lie, throughout this, it seems to me that Dr. K has not encouraged Thor in any positive way. He's continued to just, like, feed him platitudes and encourage him to make bad decisions. There's 4chan in my bones. Like, I think he said the quiet part out loud. I think that's I'm actually now think that was a dog whistle.
When the scenario is like super vitriolic, it's comfortable to sterilize that. It's comfortable to have like more of a logical conversation about it because it's easier to process.
Yep.
It is less easy to, like, if I'm going to have a big emotional response, I feel like I'm being manipulative to another person because I could do that. I could just sit down and be like, I'm going to have a big emotional response now, but that's not.
Yeah,
that's not how I am. That's not the person I am.
So I think it's an issue of. So you mentioned that
if that's not the person if you don't have that like big emotional response, then that's not the person you are at all, and it would be inauthentic to pretend you have an emotion you don't have, and that would be manipulative because you're misleading people. But that doesn't mean you don't have any emotions, and that doesn't mean you can't communicate in an earnest way. I don't have a, like, very large emotional range. But that doesn't mean I don't get exasperated and I don't express that I'm being exasperated. Do I sometimes, like, over-exaggerate whatever emotion that I am or am not feeling? Not usually on stream, but in my real life sometimes, because if I'm angry and I don't behave in a way that communicates that I'm angry, people won't know that I'm angry. So I have to kind of put in a little bit of extra effort to demonstrate and explain that I'm frustrated and angry, so that way the other people understand. And not because I'm trying to mislead them or that I'm lying, but they don't get it otherwise.
Some point that this has been a challenge that you've had before. I don't even remember what we were talking about. So I think it's really about, and this is for anyone else too, like, you know, we all just have to decide. When you say this is the person that I am, we all just have to decide whether we want to continue. Like, am I just saying, hey, this is who I am and I don't want to change this? And then
No, I don't think that's the case.
Well, I'm giving options. So I'm sort of speaking rhetorically. Right. So we all have to make decisions for ourselves about, if this is the way that I am, do I want to continue to be this way? Do I not want to continue to be this way? And then there's going to be a line in the sand of like what a level of compromise feels authentic and okay, and what doesn't. What feels like growth? What feels like giving a piece of yourself away?
Yeah, because like for me, I feel pretty happy with the way that I communicate generally. I don't generally have a problem with that. And I like being able to communicate objectively, either with, you know, in my relationship.
What does communicate objectively mean? That's not a thing.
Friends, you know, people in the community, that feels fine to me. And I think there's a lot of people that actually like that about the way that I communicate. It's like, hey, you know, Thor's talking about all the things of all the, because we'll get a whole bunch of stories in that come in from the damn internet that are like, the fucking sky's on fire. And then you look at it and you're like, the sky's not on fire. There's like this outhouse over here was on fire. It's not that big a deal, right? And I find that there's very few islands of that shit online, man. Like, there's very few islands of people to be like, wait a minute.
Have we not already established that fucking Thor doesn't communicate what he intends to communicate to people very well? Didn't we already get to that? Didn't we already agree about this? So what the fuck? We're going around again. We're going around again.
Let's look into that before we start freaking out. Would it be easier for me to just like dive into the emotion first? Yeah. Would it be honest? No. Would it be quick views? 100%.
You're always diving into the emotion first. That's how emotions work. You have to logically think and process things, and that includes the emotions. So you're already doing that first. What you're communicating is you're trying to falsely remove emotions from your response in totality.
Yeah, I'm
None of
with
that
you.
shit makes sense to me.
I'm with
and
you,
like
man.
that's why I've always communicated that way. And it's not even a thing of like I'm not willing to change. It's I'd be lying.
Hmm?
Like I'd just be straight up lying about all of these scenarios.
What do you mean? Mm-hmm.
If that was the case, if it wasn't like here's all the things as I see it, here's all the facts as I felt them, right? As the things that I went through, I'd be a piece of shit. I'd be just like a...
But you were doing that because you're picking and choosing which things you viewed as important to the context. You're already doing that thing.
grifter on the internet that's just trying to garner as many views as possible.
Yeah, you think? You think that's maybe what you are? Did you say the quiet part? Did you figure it out? Was that a glimmer of fucking self-recognition of like, wow, if I did this thing that I'm doing, I'd be a grifter on the internet just looking for views and money? Really? Would you now? Correct. We agree.
It's fucking atrocious. Like, I hate that. I really hate that.
What are you hearing?
Burn it to the ground.
I think I went on a rant there.
Okay.
It's not even really about like what you said. It's more like that kind of just like it triggered an internal monologue, and I was like,
"Oh, you mean you weren't listening and you just went on and said whatever you thought sounded good at the time? Oh wow, tell me something I don't know."
I just went on to a rant with it. Yeah,
and I'm with you there. I mean, I think that there are plenty of emotionally manipulative grifters on the internet, and
oh yeah. Are there, Mr. 4chan ChatGPT boy?
I'm not even saying that like that's I'm not even like calling people out and saying like
the
other side is an emotional grifter. It's more like, dude, like I can see how easy it is to manipulate people emotionally to gain money on the internet.
Yeah,
and I don't ever even want to get near that.
So I'm gonna.
You literally started this interview conversation about your fucking WoW conflict with a story about your dead fucking ferret. You fucking liar. Need I remind you? If I click this back to the beginning, the thing he started was talking about his fucking ferret. Unbelievable. You know what? No. I'm gonna, no.
This guy is unfucking believable.
Like, what do you mean?
So I have those kinds of thoughts, and I'm pretty sure that they're pretty narcissistic in my head. So when I have a thought like that, I'll just like leave this for y'all. I'm not accusing anyone, or certainly not you, but this is just what I've noticed is that sometimes when I'm like jealous of people, this may be just me, who are taking the easy path on the internet, it's really easy to get self-righteous.
I don't think it's easy. No, I mean,
for me,
not like that. I think it comes with other negatives, right? Like, I'll give you an example, right? You've got somebody like Keemstar. Keemstar makes a bunch of content that's based on, like, calling out scenarios, making a lot of drama, runs Drama Alert, right? I don't envy that. That's got to be a tough as fuck job. That dude probably absorbs more hate than most people on the internet, just by the nature of the content that he provides to the internet, which is bombastic, which is divisive, which is emotional. I don't want to get near that because it sounds fucking awful to me and everyone that was engaging in my content.
I see what you
Because you don't know how to navigate emotional scenarios or scenarios where people are emotionally charged because you don't care about anybody else's emotions but your own. You've made that incredibly fucking clear. Because you're emotionally immature. Am I really coming to the conclusion that Keemstar is more emotionally mature than Thor is? Is that where we're at? Is that where we've landed now? What the fuck are we talking about?
What you mean?
So if I went down that route, I don't think it's easy. I think it would be easier to get a reaction, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
but the reaction is not one you want.
So then I think that's more
Not
from me. Like I think that's narcissistic. So I think the thought process I have in my head is different from what you're describing.
Okay.
Usually I'll walk myself there, but I have that kind of thought. But anyway. Yeah, any last thoughts or questions before we wrap up for the day?
I'm interested in what your thought was now.
What do you mean?
When you said you had a different thought from like the different pathway for that, like what did you mean?
A different pathway for
thinking about that scenario of like
the narcissistic scenario?
Yeah.
So I think it's similar to what you do, but I think what I usually do is I notice that I'll see that there are creators that are doing things that I think... So there's one creator in particular that I used to like their content, and I noticed that they basically made a piece of content where there's a subreddit that I frequent, and they basically, what they did is they looked at the most upvoted content on that subreddit, made a video where they're literally reading out the top voted content things there.
I see that a lot.
And so I was, and their video did incredibly well.
Yep.
And so what I realized is like, oh, there's this niche subreddit. They're taking the best of this niche subreddit and basically distributing it on another platform. And so,
what do you guys think? Is that a problem? Should people not do that? I feel like as long as you're providing something, that I don't think that's really an issue. If you're providing video, you're providing audio, or you're doing something that provides that an audience wouldn't otherwise get access to it, I don't really see the problem. So I don't think... You think we need to look at Dr. K more? Maybe.
It really, like, it's never fun to see. So I was disappointed for two reasons. One is that, like, I respected this person's content. Like, when they sit down and they actually open their mouth, when they offer, like, commentary, which I assume is, maybe it's not, maybe they're just repurposing it from elsewhere, but I really got the sense that this person had done a lot of, like, thinking about, and their commentary was what I really valued. And then I also, so when I saw this piece do well, there were two things that happened. One was that I felt like disappointed in the person. I was like, this is trash content. It's just like repurposed React kind of content. It was, I guess, React content, but it wasn't like, I started to realize why people don't like React content in that moment.
It's the description that people give of slop.
Yeah. So, and then the second thing that I realized is like,
but you're saying that you then basically had to rethink your entire view of the person because you don't even know if their commentary was legitimately theirs anymore. What the fuck is happening?
It's always sad to see how well slop performs.
It does amazing. It's the same thing that we're seeing with like AI generated art, man. It's the same.
Yeah, so
I see it.
I am not going down AI gen stuff right now. We're not doing it. You can't bait me into this.
Now, I think the scariest thing that I see, like in the gaming space, AI generated ads for games. And like you get into the game and it's like a phone game and everything is AI generated. The art is like just trash and they do amazing. Like,
yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of downloads. And you're like,
So there are people, and it's interesting, right? Because like game recognizes game, and one of the interesting things about being someone who is arguably knowledgeable.
Game recognizes game? Are you real? Every section of this that I've watched, there's been at least one time where my brain just goes, and we're covering so much today that my brain is like, game recognizes game. Ugh.
Downloads, and you're like,
So there are people, and it's interesting, right? Because like game recognizes game, and one of the interesting things about being someone who is arguably knowledgeable in a couple of fields is I see how easy it is to be successful when you actually don't know what you're talking about. So
you're arguably knowledgeable in some things, but you're successful by not knowing what you're talking about? Is that because you're the game that recognizes the game? Is that... I knew there was something wrong when I was able to not only keep up with this guy, but seem to know the field of psychology better. Which I don't. I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist. I dropped out of school. I'm a statistic. I don't think he knows what he just said. This dude's a troll. This dude he's gotta be a fucking troll, man. It's 4chan. I kind of want to leave a comment that just says fucking 4chan question mark question mark question mark.
In like the wellness, medicine, self-help space, there are a lot of people who will talk about science, but there's a big difference between a scientific paper and the implementation of like a clinical intervention.
I'm putting the fire back on, guys. Guys, we moved into pseudoscience isn't really pseudoscience. I guess. All the pseudoscience is actually doing science, but they're not doing clinical papers. Fucking what? Fucking what? Is that what hold on, I gotta put that back. Wait, hold on. What?
Arguably knowledgeable in a couple of fields. So there are people, and it's interesting, right? Because like game recognizes game, and one of the interesting things about being someone who is arguably knowledgeable in a couple of fields is I see how easy it is to be successful when you actually don't know what you're talking about. So in like the wellness, medicine, self-help space, there are a lot of people who will talk about science, but there's a big difference between a scientific paper and the implementation of like a clinical intervention. And so a big thing that I see a lot, especially in the wellness space, is people will talk about things like dopamine detoxes and stuff like that. There's actually no data behind any of that stuff. They're like, I did a dopamine.
Then they're not talking about science. They're talking about pseudoscience. They're taking scientific terms and purposefully manipulating and misrepresenting those terms. That's not fucking science. I mean, I'm getting trolled now. Oh, now he's trolling me. What? There's a difference between a scientific paper and a clinical exercise or a clinical implementation. Yeah! What? I don't think he knows what he's talking about anymore. He's just saying shit. The study and the paper and the clinical application are all just steps, and they're intertwined. You write a paper, you publish the paper, you do science, and you do clinical trials, and then you implement it, and then you write more papers. It's a wheel that travels and goes, and you go places and learn things. It's easy to be successful without being knowledgeable. Case in point, everything I've said in this stream. Right? 4chan in his bones. He's doing nothing but encouraging Thor to make bad fucking decisions and enabling his bullshit behavior. And he turns around and says game recognizes game, and pseudoscience is actually science, but not the same as an actual clinical paper, as if anything he said made any fucking sense and any of those words actually meant anything. We're getting also actually by Jack in the chat that says actually there is science on dopamine detox, however it's been overly simplified. Yeah, that tends to be what grifting self-help shit does. It takes a concept that has some implementation and some science behind it somewhere and repackages it and sells it as if it's something that it isn't. You're convinced that he's fucking trolling, concern trolling? This is trolling. He's fucking grifting. He's absolutely fucking grifting. He's basically doing what the wellness pundits are doing. Yeah. Yeah, he is. He's 100% doing that. And I can't imagine why. It's only like his channel has 2.98 million subscribers, and this video only has 1 million views. Like, gee, I don't know, man. Who could say? Who could fucking say, dude? Members only, members only, members only. Spiritual journeys. Can gooning be healthy? 1.24k views. Oh no. The Pirate Software one has 1 million views. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking sort by popular, sure. Oh, he's already been on with Pirate from a year ago, too. Also, his second highest fucking viewed. Interesting. Who could have seen that coming? Addressing all 25-year-old thinkers? Oh boy. He doesn't stream a whole ton. Talking with Aiden Ross? Aiden Ross. There was another one from a year ago with Pirate Software and Destiny. Oh no. Oh no. Why being just friends doesn't work. Oh no. Nihilism is just copium. This guy's a grifter. This guy's there's no way. There's no way he's not a grifter. Absolutely a fucking grifter. There's no fucking way. There's no way. There's no fucking way he's not. This is such a fucking, it's the thing he's describing. It's the thing. Oh no. Oh yeah, I think we're done. I think we're done here. I think we're done. I don't think we need to watch the last 30, 40 minutes of this. I think we're done. Huh. Holy shit. Guys. Are we gonna... Oh, no. Guys. Unreal. Holy shit. Spiritual journeys are just him flying on Spirit Airlines. Serious question, I assume you didn't see those other videos before the series. No, this is the only video of his that I had watched, and I didn't really look around. I clicked on his channel to look at something early on, but I didn't notice the other video from before. This is my first interaction with Dr. K. So yeah, I wasn't familiar with his content. Feline actually recommended or suggested this video in the Discord, so it's one of the reasons why we looked at it. Holy fuck balls, we're done. We're done here. I'm going home. I'm out. I'm out. I don't even want to know what else gets said in this video. It's gonna be gross and stupid, and I'm gonna hate it. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Thank you for joining me. I'll be back tomorrow. What are we going to talk about tomorrow? I don't know. I got some stuff lined up. I don't know what stuff, but stuff. I'll find out. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow. I'll put this in a playlist. You can watch me fall into madness and watch me come to my conclusions as I realize what the fuck is going on. Huh. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll be back tomorrow. And I'll see you next time. Same bad time. Same bad place. Bye-bye.
Fuck that guy and his fucking YouTube videos. Stop listening to a man who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, you idiots!